The Green Goblin of Gotham wants to become a hero. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 76. It turns out that Dick would not punch them in the face, but he did return quickly before the night patrol. Remember what you promised me last time? Dick stood in the Batcave and accused the four of them one by one. This time, it was not just Batman who kept it from him, which made him most angry. "Dick, don't be angry." Tim tried to comfort his forgotten elder brother. "A lot of things have happened recently, and we didn't hide it from you on purpose." "For example, what happened?" "For example, Tim suddenly remembered the main point that Harry Osborn forgave Batman last time, injury. Although this statement was completely frustrated by Jason, Dick might be able to do it. Batman was injured some time ago, and Scarecrow and Black Mask escaped from prison. When Dick heard that Batman was injured, he immediately looked at Bruce sitting next to him. He was fiddling with a green mask and didn't seem to have any major health problems. Besides, if the problem was serious, they would not have told him anyway. "Good, you didn't tell me that Batman was injured." Dick was no longer so angry on the way back. Since Batman trusted the Green Goblin, at least it proved that they would not have an extra enemy. Now it's purely to see what else Tim can say. Tim didn't expect things to turn out like this. "So, does the Green Goblin know your identities?" Dick stood relaxed with his waist leaning on the table next to him, no longer entangled in the previous blame. Tim breathed a sigh of relief. Usually it was Dick who adjusted the atmosphere. He sighed again. This was really not easy. Not sure yet. What about his identity? It's normal for others not to know Batman's identity, and Dick didn't find it strange. He never concealed his identity from Batman from the beginning. Tim still remembered the situation on the day the Green Goblin appeared. He took off his mask directly in front of Batman. "Got it, Batman's admirer, so who is it?" Tim looked at Bruce next to him, and Dick followed his gaze. There was nothing to hide. Dick was trustworthy, so Bruce answered the question. "Harry Osborn." "Harry Osborn." Dick remembered that it was the heir of the Osborn Group who was kidnapped by the Joker at the banquet last time. He was a standard winner in life like Bruce Wayne. Is dual identity a compulsory course for them? Shocking. "Anyway, if you go on patrol with us tonight, you will have a chance to meet him." Tim added, "He is a good person." Bruce will not go on patrol with them tonight. In fact, his injury has almost healed. It is just a gunshot wound that penetrates the muscle. The diameter of the bullet is very small. There is no burn. It is a purely physical wound. As long as there are some special medicines and Batman's own good recovery ability, the healing speed is not slow. But at least he is still in the recovery stage. Even if he doesn't go, no one will question it. Besides, Dick is back tonight. Seeing that they had changed into uniforms and were about to set off, Bruce handed the green mask he had been holding tonight to Red Robin. "The structure of the Green Goblin's mask is too simple. He will need this." The mask itself is very similar to the Green Goblin's, but it is equipped with an air circulation and filtration system, which has the functions of ventilation and filtering poison gas. Time is limited, so it can only be made to this extent temporarily, but it is enough for a short time. Indeed, Tim took the mask and nodded. "At least don't fall for the fear gas again." Bruce nodded. The fear gas is difficult for anyone to overcome. Although Batman has defeated it, he will not demand others by his own standards. What's more, not only the fear gas, the Joker's laughing gas seems to have shown an unusual effect on Harry Osborn. He still remembers the situation when he found Harry in the chemical plant. At that time, Harry almost lost his mind and was very aggressive. If the Joker did not do anything extra after the live broadcast was cut off, then the only thing that would have an effect on Harry was the laughing gas. At present, the Joker has been cured and returned to the prison area. He may have discovered the specialness of Harry, so he needs to be particularly careful and even take precautions in advance. Even though Harry was quite capable, he was still inexperienced, so Bruce could only be more cautious. Batman seemed to care about the Green Goblin. Dick thought it had not been long since he last left Gotham, but a big change had occurred since he came back this time. "Did you come to this conclusion because of a mask?" Robin watched Batman and the Green Goblin all day, and didn't think there was anything that showed special concern. "It's just to prevent the Green Goblin from dragging us down." Tim didn't see why Batman was so special to the Green Goblin. But the Green Goblin was quite special to Batman, especially patient and tolerant. Not to mention that Harry Osborn had been saved by Batman for various reasons. Even when I first met Batman, it seemed to be almost the same. Before Harry set out on his night patrol, he thought that Batman would still not show up tonight, which was nothing strange, as he was still recovering from his injuries, but he never thought that there would be one more person tonight. The man in front of him had black hair that was messy in the wind, but he didn't look embarrassed at all. He was wearing a black tights with a big blue bird with its wings spread on his chest. He had no cape, and his muscles were tight. Although it was not obvious, it was very similar to the style of Robin's equipment. Is it Batman's other partner? This is what Harry thought of as he descended in front of the three people on his hang glider. Good evening, all of you. Good evening, Green Goblin. Nightwing waved to the landing Green Goblin. You should know, I'm Nightwing. Harry didn't know, but, yes, I know, it's nice to meet you. Robin glanced at Nightwing, who seemed to be comforted instantly, and turned his head back. Harry didn't know anything about superheroes outside of Gotham. Tim could guarantee with his coffee quota for the next week that Harry Osborn had never heard of Nightwing, but Dick had suffered too much today, so it's better not to say it. The new mask was still in Red Robin's hand. In order to interrupt the awkward greeting, he threw the mask to the Green Goblin. Batman asked me to pass it to you, saying that you would need it. While Red Robin was speaking, the Green Goblin had already caught a mask thrown to him. He held the mask very carefully. Batman gave it to me. Harry himself had originally planned to change into a gas mask as soon as possible, but he hadn't started making it in the past 2 days. Unexpectedly, Batman noticed it. Yes, it will be safer if the filter system is added. Harry lifted the mask and compared it with his face. Initially, he felt that it fit his face very well. What does this mean? Batman doesn't hate him. Thinking of this, Harry's anxious mood in the past 2 days because he couldn't see Batman all the time has improved a lot. Controlling the hang glider to rise again, Harry said to the three people who were ready to set off for the night patrol, "You go first, I'll find a place to change into a new mask." Without waiting for the three people to say anything, he instantly flew out on the hang glider. Does he like the new mask or Batman? Nightwing didn't think that the Green Goblin would be like this. After all, the appearance of his equipment is very dark, but thinking of the photo of the hamburger published in the newspaper today, he felt that nothing was impossible. Robin glanced at Nightwing. Any reasonable person will like Batman. But Green Goblin's love doesn't seem to be very reasonable. Tim thought, the consequences of blindly worshipping Batman are generally not good. Batman is not a sunny, upright, positive and perfect person. He has his own shortcomings and an unbearable personality. The closer you get to him, the more obvious these shortcomings are, but at the same time, his greatness will be more obvious. But this is a process of idolatry for a simple and blind worshipper. Harry took the mask and rose above the clouds. Under the dark clouds was the dark Gotham, and above the dark clouds was the silvery moonlight. The huge full moon hung in the night sky, and its light spread among the dense clouds. It was a beautiful scene. But Harry's attention was all on the mask in his hand. Batman made it for him. This is great. Harry was ready to take off the mask on his face with one hand, and held the new mask with the other. Green Goblin, don't take off the mask outside. Batman's low voice suddenly came from Harry's ear. Harry was frightened and the new mask in his hand fell from the clouds. Without time to talk to Batman, Harry flipped his glider and rushed down directly. He briefly opened a hole in the cloud layer, and the moonlight flowed down through the hole like water. Even from the ground, this beam of silvery moonlight was particularly conspicuous. Before the hole in the cloud layer was filled up by the flowing clouds, Harry caught a falling mask in the moonlight. "Hey, Batman, you scared me." Harry was very grateful after receiving the mask. Fortunately, the mask didn't fall to the ground. Sorry. Bruce didn't think he would scare Harry, but his sudden reminder was also for a reason. But don't take off the mask outside. Okay. Harry stood on the glider, opened the compartment where he stored his weapons, and carefully put the new mask in. I won't take off the mask. In the Batcave, Bruce discovered the remote detection robot that appeared over Gotham. He was injured and could not participate in the night patrol, which made him more nervous about the safety of Robin and others. For this reason, he stepped up the monitoring of Gotham and the surrounding environment of Robin and others. The scope of intensified monitoring naturally also included the Green Goblin, who had been very calm before. But tonight, When the Green Goblin broke through the clouds, a long-range detection robot locked onto him and followed him from a distance. If Bruce had not been alert, he would not have discovered it easily. Is someone targeting the Green Goblin, or is someone targeting Gotham? Bruce connected to Harry's communication. Don't go home directly after the night patrol. Without knowing whether the Green Goblin was being targeted, letting him go home by himself might lead to trouble. I'll give you the address of a base, and you can change your clothes inside and leave through the secret passage. In fact, a better way would be to make the Green Goblin disappear temporarily, but Bruce thought that things were far from the point where Harry had to sacrifice something to resolve them. In a place where no one was paying attention, a black car drove up from the bridge connecting Metropolis and Gotham, and the man driving the car had a white helmet next to him. 2:30, it's barely noon. Chapter 77. Harry's vigilance was not enough. Even when he was in New York, he rarely used the identity of the Green Goblin. Most of the time, he still went to find trouble with Spider-Man. At that time, his enemy was only Spider-Man, except for himself. However, thanks to his greatly improved physical fitness, his senses were much more sensitive. Therefore, although his vigilance remained at the level of ordinary people, he could detect many abnormalities by instinct alone. However, after arriving in Gotham, his subconscious reaction had no room for play except in battle. Risk avoidance cannot be done by subconsciousness. It requires careful planning and perfect deployment. Harry considered whether he would expose his identity or cause trouble by gliding in and out of Osborn's house. However, on the one hand, he acted low-key under the influence of Batman and rarely appeared in front of Gotham's citizens. On the other hand, the glider was very fast, and almost no one could find him if he returned from a high altitude. Facts have proved that this perfunctory approach is indeed effective when he does not attract the attention of those who are interested. But now Batman asked him to act carefully, and Harry guessed that he might have become a target of someone. If the other party came to trouble him openly, he would not be afraid, but such a person who did some sneaky tricks in secret must not act in an open and above-board manner. He could adapt to the situation, but he could not put Bernard in danger. However, even without the above considerations, as long as Batman made a request, Harry would agree decisively. So when Harry found the three people on the night patrol wearing a mask that had not been changed at all, they had already patrolled to Crime Alley while chatting. Seeing the Green Goblin suddenly appear, although they didn't want to, they still subconsciously focused on the Green Goblin's mask. After all, the reason he left was to change the mask. Did it change it? Red Robin was very curious about what stopped the Green Goblin from changing the mask. For safety reasons, it's better not to take off the mask outside. Indeed, Nightwing agreed with this sentence very much. If you don't have a safe address, you'd better not show your face. But did the Green Goblin rush out without an alternative address just now? It was safe enough above the clouds. For Harry, there was a clear view there and no one could spy on him. Except maybe Superman, but Superman shouldn't need to be on guard. He's Batman's friend, and he's seen him. In the Batcave, Bruce has already got the remote detector that just locked onto Harry. There's no obvious mark on it, so it's impossible to tell the owner's identity directly from it. But it has many functions: silent flight, video, recording, positioning, infrared detection, automatic search. Bruce tries to connect to its database, find the image that was sent out, and use it to determine whether the target of the person behind the scenes is the Green Goblin. The video data starts from the sky above Gotham. According to the time, it just entered Gotham tonight. At first, it just flew everywhere, almost across half of Gotham, until the moment Harry flew up into the clouds with a mask. The machine seemed to be completely activated and quickly followed. It seems that it is completely certain that the target is Harry. Who would target the Green Goblin? Alfred stood aside, watching the video, thinking about this question. Luther. Bruce thought that only this person would be hostile to the Green Goblin. Green Goblin had just destroyed Luthor's research some time ago, and even blew up his Lextech building. With Luthor's personality, it is impossible for him to let Green Goblin go so easily. In addition to this high-tech means, it can be confirmed that it was Luthor himself. However, the other party will not put all his eggs in one basket, or in other words, he usually divides the plan into several parts: the surface you think, and the truth that is covered up. If the detector in front of him is the surface, then what is the real means that is covered up? Gotham is relatively calm tonight. Nightwing has no chance to draw his weapon all night. If it has always been like this, Gotham will not be voted as the most dangerous city by the internet. However, the recent calm always makes Red Robin feel that a deeper crisis is brewing. However, Gotham has always been like this. There will be a relatively calm period of time after a period of time, and then it will usher in madness again. He is almost used to it. After the night patrol, they separated as usual. Nightwing, Red Robin and Robin went directly back to the Batcave, while Green Goblin rushed to his secret base under the guidance of Batman. There is an abandoned clock tower in Burnley. Batman told Harry the location of the secret base, and Harry flew all the way to Burnley on a hang glider. He wanted to fly slower so that he could hear more from Batman on the way, but thinking that Batman was still recovering from his injuries, he increased his speed to the limit. Is someone trying to find out about me behind my back? Harry was thinking about how to talk to Batman while flying. After thinking for a long time, he finally realized that this was the only topic Batman would definitely reply to. The preliminary inference is Luthor. Luthor? He secretly plotted against Batman, and he didn't even bother with him, but he ended up being found by him. Be careful recently. Harry wanted to be angry, but listening to Batman's voice, he couldn't get angry at all. Okay, I know. Harry could already see the dark clock tower in front of him. Is there anyone next to you? Hearing this, Bruce subconsciously looked at Alfred next to him, and had a premonition of what Harry was going to say. He was about to tell Harry that there was someone next to him. But Alfred, who received Bruce's gaze, immediately turned around and left, even giving him a look of encouragement before leaving. No. The clock tower was already in sight, and Bruce in the Batcave could also see the picture through the communicator. There is a window in the southwest corner of the second floor of the clock tower from the top. Go in from there. The Green Goblin found the entrance to the base smoothly as Batman said, and he entered smoothly on his hang glider. Obviously, Batman took into account the size and properties of his hang glider before leading him to the secret base, and deliberately chose a high floor, dark, empty but not desolate location. I can feel that you don't hate me, Batman. Seeing Harry successfully enter the clock tower, Bruce was about to guide him to the next step. He really didn't hate Harry, but that didn't mean anything. If my love causes you trouble, Harry found that Batman had become more silent these 2 days. I will restrain myself. Bruce didn't think that his trouble was caused by Harry's love. His trouble came more from himself. He knew this clearly, but this trouble could not be resolved. Your love won't cause any trouble to anyone, Bruce told Harry again as Batman. He didn't know why Harry was still not confident despite his appearance and background. Perhaps no one had ever told him how good he was, or perhaps more people belittled him out of jealousy when he was growing up. But have you ever thought that your feelings for me are not love? Bruce thought, maybe he should give Harry a clear attitude today. There is an operating table under the west wall of this room. You can pull it up by lifting the floor tiles. Harry jumped off the glider and walked under the west wall. He found the hollow floor tiles and lifted them up, then pulled the operating table in sight and pulled it up. He was not angry because Batman denied his feelings, never thought about it. Harry still remembered the feeling of lying in the Batmobile and not daring to move, because the guilt of doing something wrong and the panic of suddenly discovering the direction of his emotions filled his heart, panic and trepidation. The password is Robin816. Is 816 Robin's birthday? It was Jason's birthday. Bruce answered this question in his heart. After the password was entered, a large door opened on the west wall. It looked like the hang glider would have no problem getting through. Harry walked into the door, and the hang glider followed him in. Soon, the door closed again behind Harry. This is the hidden space in the clock tower. There are spare clothes in it. You can change into them and leave here through the secret passage below. Bruce finished explaining the precautions in one breath. The secret passage leads to the first floor of the apartment building 500 meters away. Try to avoid the residents there when you go out. Harry looked around. Due to the size of the clock tower itself, the space here was not large. In addition to the necessary computers, there were some spare weapons and food, as well as some replacement equipment. Okay. From the spare equipment, Harry took out a set of obviously large clothes, took off his mask and began to remove the armor. Before he finished speaking, Bruce, who had not yet turned off the communication, looked away. It was just removing the armor, which would not reveal anything, but when he saw Harry's fingers untying the armor bound on his body, there were always more images impacting his brain, so he only left the communication and turned off the surveillance. I'm sorry about your liking me, Harry. Harry paused while taking off his chest armor, but he quickly adjusted himself. You don't have to be sorry about this, Batman. Harry was a little frustrated by the long-awaited rejection, but he was mentally prepared for the fact that Batman didn't like him. The only difference was whether Batman admitted it himself. After saying that, Bruce hung up the call. He leaned back in his chair, feeling relieved and a little lost. Harry changed his clothes in silence, closed the glider and walked into the dark secret passage. There was no light inside, and Harry couldn't see the road under his feet at all, but the ground was built very flat. Even if he couldn't see anything, he still walked safely. The phone in his pocket began to vibrate, but Harry didn't notice it and just kept walking forward. Dead shit. That person is dead shit. I updated the next door yesterday, but the extra update here was sent. I'm so bad. I'll try harder tomorrow. Exclamation mark. Chapter 78. Harry took a taxi to go back tonight, but fortunately the driver this time was a normal person. Although he was wearing loose and ill-fitting clothes, the driver still stopped in front of him, probably because he was not covered in dust this time. It was not until he got on the car that he noticed the vibration of his phone. Although he had not had time to take it out to see who called, Harry guessed that there was a 98% chance that it was Bernard. Although Bernard said that he would not wait for him, he was still worried about going back too late. Harry took out his phone and saw Bernard's name. He put his finger on the connect button and hung up the phone after a moment of hesitation. Bernard, don't worry, I'm on my way home. After sending the edited text message, Harry put away his phone, leaned back on the back seat of the taxi, and looked at the dark and classical streets and the gloomy night scene outside the window to empty himself. Mental fatigue and mental powerlessness made him extremely depressed. He didn't want his love to bring trouble to Batman, so he tried to downplay his feelings. It's normal for love to be unaccepted, and that's Batman. Harry just didn't want to talk or think for the time being. It is still necessary to relax appropriately, although Harry was only silent for a while. When he saw the lights on in the hall across the courtyard after getting off the car, Harry guessed that Bernard was waiting for him again. He was a little helpless. Perhaps most people in the world would think that the butler's worries were a bit too heavy, but Harry would only feel warm for this golden night light that only lit up late at night. I'm back. Harry walked into the hall normally and saw the butler, who changed to read in the hall tonight. Bernard, how do you know I won't come back from the attic tonight? Since the butler was waiting for him in the hall, he must be sure that he would go home from here. Bernard pointed to the mobile phone next to him. You sent me a text message. Harry's mobile phone was only tied to his uniform and could only be taken off. Since he could contact himself with a mobile phone, he must have changed his uniform. Sure enough, Bernard took a look at Harry's ill-fitting clothes and felt that his prediction was very accurate. Maybe next time you don't come back all night, I won't have to rush you. His young master is already 20 years old. If the activities every night were not too thrilling, Bernard would not worry about his late return. After all, he is already that age. Harry completely understood what Bernard was talking about this time, but those things were a little too far away for him now. At least it seemed impossible during the time when he liked Batman. If nothing unexpected happens, I probably won't come back all night. The accidents here refer to dangerous people appearing in Gotham, or turmoil in Arkham, and similar very realistic accidents that take time to solve, rather than romantic ones. By the way, Harry skipped this sad topic. In order to protect the true identity of the Green Goblin, I will start from the base outside in the future, and then come back after sorting everything out like today. Base outside. Bernard didn't remember arranging a base outside for Harry. Batman's. What Bernard should have thought, okay. Harry went upstairs and said to his butler, don't wait in the attic any longer. It was not surprising that Harry found the buggy installed in the attic. Bernard smiled nonchalantly and did not respond. Dick and his two brothers arrived home before Harry. When they returned to the Batcave, Bruce had already pointed Harry to the way and solved his emotional troubles by the way, perhaps. What is this? Dick took off his eye mask and picked up the detector next to him and took a look. Detector? It doesn't look like the technology of the Batcave. Besides, Dick looked around and didn't find the Bat logo. Luthor's. Bruce was investigating Luthor's communications and the surveillance around him in recent days, trying to infer his real means of dealing with the Green Goblin by checking who he had contacted recently. Whether it was communications or surveillance, both were easy enough for Batman to investigate, but when the subject of the investigation was Luthor, it was almost certain that it would be difficult to find out a key part. But his plot is nothing more than the identity of the Green Goblin, or his personal safety, or perhaps his destroyed experimental plan. Although his plan cannot be seen now, there will always be a flaw. Why is it him again? Thinking of the last time Batman was injured by his scheme, Damian was simply annoyed. Luthor has a new plan. Tim also felt that Luthor's recent actions were a bit intensive. Targeting the Green Goblin. Thinking of Luthor's bombed group building, and bringing it into the Wayne Group, Tim actually felt that it was not difficult to understand for a moment. Why does Luthor target the Green Goblin? Dick, who was delayed in receiving information, was very puzzled. Did the Green Goblin just appear in Gotham recently? You saw the news about the bombing of the Lex Technology building a few days ago. Tim was held by Dick's shoulder and walked to the side. They had to change clothes first. Of course, how can we miss this kind of news? Dick even ate an extra meal of cereal after seeing this news. Damian, who was caught by Dick's other free hand, almost broke his wrist subconsciously. Let me go, Grayson. The Green Goblin exploded. Wow. I have to say, well done. Damian's struggling voice was mixed with Tim's explanation and Dick's exclamation. Listening to the three of them gradually walking away, Bruce leaned back in the chair and rubbed his forehead again. Harry Osborn, except for the identity of Batman, there is obviously no close connection between them, but Bruce always feels that his traces are everywhere in his life. Even Luthor, who has always been a headache for him, has set his sights on Harry. He was targeted by Luthor because of his own reasons. Bruce believes that at least in this matter, he should take responsibility. Floyd, who had just arrived in Gotham, chose an apartment building that was tall enough to live in. He wore a large windbreaker with a tied gun barrel hidden in his sleeves, and various hot weapons under his clothes that could be taken out and used at any time. You know, you want me to find a guy who can fly in Gotham at night and teach him a lesson, Floyd said after pushing open the door. He was talking on the phone and threw the small suitcase he was carrying on the ground. There was a sound of metal collision inside. This is all the work included in your commission. Increase the commission, and the fee will more than double. Floyd sat on the sofa with his legs apart, and his arm on the top of the sofa backrest was just resting on the top of the sofa backrest. He seemed to be discussing the issue of employment with the person on the other end of the phone. As a hired killer, it is easy to imagine that the commission they were discussing would not be something legal. The person on the other end seemed to have offered a good price. Floyd even accepted another activity besides killing without hesitation, happy cooperation. It was rare to meet an employer who paid the bill decisively and did not bargain. Floyd was in a good mood. Harry still remembered that he was determined to work hard. He asked Bernard to wake him up at 7:30 in the morning, without considering the fact that he would go to bed at 4 in the morning. So when there was a knock on the bedroom door at 7:30, Harry answered it verbally, but after Bernard left, he turned around and rolled over and buried himself in the quilt again. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Bernard, who had prepared breakfast, knocked on the door again, but this time no one answered. As expected, Bernard pushed the door open and saw his young master sleeping in the dim room with the curtains drawn. Considering that Harry had vowed to go to work on time last night, Bernard opened the curtains without hesitation. The dazzling morning light rushed into the dark room in an instant, and Harry turned over in excitement. Sleeping on the big bed with pure white sheets, the dark blue under Harry's eyes became more conspicuous, but it was much better than the worst time. As a butler, he still had to do his best to do his job, especially when this incident did not have any negative impact on Harry for the time being. The cruel Bernard lifted Harry's quilt. Harry woke up suddenly with the quilt lifted. Looking at Harry, who sat up with hazy eyes, Bernard said mercilessly, "Master Harry, you will be late for work soon." "Very good, you will definitely not be there before 8:30. Looking at the time, Harry gave up struggling, took a serious shower, and ate breakfast slowly. He did not appear in the company until 10 o'clock in the morning. When passing by Felicia's office, he even greeted the assistant, "Felicia, bring any documents that need my processing." The assistant who was screening the documents was even stunned when she heard her boss talking at this time. "Okay, Mr. Osborn." Compared with the Wayne Group, the frequency of his boss coming to the company is already very high. Felicia has recently been in charge of the cooperation between the two groups together with the president's assistant of the Wayne Group. The other party is often furious because he can't find the boss. Thinking of this, Felicia's expression when looking at the documents in front of him is much more relaxed. Sure enough, only with comparison can you feel happiness. Only half an hour later, when Felicia opened Mr. Osborn's office door with the documents in her arms, she saw that he had fallen asleep on his desk. But a qualified assistant should learn to turn a blind eye, and at the same time remind his boss inconspicuously. So Felicia put the documents in her arms on Harry's desk and gently pushed them forward, and the documents just hit Harry's arm. Mr. Osborn, I brought the documents that you need to deal with recently. That's right, she chose to turn a blind eye to her boss's sleep, and at the same time woke him up inconspicuously. These documents are very urgent. As soon as Harry opened his eyes, he realized that he was in the office. He sat up straight as if nothing had happened and pulled the documents in his direction. Very good, you go and get busy, Felicia. After working diligently all day, when he left the company in the afternoon, Harry felt that his whole body was washed by work. Now even if Batman stood in front of him, he felt that he could greet Batman without changing his expression. But it is highly likely that I will not be able to see Batman tonight. Harry regretted it and went back to his garage to pick out a low-key black business car to drive to Batman's base at night. Bruce's injury has almost healed. Considering that someone is targeting Harry, he has decided to resume night patrols tonight. At this time, he is sorting out his equipment in the Batcave. Floyd, who is also ready to take action tonight, also puts on an auxiliary scope. He puts on his modified ultra-long-range sniper rifle and walks out of the apartment. Chapter 79. When Harry re-entered the secret base through the secret passage, he wisely turned on the flashlight on his phone. Just because he could walk out in the dark last night didn't mean he should continue to do so today. After a day's work, Harry, who had completely regained his composure, chose a more comfortable way to pass through the secret passage. His equipment was still on the ground of the base like last night, but Harry didn't care. He walked directly to the chamber where the weapons were stored next to the glider and took out the new mask carefully placed inside. You can wear this today. Harry took the communicator off the old mask and installed it on the new mask, then put on his armor piece by piece. Just as Harry was preparing for the next night patrol at the base, a man who was ready to take his life had ambushed on the rooftop of a high-rise building in Gotham. Floyd Lawton, also known as the Dead Shooter, had obtained information showing that the Green Goblin could fly with the help of a hang glider, so he set his sights on the sky above Gotham. The target in the air was completely unobstructed for a gunner. He didn't know what others thought, but for the Dead Shooter, who could shoot at a distance of up to 4,000 meters with the help of a scope, he only felt that the difficulty dropped sharply. Perhaps this is not so accurate, because even on the ground, he does not think anyone can dodge his bullets. However, Gotham is a city protected by Batman. In order to successfully complete this mission, Death Shooter chose to temporarily avoid Batman, who might cause his mission to fail. After it was completely dark, Death Shooter completely blended into the night. Only the auxiliary sight he was wearing emitted a faint red light. He was motionless and observed the sky above Gotham. The loaded gun was ready to shoot at any time. In the Batcave, Bruce had changed into a uniform that he had not touched for a few days. Considering the need to strengthen the monitoring of Gotham recently, Tim would stay in the Batcave tonight, and Dick, who happened to be on weekends, would join the night patrol tonight. After everything was ready, Nightwing rode the Batmobile and rushed out of the Batcave directly. Batman drove the Batmobile and carried Robin to set off. In the past night patrols, they did not agree on any fixed meeting place with the Green Goblin. Usually they would meet at the first case location, and then separate or patrol together. Tonight was the same. They had received a warning of a robbery. I'll be there right away. This was the Green Goblin's voice. It seemed that he had already set off. After changing into his uniform, Harry put on his new mask in front of the only mirror in the base. Both the mask and the communicator installed on the mask came from Batman, which made Harry somewhat happy. It was not until he confirmed for the third time that he had tied the mask properly that Harry confidently jumped onto the glider and rushed out from the second floor of the clock tower. Perhaps it was because of the new mask. Harry felt that the air in Gotham tonight had become very fresh, making people feel particularly relaxed. He shuttled freely between the clouds without worrying about being seen by people on the ground. The dark night, the dark green equipment, and the dark clouds that were characteristic of Gotham at night made it difficult for even Batman to see where Harry was without looking carefully. However, someone happened to be waiting for the Green Goblin at the moment. His scope had an infrared detection function. When the Green Goblin appeared within his observation range, the Death Shooter immediately discovered his mission target. In the scope, he could clearly see the Green Goblin's movements, even the distance between them, the wind speed and humidity in the sky above Gotham, and other information that would affect the accuracy of the shooting. However, these were just dispensable to the Death Shooter, who could completely rely on himself to hit the target. The role of the scope was more reflected in the fact that it allowed him to detect the enemy. The distance between him and the Green Goblin gradually narrowed, and the Death Shooter pointed his gun at the head of the Green Goblin, flying at a high speed. For a target of this speed, he had to aim more or less. For an ordinary person who had just appeared not long ago and could fly with the help of technology, the Death Shooter had considerable confidence in this shot. Harry had been flying in the Gotham night for a long time, and he was not alert at first, until a feeling of being on edge followed him. He increased the speed of the glider and looked around at the same time, but there were empty clouds and air around him, and there was no place to hide. In the deadshot scope, the distance between him and the Green Goblin was rapidly increasing. He could see the Green Goblin looking around. "You are alert, but..." As he spoke, he predicted the Green Goblin's movement trajectory and fired a bullet towards the Green Goblin's head, but the threat comes from 3,800 meters away. The feeling of being on edge quickly escalated, and Harry even felt that he was going to die on the spot. The bullet aimed at his brain was already close at hand. As long as Harry kept moving at this speed, it would penetrate his head in the next second. After injecting the strengthening potion, Harry, who always trusted his intuition very much, immediately turned around. The fatal bullet grazed his left cheek, shattering half of the mask given to him by Batman, and the communicator also slid down with the fragments. Harry stood on the glider, and he touched his left cheek, which felt burned, with his left hand, and blood stained his black gloves. The mask was broken. Harry's mind was filled with this thought. Drops of blood slid down his bullet-wounded cheek, gathered on his pale chin, and then dripped from his chin unbearably, landing all over his chest armor. The deadshot was surprised at the Green Goblin's extreme evasion. His next shot quickly went back in the direction of the Green Goblin. Not only the second shot, but also the third and fourth shots. Harry, who already knew he was ambushed, would not be hit easily. He easily locked the enemy's position in the dense shooting, then increased the speed of the glider to the maximum, and rushed towards the enemy with the bullets flying towards him. Without the protection of the mask, the cold wind of Gotham night cut the left half of Harry's face like a blade during the rapid flight. The wound scratched by the bullet was torn even bigger, and blood flowed in strings. But Harry could no longer feel the pain, perhaps because the cold wind had its own analgesic effect, or perhaps because of his broken new mask. Batman, who had already solved the robbery, had not waited for Harry. Normally, he was very fast, and it would not take that long to get here from the clock tower. Batman suddenly had a bad feeling. Fortunately, the Green Goblin was wearing the locator he had given him. Batman opened the locator screen in the device, and the locator showed that the Green Goblin was still around the clock tower, so he opened the communication again. "Green Goblin, what happened?" But unexpectedly, there was no response from the Green Goblin, only a faint sound of wind. "Red Robin, check the surveillance in the Green Goblin's communicator." After Batman said this to Red Robin in the Batcave, he immediately jumped on the Batmobile and rushed to the Green Goblin's location. The Green Goblin must have had an accident. Batman drove the Batmobile and shouted the Green Goblin's name into the communicator from time to time. When Batman arrived at the final location displayed by the locator, he only saw the blood-stained mask fragments and the communicator that was knocked down together. Batman held the blood-stained mask fragments in his palm. The fact that Harry, who was flying at high speed in the sky, could be injured, coupled with the burn marks on the mask, initially determined that Harry was sniped. Harry always listened to himself. When he was not on a mission, he usually did not fly too low, at least it was definitely not a level that ordinary people could hide at will, so who was it? A personal code name appeared in his mind, and he finally locked the target on the Death Shooter. "What's going on?" Nightwing and Robin rushed here behind Batman. Batman said gloomily, "Look for all the places where the Death Shooter might ambush within 4 kilometers from here." Bullets were fired at Harry densely. The closer Harry got, the more he could feel the pressure he faced. But it didn't matter. The front end of the glider opened the shooting port, and 4 pumpkin bombs with built-in aiming functions were accelerated and thrown out, aiming directly at the Death Shooter who was aiming at Harry. Harry shouldn't have thrown so many bombs. As long as one of them exploded accurately next to the enemy, that person would die. But Harry just didn't want to let the person who sniped him go so easily, for the injuries he suffered and for the broken mask. 3 of the 4 pumpkin bombs had been blown up by bullets before they approached Death Shooter, and the remaining one was hidden in the dense bombs that Harry threw at him. Although Death Shooter had a fast shooting speed and high accuracy, he did not have a weapon with unlimited bullets. He needed to change the magazine, but Harry did not need to. He threw away half of his pumpkin bombs in one breath, but they were still pierced one by one in midair. The explosion and the smoke produced by the explosion were extremely conspicuous in the quiet night. However, the only remaining pumpkin bomb that could automatically locate among the bombs successfully flew to the side of Death Shooter. Death Shooter carried his sniper rifle and turned over to leave the place, but the pumpkin bomb turned and continued to track Death Shooter the moment it touched the ground. Death Shooter, who did not hide far away, only had time to jump from the roof, and then raised his gun to detonate it on the edge of the roof before the bomb caught up with him. The shock wave generated by the explosion provided a huge thrust for Death Shooter's fall, and he was almost thrown off the tall building. Too late. Chapter 80. Boom. Batman, who was anxiously looking for Harry and the enemy around the broken mask, was attracted by the explosion. He looked in the direction where the explosions came from. The red flames seemed to burn and float in the air, and were instantly covered by the smoke produced by the explosion. The flames kept brightening and dimming with the explosions. Batman saw Harry diving on a hang glider in the fireworks. The bloody mask fragments were still tightly held in his hands. Seeing the sharp figure flashing in the firelight, the only emotion that rose in Batman's mind was relief. Fortunately, only the mask was broken. Fortunately, Harry still looked full of energy. Fortunately, he was fine, and fortunately he was in time this time. He put the mask fragments in his hand into the universal belt, and then shot the grappling gun and rushed in the direction of the explosion. Not only Batman, but Nightwing and Robin, who had just scattered around according to Batman's idea to look for the traces of the Death Shooter, also rushed to the place where the explosion occurred from different directions. If the ambush was really the Death Shooter, then the one who caused the explosion must be the Green Goblin. The fierce explosions, the flames and smoke produced by the explosions were very conspicuous in the dark night of Gotham, and they were natural landmarks for those who were looking for Harry. The explosions continued, but Batman was not angry at Harry's flamboyant and dangerous behavior. The hot explosion sent a signal to Batman that Harry was still alive and healthy. At least before he found Harry, he hoped that the explosions would not stop. The Death Shooter was not so easy to deal with. The opponent's shooting was extremely accurate, and the aiming time was almost negligible. Harry, who was riding a hang glider, was like a natural target for him. He would die if he was not careful. But Harry's reflexes were very strong, and it was not easy for the Death Shooter to hide him easily. As for the broken mask, Batman thought that the original target should be Harry's brain. Fortunately, he dodged it. Just as Batman and his men were rushing towards the direction of the explosion stopped abruptly. The mask on the right half of Harry's face was still connected to the remaining mask on the left and tied to his face. His golden brown hair was completely blown to the back of his head by the wind, revealing a slightly frowned brow. The wound on his left cheek caused by the bullet had been cut even wider by the strong wind. Blood smeared all over his pale cheek, and scraped all over his body during the dive. In this posture, he grabbed the neck of the Death Shooter with his right hand and pressed him against the outer wall of the extremely tall apartment building. Even when he was falling, the man still raised the machine gun on his wrist and wanted to hide him, but Harry dodged his bullets one by one. Every time he dodged, the distance between them became closer. Until he was about to fall to the ground, Harry finally caught up with him and broke the barrel of the gun on his wrist. The Death Shooter's left wrist was injured, and the broken barrel of the gun pierced the skin between his wrists, and bright red blood flowed out of the barrel. But even though his throat was strangled and his left hand was injured, he still took out a pistol from his bosom with his right hand and pressed it against Harry's abdomen. Through the goggles, Harry could clearly see the pupils of the man who was strangled in front of him gradually dilated due to lack of oxygen, but the gun he pressed against his abdomen did not even tremble. "You can't raise your arm any higher," Harry threatened him softly. "Want to shoot? Just try." Harry touched the mask with his left hand and tightened his grip on his neck. "Who sent you?" "Luther." His inner emotions were telling him to just break his neck, but his mind told Harry that Batman wouldn't be happy to see this. He struggled between the two thoughts, so he strangled the man's neck with his right hand and let him point the gun at him. The deadshot couldn't raise his arm any higher, and the lack of oxygen almost made him weak all over, but he still wanted to shoot while he still had some strength, and do as much damage as he could, so that even if he died the next second, he would be worthy of himself. Harry didn't expect that someone would really choose to shoot when they would die after shooting, but he felt the gun muzzle closer to his abdomen. He began to struggle between dodging immediately and getting shot to clear his mind. The clear mind always seemed to collapse along with the reason. Half of me hated this feeling of being unable to control myself, but the other half of me was addicted to this sense of relief. Seeing that he was about to pull the trigger, Harry wanted to dodge, but it was probably too late. Although he didn't mind getting hurt, he didn't mind being maliciously targeted by anyone, even Batman. Harry, who clearly realized that he didn't want to be shot here, reached for the muzzle of the gun with his left hand, but something hit the gun that was ready to fire faster and knocked it out. Harry saw that it was a batarang that was glowing dimly. After the sound of the bomb stopped completely, Batman accelerated his pace again. He was like a ghost flashing in the night, like a real bat, passing over Gotham without anyone noticing. The location of the bomb explosion was not far from him. In just 1 or 2 minutes, without any obstruction, he had rushed to the rooftop of the building where the explosion occurred, but there was no one here. The rooftop was half destroyed, and bullet shells fell to the ground, but there was no one. Batman was panicking, but he still acted rationally. He turned on the telescope function of the lens and looked down from the location where the rooftop was blown up, and unexpectedly saw 2 figures in the air. In mid-air, it seems that Harry is fine. Batman subconsciously thought of this and fell down the rope. The closer he got, the clearer he could see Harry's situation. Harry grabbed the neck of the deadshot with his right hand and pressed him against the wall, while the deadshot held the gun against Harry's abdomen. The deadshot's face flushed, and it was obvious that the lack of oxygen made him extremely uncomfortable. Batman was surprised at Harry's ability, and he found that he might have underestimated his ability all along. While surprised, Batman also felt that it was natural. Harry had very outstanding abilities, but he had been suppressing his lethality under his command. Without suppression, he should have been so powerful. But soon Batman had no time to think about these things that were not important to him. He saw the action of the deadshot preparing to shoot, and his fingertips were about to pull the trigger. As for Harry, he should have taken the gun from the deadshot at the beginning, instead of letting himself be pointed at by the gun. Batman suppressed the anger that rose sharply in his chest, and while falling, he aimed at the gun against Harry's abdomen and threw the batarang. Be thankful for the lack of oxygen for Death Shooter, he didn't have the clear mind and strength to control his hands. When the pistol was shot out, Batman saw Harry looking in the direction of the batarang, blood staining his exposed left face. When he saw Batman, the voice in Harry's mind shouting to kill the enemy disappeared instantly, so when Batman fell to his right and tightened the rope, Harry subconsciously retracted his hand holding Death Shooter's neck. Although he was gradually losing strength, Death Shooter, who was not in a coma, began to fall. Batman saw Nightwing and Robin rushing down below, so he didn't catch the falling Death Shooter. As for Harry, he didn't have the idea of catching the man to prevent him from falling to death. Why didn't you dodge? Batman's voice was full of anger. This was the second time Harry heard him speak in this voice, the last time was on the cargo ship. Harry thought Batman was talking about the wound on his left cheek. I didn't know someone was ambushing. He seemed to be explaining seriously why he was scratched on the side of his face by a bullet, but Batman didn't ask that at all. Seeing Harry's face covered in blood but still not caring, Batman, who was perfunctory, became even angrier. What about just now? Why let someone who wanted to kill you point a gun at you when you were fully capable of taking the gun away? Just now? Harry thought of the gun that was shot out by the batarang. He knew what Batman was asking. But how should he say it? He was trying to restrain himself in this way and try to regain more reason. But Batman didn't know that his emotions were easily out of control. But Batman asked. If he didn't ask, Harry could never say it, and there would still be no deception between them. Bang! Harry just opened his mouth, and there was a sudden explosion below them, and Nightwing and Robin were still below. Batman and Harry rushed down at the same time. They rushed into the thick and large-scale smoke without hesitation. Out of vigilance, Harry held his breath at the first time. Since both of them had their eyes covered, they could see more in the fog, especially Batman. He turned on the infrared detection and saw Nightwing and Robin on the ground rushing out of the thick fog, but there was no figure representing Deadshot. He rushed in the direction of Nightwing and Robin, and Harry followed Batman. Soon, Nightwing and Robin rushed out of the range of the smoke before being caught up by Batman, but they still chased far away. Batman caught up with them. What happened? When Death Chute was falling, two machines that look very similar to the detectors in the Batcave suddenly rushed out. Nightwing patted his head of dust in annoyance. One detonated itself instantly, and the other held up Death Chute. Robin ran to the front and picked up the knife he dropped on the ground, shaking off the blood on it. I just wanted to shut down that detector, but it's also killing two birds with one stone to inflict some more wounds on Death Chute. Batman glanced at Robin, turned on the communicator to contact Red Robin in the Batcave. Can you find Death Chute's current location? Already looking for it, Red Robin's fingers almost left an after image on the keyboard, but the detector seems to have newly installed anti-detection equipment. Of course, it is also possible that they are simply hiding somewhere. It seems that Luthor has a backup plan. Batman didn't think Luthor would go to the trouble of taking away a useless pawn. Since he did this, there must be something else he wanted Death Chute to do for him. Is it really Luthor who sent someone to kill me? Harry followed Batman quietly, and didn't say a word until Luthor was mentioned. Even if he didn't speak, Batman would not forget the question Harry had just answered halfway. He looked back at Harry, who was covered in blood, and finally sighed. Let's go back to the Batcave to treat the wound first. As for the answer just now, he still had time to listen slowly. Deadshot is actually very powerful, but my writing may be very lame. I came back in the afternoon and turned on the computer to prepare to write, but I slept until 9 o'clock in the evening. Sadly, the next chapter will be posted tomorrow morning. Chapter 81. There are medicines in the clock tower base. I can take care of it myself. Perhaps going back to the Batcave with Batman would give Harry a chance for him to treat his wounds personally, but at this moment Harry didn't want to communicate with him face to face, as Batman would definitely ask about the previous question. Harry thought guiltily that he was hiding his mental problems while hoping to be liked by Batman. If his feelings were really reciprocated, this should be considered cheating. No misunderstandings, no cheating. This sentence sounds easy, but it is too difficult for someone who is not upright. Batman has enough medicine stored in each of his secret bases. Of course, he remembered that since Harry didn't need others to treat his wounds, and in this case where the enemy's intentions were unclear and they still needed to investigate in depth, he didn't need to insist. Well, Batman looked at Harry's bleeding face and frowned under his mask. Don't go back to the clock tower too fast. He didn't have anything to cover Harry's face temporarily, and even if he did, he couldn't cover the wound, so he just said a sentence that was not a warning, and at the same time he was glad that the clock tower was very close to here. After coming down from midair, perhaps because of the rise in body temperature, Harry began to feel the pain of the wound. He jumped on the hang glider and flew away on the hang glider. Batman had already turned around to continue investigating the matter of the dead shooter. As a result, Harry did not fly far and turned around and flew in front of Batman on the hang glider. Batman, my mask is broken. His voice sounded very sad. I will prepare a new one for you. Batman said this without thinking. Harry left with satisfaction after receiving such an answer. It was the first time that Nightwing saw someone who was still thinking about a mask, even though his face was injured like that. Looking at the Green Goblin who disappeared completely after flying away, Nightwing turned to look at Robin. Does he like Batman? Batman, who was walking in front, paused slightly and did not respond. Robin looked at Nightwing with a look of what nonsense are you talking about? Who doesn't like Batman? Even Nightwing, seeing Robin's solemn look, had to doubt whether there was something wrong with him. Robin was probably the only one in the world who thought Batman was perfect. Although Damian is mature in all aspects except height, especially in psychology, he is certainly not as sensitive as Dick, who has experienced many battles in matters of feelings. Red, what do you think? Nightwing was not going to continue discussing such issues with his 12-year-old brother, but he still had another brother. I think you should chase the escaped deadshot first. Red Robin was now using his head in two ways and didn't pay any attention to what Nightwing was saying, but if he had heard it, he might agree with Robin. After all, for Harry Osborn, he might also think, who doesn't like Batman? Batman listened to the discussion behind him and Nightwing's speculation that was completely unanswered. Finally, he couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth slightly, and at the same time shot the grappling gun in the direction where Deadshot left. Even talking couldn't affect Nightwing's speed and observation at all. He didn't get a response from Red Robin, and started talking to another person on the communication. Penny 1, you can understand it, right? Nightwing usually didn't talk so much during the night patrol, but now he just felt that the Green Goblin liked Batman. Maybe you should ask Batman directly. Alfred was glad that someone saw the same thing as him. He's right in front of you. No, that's not necessary. Although he knew Batman could hear it, it was different. There's blood here. Nightwing stopped at the corner of an alley and saw fresh blood. Deadshot, who was carried away from the scene by the detector, had completely broken free from the weakness caused by lack of oxygen. He immediately left the detector that was taking him to hide, treated his left wrist simply, and bandaged his thigh that was scratched by Robin's knife before leaving. After taking off the auxiliary sight that was extremely eye-catching at night, he picked up a hat and avoided surveillance all the way back to the apartment last night. The moment he entered the door, his employer's phone suddenly rang in the quiet room. For the sake of his employer, he still answered the phone. The mission was well accomplished. Floyd. Luthor, what do you mean? Of course it's praise. Luthor on the phone sounded quite sincere. Didn't I say that at the beginning? Luthor simply repeated the mission he had said at the beginning. Find him and teach him a lesson. And the premise is that you are quite aware that I am a killer. Floyd felt that he was fooled. Except for you, few people can do this easily. You only said that the Green Goblin was an ordinary person who relied on technology to fly, but you didn't say that he had such ability. Just based on the fact that he was able to dodge his bullets without any defense at the beginning, Floyd didn't think that any ordinary person could do it, and there were even very few people in the world who could do it. Luthor's evaluation could not comfort the Deadshot. If he hadn't received the money, he might have given up the mission immediately. But for Luthor, it was more than that. Although he didn't directly find out who the Green Goblin was, he already knew the Green Goblin's position. He was on Batman's side, and they were naturally opposed. He even knew some of the Green Goblin's style and personality, which was very important to him. I hope there won't be any accidents in the next operation. Floyd didn't want the intelligence to be wrong again. Of course. Harry, who had just flown out of the clock tower, flew back again. He took off the broken mask on his face in front of the mirror, and simply cleaned the blood on his face with gauze. The bullet scratches were not serious. At most, there were more scratches on his face when the mask was broken. The serious ones were the tear scars caused by the wind at a high speed later. Neat wounds are always easier to heal than torn wounds, especially on the face. Harry looked in the mirror and suddenly remembered his face that was burned in the explosion. The high temperature generated by the explosion burst on the side of his face. He would never forget the feeling that the skin on his face was instantly melted. He was terrified and painful. Thinking of this, the current injury seemed not so serious. The pain was also within the tolerable range. And according to his own experience of being injured, as long as this level of wounds are treated well, they can definitely be fully recovered within a week. Not bad, at least there is no need to worry about scars. After carefully disinfecting the wound, Harry applied a thin layer of ointment, and then bandaged it with tape and gauze. If it were an ordinary person, this level of injury would definitely need stitching, but for Harry, who has excellent self-healing ability, it would be a bit redundant. However, the wound had just been treated, and even for him, it was difficult to completely stop the bleeding in a short period of time, so the newly bandaged gauze soon oozed red marks. Harry looked in the mirror and found that there was no big problem, so he picked up the broken mask next to him and wiped the bloodstains on it carefully. No matter how many masks he can get in the future, the first one is always of great significance. Harry put the masks together with the clothes he wore today, and planned to take this mask that can no longer be used back with him when he went home. Although it can no longer be used, it is still worth keeping. Harry sat on the only chair in this base, leaning his head back against the back of the chair, and his golden brown hair fell on the edge of the back of the chair. The gauze on his face was too noticeable, and Harry realized belatedly that Bernard should be worried about his injury. Go back later. I can call Bernard and tell him to rest first. At least Bernard can sleep well tonight. I also have a night to repair my wound so that it doesn't look so bad. Batman and his team found the detector. There were still traces of Death Shooter's blood on it, but he was gone. Are there any clues in the surveillance? Batman asked Red Robin in the Batcave first, but as expected, he got a reply that there was no trace. There must be a reason why the detector went in this direction. Batman believed that Death Shooter's base should be nearby. Luthor must not have hired him to assassinate the Green Goblin simply. He had to know what else they were going to do. Recently, we have been closely monitoring Gotham, especially this area. Gotham has been calm for a long time this time, Just like a pot of boiling hot oil, but before the ingredients are put into the pot, you can never know what kind of violent turmoil it can cause. Before Harry made the decision to stay at the clock tower base, he never thought that he would wait for Batman. Harry, who had called Bernard and said he would be back later, had just pulled down half of his tights when he heard the door of the secret passage being pushed open. He subconsciously picked up the pumpkin bomb and aimed it at the door, then saw Batman with a cold face. It had been a long time since Harry came back. Batman came here only after seeing Harry still here from the surveillance. Before he pushed the door in, he did not think that Harry was just changing clothes, or even half of them. Both of them were obviously a little surprised by the current situation. Batman even stood there reluctantly because turning around and leaving now would make the situation more awkward. However, it was difficult for others to see the embarrassment from his face, just like Harry could only see whether Batman was angry or not, and nothing else could be seen. But just being able to see whether he was angry was enough. At least he could be sure that Batman was not in a bad mood to the point of being angry. No one could be angry at what was in front of them. The tights were just stuck on Harry's hips, revealing his waist and abdomen with obvious muscle lines, which looked slender and powerful. Under the not very bright lights of this base, his skin seemed to be glowing with a warm luster. Batman looked away, but with his excellent memory, he could recall everything even if he wasn't looking. He had to focus on other things, such as Harry's health was much better than when he first returned to Gotham, and even better than the last time he saw him. Batman still remembered how thin Harry was at the beginning, and his health was slowly getting better. He suddenly felt relieved to find this. Harry pulled the tights that had been taken off to his waist back again. If he had a clear conscience, he should have taken off his clothes and put on his regular clothes beside him instead of putting on half-taken clothes like an idiot. Condemning himself in his heart, Harry finally put on his clothes in a silent atmosphere and walked in front of Batman. Regarding the issue of having sex first and then being together, it should be in the next few chapters. Because it's the first time I write it, I'm not sure how it will be locked, so I'll warn you in the previous chapter. I hope you can see it in time. Also, a long time has passed in the morning. I'm late again, screaming. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 82. Batman came here to see how Harry's injury was, and to continue what he had not finished saying. As for why Harry allowed a man who wanted to kill him to point a gun at him, Batman did not think Harry had any reason to do so when he could clearly make himself safer. Batman still remembered how negative Harry was when he had a genetic disease. He had used his own life as bait to lure out the mastermind who intended to kill him. He got himself drunk knowing that excessive drinking would cause emotional ups and downs and trigger the genetic disease. He seemed to have shown contempt for his own life from the beginning. But Batman thought it was just a compromise under helplessness, and the incurable genetic disease made him indulge himself more, but now it seems that this is not the case. When the serial killer scratched his neck and almost injured the external carotid artery, he could tear his own wound with his own hands for a transcript. Batman was just angry at his fussing and not caring about his body at the time, but now it seems that it is not the case at all. He is more of a hidden careless person who does not care about his own life. But many times, he could feel the courage of Harry, which was unique to young people, that was not afraid of failure, whether it was when he risked everything to test the uncertain potion on himself to save his life, or when he was constantly learning and improving his night patrol, or when he fought against Superman disguised as himself. He was not afraid of facing an enemy stronger than himself. But it was more obvious in his feelings. Batman believed that he had not given Harry even a little hope, but he still showed no signs of giving up. Perhaps it was these that confused Batman's senses. He never thought that Harry would have such a negative behavior in a place he could not see. He was so contradictory, with extreme care and indifference mixed together for his own life, and hope in his negative attitude towards life. What exactly led to his condition? How is your injury? Batman thought a lot in his heart, but looking at Harry with blood oozing from the bandage on his face, he finally said this sentence first. Harry was still in the awkward mood, but he tried his best to act as if he didn't care about the situation. It's okay, it won't leave scars. Batman's previous guess in Harry's file was that he had a stronger recovery ability than ordinary people. Now this is basically certain, but the specific extent still needs to be observed. Then, regarding the previous question, I want to know your answer. Batman could see that Harry didn't want to talk about this topic, but he needed to know why Harry was like this. Just now, he had made up his mind to say it outside, and now he was a little hesitant when facing Batman again. Knowing that Batman would not alienate himself for such a reason, he still couldn't help but worry. In the final analysis, it was because of his lack of confidence in himself, and even less confidence in his importance in Batman's heart. But no matter what, Harry would not deceive the person he loved about important things. Harry hesitated for a moment, and moved his eyes from the side to Batman. I once injected a drug to cure a genetic disease. At that time, in order to prevent failure, I even asked you to help. Batman certainly remembered, and he even remembered more than the drug. That potion was not developed to cure genetic diseases. It is actually a body-strengthening potion. Harry suddenly realized that he had concealed this matter from Batman a long time ago. Fortunately, he still had a chance to confess. It can maximize the potential of the human body, whether in terms of strength or in terms of senses and nerves. Batman had also deduced these based on his own observations. But most importantly, it strengthens my body's self-healing ability. Harry continued, the genetic disease is constantly destroying my body. I am getting weaker day by day, but there is no medicine to cure this disease. You mean, your genetic disease is not really cured, but is constantly being repaired? Batman heard the implication of Harry's words, and he began to worry. What if this balance is broken? No, in general, the healing ability can even have spare energy to heal other injuries of the body after repairing the damage caused by the genetic disease, so there is no need to worry about this. Harry was still quite sure about this, but he felt a little relieved by the concern expressed in Batman's words, and the rest of the words were not so difficult to express. This drug has side effects. It may change a person's temperament, but I am lucky to have avoided this side effect. Harry is indeed lucky. He has avoided this side effect twice. The only price for my genetic disease to be cured and even gain great power is the occasional loss of control. Batman has some guesses about this. Harry was obviously out of control when he was kidnapped by the Joker, but there was the effect of laughing gas at that time. Has he lost control at other times besides this? Batman's memory does not have a very uncontrollable scene, and even the time when Harry detonated the cargo ship cannot be said to be entirely his fault. Many times, Harry did not want to recall. I would be dominated by anger and want to destroy uncontrollably, just like just now, I wanted to break the man's neck. What's the solution? Batman believes that the next step to discovering the problem is to think about how to solve the problem. Since Harry has been in control all the time and has not even been discovered by himself, he believes that Harry must have a corresponding solution. Still looking. This sentence is not wrong. Harry has not found any other way except Batman appearing in front of him, but if he says this, Batman must regard himself as his responsibility. Harry was already trying to control himself. He didn't want to become a problem that Batman couldn't get rid of. I wanted to restrain myself tonight through a certain degree of pain. Harry finally explained the reason why he let the gun point at him tonight, but when the time came, I began to regret it. You always show up in time. Harry was surprised and unbelievable when he saw the batarang. But Batman didn't think that his appearance was timely enough. He should have discovered all this before Harry was ambushed. If Harry hadn't dodged the bullet that shot at his brain, he would have only had time to see Harry's body falling from a high altitude when he found out something was wrong. The bloody mask fragment was still in his universal belt. The panic and fear that suddenly rose when he saw the fragment were still clearly visible. Perhaps he should think seriously about what Harry Osborn meant to him. While he rejected Harry's feelings, he hoped that Harry would have more expectations and demands of him. He hoped that Harry would ask for more from him, whether it was a sense of security or trust, or even more attention and protection. He finally found that he didn't mind giving more to Harry, and was even happy about it. But Harry was obviously very restrained in asking Batman for something, and Batman also realized belatedly that the only emotion Harry asked for from him was rejected. Now is not the time to think about these things. The more important thing should be to solve the problem of Harry's loss of control. Batman always has reasons to avoid some problems he doesn't want to face. Where is B? After Nightwing and Robin returned to the Batcave, they found that Batman, who drove the Batmobile, had not returned yet. He should be faster. Red Robin was still arranging surveillance in an urgent manner and obviously had no time to pay attention to Batman's whereabouts. Alfred, who had completed his work tonight, noticed the direction of the Batmobile. Batman may be worried about the Green Goblin's injury. He should be with Mr. Osborn. To be honest, Alfred was a little surprised and a little relieved. Batman took the initiative to find the injured Green Goblin. It seems that he is not so stubborn about this matter. He changed 2 titles in 1 sentence. Nightwing only felt that Alfred liked Harry Osborn very much. However, it was not easy for someone to admire Batman so much. Even Nightwing, who had just met the Green Goblin, could not have any bad feelings towards him. What's more, there is really nothing to hate about him. But more than that, Nightwing still needs time to deepen his understanding. Dick will leave Gotham and return to Bloodhaven tomorrow. In order to never miss any news from Gotham again, he finally rebuilt the disbanded family group. Although this group chat received a boring evaluation from Damian, Dick himself was quite happy. Zia Hong, add Jason in as well. Don't you think he won't quit the group immediately? Quit and then add him in. Good idea. The word count has dropped sharply. I can only write 2 chapters a day. Also, the group chat on the copywriting finally appears. Chapter 83. Batman looked very worried when he returned to the Batcave. Nightwing guessed that he was worried about the Death Shooter and Luthor. Maybe I need to take a few days off to stay in Gotham. If Nightwing could hear Batman say I need you to him personally, he would be willing to pay all his salary for it. So Batman, who was worried about Harry's mental problems, remembered more things to worry about. No need. Now they had no idea about Luthor's arrangement. They only knew that the plan might be about the Green Goblin. Even if Nightwing stayed, it would not change anything. What they needed more than manpower was intelligence. After Batman left, Harry might have some concerns. He did not continue to change his clothes, but chose to wear the tights under his regular clothes. Although it was strange and awkward, it was much better than encountering some embarrassing scenes again. Just like just now, it was obviously an unintentional coincidence, but he was damn worried that Batman would misunderstand that he heard the movement in the secret passage and did it on purpose. After all, no one else would come here at this time except Batman. But an Osborn would not do such a thing as seduction. This was the only thing that he didn't want to be misunderstood at all. Although he knew he was thinking too much, Harry couldn't help letting go of his emotions. It felt good to say what he had been hiding all this time, and he was even luckier that the people he liked didn't hate him because of it. Even the vague sense of guilt that had been there all along disappeared completely. Maybe he discovered it himself, or maybe he didn't, but the relationship between him and Batman was so delicate. Between him and Batman, he was as transparent as a piece of crystal, while Batman was still a cold pond covered by the night. Although Harry was so frank compared to him, he still often worried that he had not done enough. He was so strict with himself that he even felt uneasy about hiding a little, but he didn't seem to have any extra requirements for Batman. He never took the initiative to test Batman's identity, never tried to remove his mask, and never touched all his secrets except being Batman. It is undeniable that Batman is calm and reliable. He always appears in time when Harry needs him, but he is still an elusive cloud to Harry. Except for the lost communicator, he can't even take the initiative to contact Batman. The distance between him and Batman was getting closer and closer, but the closer he got, the more he could feel the gap between them that could not be filled. Harry had never liked someone so much before. He didn't know how to express his love, so he could simply give everything he had to fill the gap between them, but at the same time, he looked down on his feelings so much that he didn't ask for anything in return from Batman. After almost shaking out his secrets, Harry not only didn't feel uncomfortable, but even felt very relaxed. About 10 minutes after Batman left the base, Harry also left here. The sky outside was beginning to turn white, and it was late enough for him to go back tonight. Sitting in the driver's seat of the black business car, Harry sincerely hoped that Bernard had gone to rest. After all, when he came out of the base just now, he glimpsed his face in the mirror and it was really not good. The destroyed mask was placed in the storage compartment in the car, where Harry could reach it with just one hand. Even though a lot of things happened after seeing Batman just now, he still remembered to bring the mask back. The assassination tonight did not cause him much harm. If we ignore the added value of this mask, Harry only had a scratch on his cheek, but this does not mean that he can let go of the person who wants to kill him. Especially when the other party may still intend to cause some trouble for Batman. But there is a limit to what Harry can do. Maybe he should listen to Batman's ideas tomorrow. Batman has roughly figured out some directions. No matter what Luthor's original purpose is, if he has any intentions towards Gotham, maybe he should step up his defense against Arkham. There is no time to rest. Everyone in the Batcave has started new work, including Nightwing, who will return to Bloodhaven in the afternoon. Red Robin is setting up a new monitoring network. Alfred and Nightwing took the task of checking the monitoring after the computer was completely unable to filter out the dead shooter. Robin is responsible for monitoring Arkham for any unusual movements. As for Batman, he is speculating on the situation that may be encountered next, and by the way, he has completed the file on the Green Goblin. The body has excellent recovery ability and is in danger of losing control. It is especially easy to lose control under attacks against the senses, such as laughing gas, fear gas or mean gas, to be determined. The restraint method is unknown. If Harry suddenly lost his mind in the chaos, with his explosives reserves, the situation would be completely out of control, and Batman would have a headache. But because of this, he remembered the mask he promised to make for Harry. Maybe he should spend more time on the mask, at least make it more durable. Tonight, Harry seemed to be really sad because the mask he gave him was broken. It was obviously just a mask that could be replaced at any time. He only spent 40 minutes to make it. It has no meaning, just a simple mask. In Arkham Asylum, the Joker has always been a criminal under close surveillance. In most cases, he will be tied up in a special white straitjacket and thrown in the room, but even so, he can still take the opportunity to make some scary noises, such as making his creepy laugh. He was very quiet tonight. The guard who was changing shifts wanted to open a bottle of champagne to celebrate the rare silence tonight, if he had any. The absent-minded guard stood outside the door made of rails. Inside the door, a man in an orange prison uniform and tied with a straitjacket sat on a chair with his back to the door. Black hair could be vaguely seen in his mottled green hair. If you turn to the front, you can see that he is tied to the chair with his eyes closed and his face pale. Under the pale light in the Arkham cell, the man who was tied to the chair without breathing had green paint dripping from his forehead. One by one, green sticky water stains flowed down from the top of his head, adding more horror to this already depressing room. Tonight was the best day for Luthor in recent times. He stood in front of the French window of the office on the top floor of the repaired Lextech building, looking at the direction of Gotham, which was still shrouded in dark clouds even in the early morning. Deadshot completed the task perfectly, creating chaos enough to divert Batman's attention. Luthor was still wondering whether the death or injury of the Green Goblin would be enough to divert Batman's attention, but he didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Luthor is good at hiding the real purpose under each means. His purpose of going around in circles is not just to find a fledgling Green Goblin. The Green Goblin and the Deadshot are at most tools for him to achieve his goal. His goal was to point to the root of the matter from the beginning, Batman. As for the best means to avenge Batman, it must be said that his ideas may not be as good as the Joker's. But in other words, the Joker is Luthor's answer to this question. It was just one night, but Batman felt that what he experienced tonight was far more mentally exhausting than simply staying up late to work or patrolling at night. When the sun rose, he rubbed his eyebrows, put down the work at hand, closed his eyes slightly, and leaned back in the chair to relieve fatigue. However, some thoughts always appear when they shouldn't appear. What does Harry Osborn mean to Batman? He is not just a trustworthy companion, and it is difficult for him to see him simply. If there is no 15 years between them, the sudden thought seems to be rooted in Batman's heart. What if there is no 15 years between them? Maybe that night, they would not stop at a kiss. Everyone, let's continue after breakfast. Alfu had already gone upstairs to prepare breakfast. They had been busy all night, and they needed to relax both physically and mentally. Batman was interrupted by Alfu's voice. "Can I have a cup of strong black coffee today?" Tim felt that he needed this. Dick stretched his body and said, "I need one too." Damien was full of energy. Just monitoring Arkham could not consume too much of his energy. He had rested enough when studying. "You should be ashamed of your weak constitution." They followed Alfu and left one by one. For the first time in a long time, Batman took off his mask and called Harry as Bruce at this time. He was stuck in the middle of the day. Chapter 84. Harry's bedroom curtains were tightly closed, and the morning sun couldn't get in at all. Because of the injury on his left face, Harry sent a text message to Felicia at about 5 in the morning before going to bed, asking for a week's leave, although he didn't need the assistant's approval to not go to the company. "Harry, who didn't plan to get up early, lay on his side in bed with a quilt in his arms, his right face slightly sunken into the pillow, and his injured left face exposed. Only his shallow breathing could be heard in the quiet room. Even Bernard didn't wake him up for breakfast because Harry came back too late yesterday. For Harry, it was a calm and peaceful morning. But the peace soon ended with a sudden ring of the phone. When the ring suddenly rang in the quiet bedroom, Harry was almost awakened instantly. He closed his eyes and fumbled for the phone next to him, dragging the phone to the pillow before opening his eyes. Harry first saw the note, Bruce Wayne. Then he looked up at the time displayed on the phone, 7:30 in the morning. Bruce would call him after 7 in the morning? Harry got up from the bed, thinking that if Bruce didn't have something urgent to talk to him about, then he must be asking for revenge for waking him up a few times in the morning. Harry yawned as he answered the phone. His voice was a little hoarse because he had just woken up. Good morning, Bruce. When he heard Harry's obviously sleepy voice, Bruce, who had just taken off his hood, realized how early it was. It seems that I woke you up. Good morning, Harry. Compared to Harry, whose voice was sleepy, Bruce, who had not slept all night, seemed much more awake. Compared to this, I want to know what prompted you to call me at 7:30 in the morning. He was still sleeping at 10 o'clock before. It was difficult for Bruce to explain why he made this call. On the one hand, he refused Harry's approach as Batman, and on the other hand, he was a friend who could share his thoughts as Bruce Wayne. But using Bruce's identity to test Harry's opinion of Batman, Bruce found it a bit difficult to speak. I may have encountered some problems, about emotional issues. Harry took a breath of cold air when he heard this. What kind of emotional problems would make Bruce Wayne worry? Although feelings are indeed troublesome, that's Bruce Wayne. Maybe you want to hear my opinion. Harry may have a little gossipy mind, but for Bruce, who comforted him, he also wanted to help him solve his troubles. In short, it should be easier to solve than his liking Batman, right? I want to know, how did you find out that you like Batman? Although this question is suspected of cheating when he asks it himself, it is very important to Bruce. Bruce, do you have someone you like? This is the first thought Harry had after hearing this question. Maybe. Bruce listened to Harry's still hoarse voice. When the identity of Batman was properly hidden by himself, the feelings he had been denying suddenly emerged. Bruce knew himself very well. After saying this sentence that was equivalent to admitting his previous denial was not so firm, and the troubles in his heart seemed to have an explanation. Maybe I really found that I liked him when I realized that he was different from everyone I had liked before. Although Harry had only liked Mary Jane before, it still did not prevent him from making a comparison. It was hard for Bruce to say who he liked, but, have you liked many people? Is it important? Harry thought he couldn't compare to Bruce in this regard. If you want to know, I liked a red-haired girl. It didn't matter. It was normal to have someone you liked. Bruce didn't mind this. In comparison, he cared more about himself who asked this question just now. It was not difficult for Bruce to admit that he liked Harry Osborn, but it was still difficult for Batman to accept. He had been going through the step of confirming his feelings for a long time, but it didn't mean that he could accept the love of a boy calmly. Give Harry some more time, maybe he will soon realize that his feelings are not right. There is not only the age issue between them, but also family and even their respective identities. Anyway, let's talk about it later. Bruce was going to say something to Harry, but he had heard Dick and the others coming back, so he subconsciously hung up the phone. Harry, who was suddenly hung up, reacted for a long time. Who asked who about the relationship problem? The one who encountered the problem didn't say anything, but he said a lot. Too little sleep will indeed have a great impact on people. Harry realized this very deeply at this time. Because his brain did not react in time, he did not have time to ask about the gossip he was curious about. I must ask clearly next time we meet. Thinking about this, Harry covered his head and fell asleep. Bruce, who hung up the phone, also noticed the group chat that Dick invited him to join. The group chat only had 2 letters BF, just like the one they disbanded before. Bruce paused slightly and agreed to Dick's invitation to join the group. In addition to him, Dick, Jason, Tim, Damian, and Alfred were all there. But Jason's icon was still gray. Dick and the others didn't wait for Bruce to come up after breakfast, so they had to go back to the Batcave with a sandwich and coffee for each person. You still have to take a break occasionally, don't push yourself too hard. Tim put the plate next to Bruce, who had started working again. In fact, Bruce's work made no progress, but he did not refute Tim's words. A little bit of guilt that shouldn't exist but did exist locked his mouth. After a short rest, they started working again. The surveillance in Arkham has shown no problem since last night, but Bruce thinks that this place still needs to be closely monitored. On the other hand, it is not easy to track down the whereabouts of the deadshit. In Gotham, it is very easy to hide oneself. However, Bruce still took out some spare time in his busy schedule to make a new mask. Since the Green Goblin did not say that he would recuperate at home tonight, he would definitely appear during the night patrol. At least before the Green Goblin solves his unstable mental condition, this gas mask is necessary. Harry, who slept until noon, rebandaged the wound on his left face in front of the mirror in the bathroom, and walked out of the room with heavy steps after a lot of entanglement. Bernard, who had prepared lunch, just went upstairs to call Harry to get up, and the two of them met in the corridor. "Your face is injured." Bernard saw the large piece of gauze bandaged on Harry's face. It looked serious. Perhaps he called last night to tell him that he didn't need to wait for him in order to conceal his injury for a while. Bernard's tone was not harsh, nor did he seem angry because of Harry's concealment last night, but Harry still felt guilty for not protecting himself. "It will heal in 2 days, I promise." Bernard had long thought that there would be such a day. Harry would be injured in a place he didn't know, and would be threatened in a place he couldn't see. Maybe he should think of a way to avoid this. At least when it happened, he should be able to get the news in time and try to do something for Harry. Bernard was silent in his own thoughts. Harry thought he made Bernard sad. "Bernard, I'm sorry, I will protect myself in the future. No need to apologize to me, Harry." Bernard couldn't bear to see Harry feel guilty about anything. "You are protecting others, I should be proud of you." As for protecting Harry's safety, Bernard thought it was not only Harry's job, but also his responsibility. Lunch was spent in such a silent but thoughtful atmosphere. Harry needed to replenish the pumpkin bombs he consumed last night, so he went to the basement with Bernard. The original laboratory had been completely converted into a weapons storage room. The multi-layer transparent glass display cabinets placed against the wall were neatly arranged with pumpkin bombs. Harry picked out some and put them in a large backpack, intending to take them with him when he drove at night. "Bernard, in order to prevent someone from following the Green Goblin to the Osborn family, I think you should also carry some weapons with you." Harry saw his face covered with the gauze reflected in the glass display cabinet, and suddenly remembered the assassination last night. His mask was half broken. "I wonder if the killer would recognize his identity. Not only will you worry about me, I will also worry about you." Bernard knew the usage and effect of these pumpkin bombs very well. He made them with Harry in his spare time. "I will pick some bombs to carry with me." The pistol is also a weapon that Bernard always carries with him. His shooting skills are not bad. At least he has no problem dealing with villains like Calendar Man or Kite Man. "Let's keep more gas masks at home." Harry, who remembered his broken mask, suggested, "and firefighting, this is also very important." Jason woke up at noon and saw the extra group chat on his phone. After clicking in, he said "Tisk" unhappily, and then left the group without hesitation. Dick, the group leader, received the reminder soon, but at this time he was on his way back to Bloodhaven, so Jason's withdrawal from the group was not discovered by the others who were busy. Bruce has already made the mask he promised to give Harry. Overall, it is more durable than the previous one, but due to time constraints, the function is still limited. But in order to make this mask before the night patrol, he had to do it this way. The afternoon passed quickly. In order to prevent possible dangers, the Batman family moved up the time of the night patrol a lot today. Bruce tried to contact Harry with the old communicator but failed. He checked the location and found that the old communicator was now in the clock tower. It seems that Harry did not carry it with him. For safety reasons, Batman set off early and rushed to the clock tower and put the new mask on Harry's hang glider. This story seems to be over. If nothing goes wrong, I will continue with the update tomorrow. Chapter 85. Dead shit has appeared. The supercomputer in the Batcave has been constantly comparing and screening all the people under surveillance. If there is a suspected target, it will issue an early warning, and Alfred will compare these suspicious people and confirm their identities, and then immediately inform Batman and Robin who are on night patrol. Of course, Red Robin also participated in the night patrol tonight. Where is he? Batman was sitting in the Batmobile and asked immediately after hearing Alfred's words. A route map with a fast-forward speed appeared on the screen of the supercomputer. Alfred looked at the end of the route. It is approaching Arkham quickly. At this speed, he will arrive in 10 minutes. Their purpose is indeed related to Arkham. Notify Red Robin and Robin. Batman has not yet met up with the two of them, and now he has turned directly to Arkham. At this moment, they can't contact Harry, and they don't have time to find him, but if the influence of Arkham expands, it will naturally attract the Green Goblin. The best thing is of course to stop the riot in Arkham before it is provoked. In Arkham, Harley Quinn is trying to persuade Poison Ivy. Ivy, I need your help. But it's not you who needs help, Harley. Helping Pudding is helping me. He needs me now. Facing her blind good friend, Ivy covered her forehead inside. What does the Joker need from you? Does he need you to attract Batman's attention so that he has time to arrange his own little game with Batman? He's just too bored. Harley completely ignored what her good friend said, and he asked me to do it. I can't let him down. Just this once. Yet, the pale-skinned Harley Quinn excitedly pounced on Poison Ivy, who had long red hair. Ivy, you're the best. Poison Ivy touched Harley's different colored hair and glanced at the Scarecrow who had just come in. Why did you agree to help the Joker? The Scarecrow took back his mask of unknown material and put it on his head again. He said he could find Harry Osborn for me. The sweat that old Osborn secreted when he was extremely scared was a rare and good material for Scarecrow. He wanted to know if Harry Osborn's sweat had the same effect, but he had already failed once. This time, someone was willing to send little Osborn to him, just to ask him to do a trivial favor. What's wrong with that? It was obviously difficult for only a few of them to hold Batman back, not to mention that Robin was always with Batman, and perhaps there were two other birds. That's why we need this. Scarecrow took out his latest fear gas. Someone sent the materials in a few days ago. Someone is helping the Joker. Poison Ivy guessed. Or someone is using him. Scarecrow was more inclined to use. Hey. Harley Quinn didn't think so. It's Pudding using others. Even if half of the guards here are infected with fear gas, I don't think we can stop them for a long time. Why don't we make the scene bigger? Poison Ivy was just confused, not really wanting to start an Arkham riot. This was not a good thing for her. Let that group of people draw all of Batman's attention away. Scarecrow shook his fear gas concentrate in a good mood, looking forward to the arrival of Harry Osborn. Besides, the Joker is not a very popular guy. He can't find so many people willing to play with him. You are quite normal when you are not crazy. Poison Ivy thought what he said made sense. Death Shooter has come to the vicinity of Arkham. There is no suitable place for ambush here, so he went directly to the gate of Arkham. Luthor's new additional task is to let him rush to Arkham tonight to help some mental patients escape from prison. It is very troublesome, but fortunately he has given enough. However, Luthor said that he would let Death Shooter teach the Green Goblin a lesson, but in fact it is not that simple. It is the same tonight. Death Shooter can hide or move in Gotham to focus Batman's attention on him for a short time, creating a good cover for some secret actions. Letting Death Shooter to assist in the prison escape tonight is more to lure Batman here in advance. Even the few people who were going to escape tonight were just a trick of the Joker and Luthor. Luthor wanted to take revenge on Batman and the Green Goblin, and the Joker could do that. The Joker wanted to make Batman suffer or collapse, and Luthor could make his game more interesting. The two of them hit it off immediately, and a fragile and short-lived alliance with different minds was established some time ago. The lock of the Arkham gate is not a traditional iron lock. It requires a special password and program to open it. Deadshot can't do this. Besides, his injuries have not healed yet, and at most he can only provide some remote fire support. However, he came at the right time. Before he even had time to act, chaotic screams were heard in Arkham. Climbing up the outer wall Arkham from the outside, Deadshot set up his gun. This time, the guards in Arkham were prepared, and Scarecrow's fear gas did not cause widespread chaos. Although some people were inevitably infected, it was much better than last time. However, his partners were not the waste Black Mask, but Poison Ivy and Crazy Harley Quinn who got the vine seed. Thick vines came out of the wall of the ward in Arkham Asylum, and opened the ceiling of the steel cage. The guards who were infected with the fear gas were attacking indiscriminately, while those who were not infected with the fear gas were knocked unconscious by the vines and tied up and thrown aside. Where did the vines come from in Arkham? A guard shouted in despair. How the hell should I know? I was about to ask Scarecrow why he still has fear gas. They dodged the vines that were thrown at them. Who the hell is responsible for checking the incoming and outgoing items? The vines protected Poison Ivy and blocked all the bullets shot at him for her. Ha 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 ha! Harley Quinn swung a steel pipe that she broke off from somewhere, dodging the guards' attacks and hitting their heads with laughter. Soon she grabbed enough bullets and 2 pistols. Scarecrow's role was very limited. He had knocked down those he could knock down. Next, he just had to hide and wait for the matter to be over. There are many guards left, and Harley Quinn may not be able to hold out for long, but she is protected by Ivy's vines, so she has not been injured so far. As for the deadshot on the wall, he found that these people did not need his help to escape the prison. In such a chaotic scene, Batman, Robin and Red Robin finally arrived. They first saw the deadshot on the wall, and of course the deadshot also saw them. The gun aimed at Arkham quickly pointed outside Arkham. When Batman got out of the driver's seat, a bullet was already coming towards him. After dodging the bullet, he saw Robin rushing up with a knife, and Red Robin followed closely behind. Master Harry, be careful. Bernard saw Harry carrying a backpack full of bombs and walking towards the parking lot, and suddenly a wave of worry rose in his heart, perhaps because the scab on his face was too conspicuous. I will, and you too, Bernard. Putting the backpack in the trunk, Harry drove the low-key black commercial vehicle towards the clock tower, passing by several white vans on the road. Sitting in the driver's seat of the first car was a familiar figure to Harry, with dull green hair, pale skin, scarlet cracked lips, and an excited light in his dirty green eyes. The cars behind were filled with people wearing clown masks, each of them carrying weapons, and the faces under the masks were even more twisted than the masks on their faces. The Joker has gathered so many people in just one day of escaping the prison. It seems that a bad enough villain will never lack supporters in Gotham. Bernard had just sent Harry away and returned to the hall when he suddenly heard the doorbell ringing at the gate outside the courtyard. Since Master Norman left, there have been no visitors to their house, except for the last time Gordon and his friends came. Who is it this time? Turning on the video call next to the doorbell, Bernard originally planned to take a quick look at who it was and send the person away if it was not important. Unexpectedly, the palm-sized video interface only showed half of the face, with pale skin and scarlet lips. Bernard recognized the owner of this half-face at a glance. No one in Gotham doesn't know him, a crazy criminal, the Joker. Hello, is anyone there? The Joker was very close to the camera, and Bernard could clearly see his yellow teeth. If you don't open the door to welcome the Joker, then we'll have to go in by ourselves. The Joker said as he stepped back a few steps, revealing the Joker gang members following behind him, who were holding guns and eager to try. Bernard was not going to let these lunatics enter the Osborn family's territory, as they would mess it up. Joker, you are not welcome here. A stern voice came from the microphone at the door, and the Joker seemed to hear something funny. Ha 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 ha, let me guess, isn't little Harry here? Sure enough, he came to find Harry. Bernard took out all the pumpkin bombs that he had prepared here for safety this afternoon, and took out his pistol gun by the way. Harry had to be notified of the Joker's visit anyway. He put the bomb aside, took out his mobile phone, and while paying attention to the movement outside the door, he quickly dialed Harry's number. But in the time it took to dial the number, someone had already installed a bomb for blasting on the fence next to the iron gate of the Osborn family. After a violent explosion, Bernard watched them blow up the fence of the Osborn family, which was neatly decorated with green plants and bouquets. Without waiting for the call to be connected, Bernard rushed out of the hall with all the bombs and pistols, and hid himself in the green plants in the courtyard. Harry was not far away when the explosion came, and he was about to answer the call from Bernard. The violent explosion successfully made him drive the car to the side of the road by mistake. Harry looked back and saw the billowing smoke coming from the direction of his home. After a moment of panic, Harry quickly answered the still ringing phone. Bernard. Bernard. Harry shouted loudly, but he never heard Bernard's response. Damn it, Harry suddenly turned the steering wheel back, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and rushed back. Explosions came one after another from his own house. Harry was so nervous that his face turned pale, and his hands were shaking slightly while driving. It's almost there. Chapter 86. Things got to this point, and the Gotham Police Department finally received the news from Arkham. Gordon immediately led his men to Arkham. Dick, who had just returned to Bloodhaven to work the night shift at the Bloodhaven Police Department tonight, had just finished a cup of coffee when he suddenly heard their leader sigh. I heard that the mentally ill person imprisoned in Arkham in Gotham escaped again. He shook his head and said, Gordon will be busy. Before he finished speaking, Dick put the coffee cup on the table and rushed out. "Richard Grayson. What are you doing?" Dick, who ran away, heard his boss's roar from behind him, but Dick was worried about the situation in Gotham and didn't even bother to ask for leave before he got on his motorcycle. If it was normal, he would certainly not be so anxious, but what happened last night, and Luthor was also watching from behind, he had a hunch that tonight would not be too simple. Robin and Red Robin have dealt with the dead shit on the wall. Since he was injured, he was not very able to resist. Now they have entered Arkham. Robin swung his knife to cut off the vines. Batman took out a special herbicide from his universal belt and was about to join the fight against Poison Ivy. Seeing that Poison Ivy had always been very measured, he would not be too harsh. At this time, Alfred suddenly told him that there was an explosion at the Osborn's house. There was an explosion at the Osborn's house. What? Not only Batman, but also Robin and Red Robin were a little shocked. However, the two of them were less worried. There was no need to question Harry's ability. They didn't know that Harry had the defect of being easily out of control, so they didn't think anything serious would happen to Harry. But Batman was different. He had to worry more. Was there still someone targeting Harry, and perhaps they had discovered the identity of the Green Goblin? How many of the reasons for the unrest in Arkham today were to make the Green Goblin alone? Batman habitually thought about the worst possibility. He frowned, but the movement of spraying herbicide on his hand did not slow down at all. "Hey, little bat." Harley Quinn had used up all the bullets in her gun, and simply threw away the gun and swung the steel pipe again. Batman saw Harley Quinn rushing towards him, and kicked the steel pipe out of her hand with a heavy kick, and then knocked her out with an elbow when she rushed over. Because Batman was holding the herbicide, Poison Ivy's rescue of Harley Quinn did not work in time, but even though she had been knocked out by Batman, Ivy continued to do what Harley asked her to do. "Harley Quinn is here, where's the Joker?" He didn't think Harley Quinn would give up following the Joker and choose to escape alone. What made her make such a choice? "The Joker is not here, I'll go inside to check." Batman saw Red Robin next to him, so he said to Red Robin, "Leave it to us outside, don't worry." Red Robin took the herbicide thrown to him by Batman, turned around and knocked out a struggling guard with a stick. Batman looked around the chaotic area and indeed did not find any trace of the Joker. So in order to confirm the Joker's current state, he crossed the sweeping vines and ran to the prison area. On the way, he knocked out a scarecrow who was hiding behind the wall and looking around. The Joker was imprisoned in a very inner part of Arkham, and Batman was already very familiar with the way there. The guards who were awake had gone out to suppress those who tried to escape, so apart from the guards who were poisoned by fear gas, he did not meet anyone else along the way. It was not until he saw a person tied to a chair with his back to the prison door through the railing that Batman's ominous premonition finally came true. There was a faint stench here, and he could smell that it was the smell of a rotting corpse. The person inside was obviously not the Joker. Batman walked in and looked at the man with dark green paint dried on his face. It seemed that he had died at least 24 hours ago. Last night, the Joker escaped from prison. Thinking of this, Batman immediately turned around and rushed out. There was an explosion at Osborn's house. He was almost certain that it was the Joker's trick. He had already found Harry. Although the Joker may not know the direct connection between Harry and the Green Goblin, he knows the difference between Harry very well. He knows Harry's excellent skills and physique, and may even have guessed the effect of his laughing gas on Harry. Batman really can't imagine what the Joker intends to do with these. After Harry drove home, he saw people wearing clown masks lying on the ground in front of his house, and some pumpkin bomb shells were scattered on the ground. Most of these people were seriously injured, but they did not die directly. Seeing them, Harry had guessed who found his home, the Joker. At the same time, he saw several white vans parked outside, and even remembered how he had just passed by these cars. Harry clenched his fists and immediately realized that the Joker had not left. The fence next to the gate was blown to pieces. Harry stepped over the Joker gang members lying on the ground and rushed in from the blown fence. The situation inside was much better than he thought. The green plants in the courtyard were more or less affected by the explosion, but the houses further inside were not affected at all. However, there were still many Joker gang members unconscious on the ground along the way. Harry didn't need to look for it deliberately. As soon as he rushed in from outside, he immediately heard the clown's extremely ugly laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha, do you want to guess whether Harry's back?" followed by heavy beatings and Bernard's painful groans. Clown. Although he couldn't see Bernard's condition through the bushes, Harry still shouted the clown's name angrily. The clown was even more excited when he heard Harry's voice. He threw the shovel he picked up aside and immediately walked in the direction where Harry's voice came from. Turning around a red maple, the clown saw Harry holding a pumpkin bomb. "Harry, don't worry." The clown didn't seem to worry that Harry would throw the bomb at him. Instead, he called Harry's name affectionately. "Think about the old butler who has done so much for you." Harry frowned and saw Bernard pushed out with his wrists tied. There was someone behind him with a gun against his back. Bernard always kept his clothes and hair neatly arranged at all times, but now he was covered with his mouth. His silver white hair fell on his forehead, his face was covered with blood, his clothes were covered with dust, and there were even obvious footprints. "What do you want to do?" Harry's brain was buzzing. The clown dared to threaten him with Bernard. There should be a second game between us. The clown's green eyes like a quagmire were glued to Harry. He approached Harry without any care, took out the pumpkin bomb from Harry's clenched palm, and then walked behind Harry and whispered in his ear, "Cooperate with me, Harry." There was no choice. Harry was not sure that he could save Bernard safely from these people. The clown casually threw the pumpkin bomb he had taken from Harry aside, then took out the stun gun from his arms, turned on the switch and hit Harry's waist hard. A severe soreness and numbness swept Harry's body, followed by severe pain. He should not be affected by the stun gun, but Harry was almost knocked to the ground instantly. The last thing he saw was Bernard's eyes widened in anger. The Joker, who had guessed about Harry's special physique, of course did not use an ordinary stun gun, since Luthor provided the weapon anyway. Taking the recorder from a man wearing a clown mask, the Joker wanted to leave clues for Batman who was about to come here, so that the game could proceed better according to his own wishes. "Dear little Bat, it's time to choose one of two. An innocent family of 4 was tied up in a warehouse next to Millerport, and the innocent Harry will be taken to an abandoned toy factory in the western suburbs. At 11 o'clock in the evening, wherever you appear, it will be detonated. If you don't show up, both sides will be detonated at the same time. Ho ha ho 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 ha ho ha, looking forward to your choice." Hanging the recorded recorder on the door, the Joker dragged the tied-up Harry and threw him into the back of the van, and the seriously injured Joker gang members were abandoned on the spot. Wherever Batman goes, it will be detonated. The Joker imagined his plan and almost cheered for Batman's collapse in the near future. Although Poison Ivy was still creating chaos after Harley was knocked unconscious, she had no intention of continuing to attack, especially since her vines were constantly being destroyed. Gordon arrived at this time, and Batman was eager to find Harry. He left the situation here to Red Robin, and then immediately drove the Batmobile away from here, all the way to the direction of Osborn's house. The white car carrying Harry was already on the way to the abandoned toy factory in the suburbs, at the westernmost part of Gotham. To get there from Osborn's house, they had to pass through the East District of Gotham. Originally, they didn't need to stop, but the family of 4 in the Joker's message had not been caught yet, so he parked the car at the entrance of the alley and randomly found 2 people to get out of the car to catch them. A 12-year-old boy saw Harry Osborn's face flash by when the car door opened in the dark night, and hid in the gap between the trash can and the corner of the wall with his mouth covered, not daring to move. Chapter 87. Batman rushed to Osborn's house as fast as he could, but there was no trace of Harley and the Joker there. Even Harley's butler was gone. Only the seriously injured members of the Joker gang were lying all over the floor. But the recorder left by the Joker was very conspicuous, and there was even a bright red smiley face painted on it. Turning on the recorder, Batman frowned and listened to the Joker's words. Now it was only 20 minutes before 11 o'clock in the evening. Harley and his family of 4 were in an abandoned toy factory in the west of Gotham and in Miller Harbor warehouse in the east. Wherever he went, there would be an explosion. "Where are Robin and Red Robin now?" Batman asked Alfred, who had listened to the recording with him. "We just left Arkham. Whether we go to the warehouse or the toy factory, 20 minutes is not enough." There was no time to hesitate now. If Batman really didn't show up on either side at 11 o'clock, both sides would be detonated together. What's the choice? What's the choice? Harry also thought the same. He had been awakened by the Joker pouring a bucket of gasoline on him. His black single-layer sweater was tightly attached to his skin. The muscle weakness caused by the electric shock gun was still there. At the same time, he was bound in a posture that made it difficult to exert force, so it was difficult to break free from the rope. The Joker kept telling Harry the rules of the game he designed, emphasizing that wherever Batman came to, there would be an explosion. "Harry, do you think Batman will choose to save you?" The Joker looked down at the young man who was sitting next to the stone pillar and was in a mess. Harry didn't know, but it was highly unlikely. If he hadn't been vigilant enough, Batman wouldn't have fallen into such a boring choice. Moreover, Harry's eyes swept over Bernard, who was knocked unconscious on the ground not far away, and then swept over the family of 4 who were tied to the pillar at the door with their mouths sealed with tape. Bernard didn't have to suffer this. It was because he didn't kill the Joker last time that led to this situation today. The pungent smell of gasoline came from every corner of Harry's body, and transparent gasoline kept dripping down his hair. Is there really anyone in the warehouse in Miller Harbor? Harry felt something was wrong when he saw the family of 4 tied up at the door. The Joker grinned upon hearing this question and said in a matter-of-fact tone, "Of course not. You can witness with your own eyes that Batman chose to let you die for 4 non-existent people. Ho ha ho ha." The boy ran very fast in the alleys of Gotham's East District. Harry Osborn was caught by the Joker, and he seemed to be a friend of the Red Hood. The boy felt that he should tell the Red Hood about this. As a super supporter of the Red Hood, the boy who had been paying attention to the Red Hood and occasionally following him happened to know where the Red Hood would be tonight. He rushed to a bar that secretly sold drugs to nearby schools with a clear goal. The bar was in a mess. The guests had fled for their lives at the beginning, and those who stayed to fight the Red Hood were all knocked down by him. I said, "Whoever dares to sell to children will die." The Red Hood's jacket was splattered with a lot of blood. He stepped hard on the owner of the bar, who was also the one who dared to violate his rules in his territory. I. The man in the white suit was lying on the blood-spattered ground, and seemed to want to quibble, but before he could even say anything, the Red Hood had already pulled the trigger. After a gunshot, the man shut his mouth completely and never had to speak again. "For scum like you, don't worry about the old bat's no-killing principle." The Red Hood kicked the corpse away and walked out of the bar. The Red Hood, who had just walked out of the bar, saw the boy running towards him panting. He still remembered a boy, who seemed to be called Carol. Seeing that the boy was looking for him, the Red Hood stopped where he was. "What are you doing here?" The bloody smell on his body did not scare the boy, but the boy's eyes looked at him more brightly. The Red Hood was a little annoyed by his gaze, but the boy's next words completely diverted his attention. Harry Osborn was captured by the Joker. Without saying a word of nonsense, Crowell directly told him about Harry being taken away. "When did it happen?" The Red Hood asked him immediately. "Just now, I saw them driving a white van, and it seems that they also took someone else away." "Damn, isn't Harry Osborn the Green Goblin? How could he be caught by the Joker? Do Batman and the other know?" After Red Hood told the boy to go home quickly, he took out his cell phone and called Red Robin. Red Robin and Robin had just learned about the situation from Alfred, and they were obviously in time. But at this moment, Red Robin's portable phone vibrated. Red Robin, who was riding the Batmobile, obviously had no hands to answer the phone. "Robin." "TT," Robin said, while taking out his cell phone from Red Robin's belt. What serious matter could it be to contact Red Robin at this time? Harry Osborn was caught. The next second after the call was connected, Red Hood asked this question directly. There was not much else to communicate between them for the time being. "How did you know?" A voice that was more childish and proud than Red Robin came from the phone. "Tisk, why is it you?" Red Hood. Red Robin, who was riding a bicycle, heard the voice coming from the phone. Robin placed the phone very close to his head. "Now only you can help Batman." They repeated the game that the Joker said to Red Hood in full, and then told Red Hood the location of Batman. However, just as Red Robin was talking to Red Hood, Nightwing's voice suddenly came from Red Robin's communicator. "Hey, did you forget about me?" Nightwing just communicated with Red Robin and listened to the general situation when Red Robin explained the situation to Red Hood. "I am very close to Millerport now, you can leave it to me." "B, did you hear that?" Red Robin was now reluctantly relieved. "Yes," Batman responded in the inside line. Batman was originally rushing to the abandoned toy factory in the western suburbs. Before 11 o'clock, wherever he went, the bomb would explode, but he could not and would not choose to go to the Millerport warehouse to save Harry. Even if he chose to go to the toy factory where Harry was, it did not mean that he would watch Harry die. He would save him. Batman was going to the abandoned toy factory in the western suburbs, just like the Joker. He also had to pass through the Eastern District. When he drove the Batmobile through the deserted road, he saw Red Hood riding a motorcycle parked in front of him. The moment the Batmobile drove to this road, Red Hood also started his motorcycle and drove in front of the Batmobile to the western suburbs. There was no communication between them, but they knew each other's intentions. Batman attracted the Joker's attention, and Red Hood attacked unexpectedly. Harry tried to break free from the ropes on his body, but the joints on his arms were completely locked, and he couldn't use any strength at all. It had only been a few minutes since he was thrown here, and the powerlessness caused by the stun gun was gradually fading, but Harry felt that it would take some time to break free from the restraints by himself. His brain was still buzzing, and the regret of not killing the Joker last time gradually accumulated in his heart. Harry suddenly groaned, and the Joker was stepping on his chest. The Joker originally tried to find a handy weapon in the toy factory, but there was nothing here except dust and a steel bar that was too long. He couldn't find anything he could use to hit people. The Joker would not miss the opportunity to torture Harry after staying in the Arkham Intensive Care Unit for several months. The time waiting for Batman was just right for him to vent his anger and kill time. "Harry, we had a lot of fun last time." The Joker kicked Harry in succession, and then grabbed his hair and slammed him against the wall. "I also hope you can feel happy today." The tide Harry had instinctively curled up under the Joker's constant attacks. He gritted his teeth and didn't cry out in pain. The vision in front of him was dyed red by the blood flowing from his head, and the wound was even more uncomfortable when it came into contact with gasoline. Bernard, who had fainted on the ground not far away, had vaguely regained consciousness and was completely awake when he saw Harry being grabbed by the hair and thrown against the wall by the Joker. He struggled to take out a needle from his sleeve, and frantically rubbed the hump rope tied to his wrist, while staring at the Joker's back. 10:55 at night, the Joker stopped to check the time, his tone showing both the excitement of intense exercise and the anticipation of Batman's arrival. "The little bat is coming soon." Harry fell to the ground. Apart from the wounds on his forehead and the back of his head, he did not feel that his body's mobility was affected. The Joker deliberately did not attack his body and limbs. Why? However, it just so happened that the ropes that bound Harry had begun to loosen during the Joker's violence just now. Harry would soon be able to break free. This time, the Joker would not let the Joker go. Seeing that the time was almost up, the Joker turned around and walked to the bomb next to him, turned on the camera next to him and aimed it at the entire empty factory area, and then took the bomb and shook it in front of Harry. "Harry, do you remember this?" Although his eyes were blood red, Harry still recognized it. This bomb had the same appearance as the last laughing gas bomb. Judging from the Joker's appearance, it should still be a laughing gas bomb. Harry still remembered the last time he was completely out of control. "What do you want to do?" The Joker looked at the family of four tied to the pillar next to the gate with fear and tears on their faces, and then turned to look at Harry. "Batman is coming. What will he see? Crazy Harry Osborn, and the poor family killed by your own hands." The Joker became more and more excited. "I can already imagine the pain of the little bat. Ho ha ho ho ha ho ha." Use the video later as a Christmas gift for the little bat this year. Maybe the Joker only knew that his laughter could make Harry lose control, but Harry, who was already on the verge of losing control, was completely unable to think after hearing the Joker's plan. His eyes gradually turned scarlet, perhaps because of the blood, or perhaps because of extreme anger. His mind told him to kill the Joker. His heart told him to kill the Joker. Taking the initiative to let his body be dominated by instinct and anger, Harry's struggle became more intense and more unconcealed. However, the Joker was about to let him go and leave here, but he did not stop him at all. The Red Hood jumped onto the beam of the toy factory amid the Joker's laughter, and just happened to hear what the Joker said. "This scumbag is still as hateful as ever. Even if Batman stops him this time, he swears that he will not let the Joker go easily." And Bernard is about to break free from the hump rope around his wrist. He has moved to the side of the steel bar that the Joker just disliked. He will use this steel bar to pierce his head. Does the Joker want to die? Chapter 88. In order to ensure that Harry Osborn, who lost control after being intoxicated by laughing gas, could maintain his mobility, the Joker didn't even break Harry's limbs just now, which was a great kindness. In order for Batman to arrive here and see Harry Osborn killing people, the timing must be just right. By the way, if there are some subordinates who can serve as consumables waiting at the intersection, it will be easier to grasp the time. Therefore, When the Joker received the news that Batman was coming from his subordinates at a certain intersection 1 kilometer away, he realized that the time was up. He approached Harry with a bomb, looking as if he was ready to detonate at any time. Red Hood realized that it was time for him to take action. He aimed his gun at the Joker's hand, holding the bomb on the beam at the other end of the toy factory, with his finger on the trigger. Bernard had already cut the rope on his wrist when the Joker received the message from his subordinates. When the Joker walked towards Harry with his back to him, he had already stood up and raised the steel bar with a sharp end. Red Hood saw Bernard's actions, but he didn't think an ordinary person could hurt a Joker with a steel bar. And Harry, he had broken the rope when the Joker came over, but the broken part was under him, so the Joker was completely defenseless against him. The three attacked the Joker almost at the same time. Red Hood shot at the Joker's arm, holding the bomb to prevent Harry Osborn from losing control again after he detonated it now, while Bernard used a javelin posture to stab the Joker's neck with a sharp steel bar in his hand. He just wanted to kill the Joker immediately. The sound of the gunshot was very obvious in this empty factory area. The Joker almost dodged to the side at the moment the gunshot sounded, but the bullet still cut his sleeve, and the steel bar that followed scratched his neck and continued to stab forward. At the same time, Harry completely broke free from the ropes that bound him, kicked the Joker, who looked back due to an accident, and then caught the steel bar that passed over him and threw it again in the direction where the Joker fell. These things happened almost at the same time. Before Red Hood even had time to shoot again, the Joker had been kicked out. The bomb fell to the ground. Although no one deliberately turned it on, it still activated the countdown switch under the collision. But strangely, the countdown showed that it would be 5 minutes later, not a few seconds or even shorter. Laughing gas would not affect the Joker. He could leave calmly under the laughing gas, so why was the countdown so long? But it didn't matter anymore. Harry didn't need extra laughing gas to make him lose control. Bernard was comforted that Harry was safe and sound until he saw the steel bar thrown by Harry pierced straight into the waist of the Joker, who was kicked and fell to the ground. The Joker was stabbed through the body and nailed to the ground. There was cold sweat on his face due to the pain. If you look closely, his muscles seem to be trembling, but he is laughing. Ha 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 ha. Harry, with red eyes, quickly approached the Joker, who was nailed in place. The blood in his eyes painted his vision blood red. He was stimulated by the Joker's laughter, and his desire to kill the Joker was constantly strengthened. Bernard almost ran to stop Harry. He could kill the Joker, but Harry couldn't. The Red Hood on the beam was shocked by the scene that was reversed instantly. When he saw the Joker being nailed to the ground, he actually thought, if the old bat sees Harry Osborn kill the Joker, wouldn't the Joker's goal be achieved as well? His body rushed out before his head. He wanted to stop Harry Osborn before Batman came here. The Red Hood was very fast, but he was too far away from Harry. Although Bernard was not far away, he did not catch up with Harry. So they could only watch Harry pull out the steel bar stuck in the Joker's body with force, and blood splattered all over Harry's body. They watched the Joker's smiling face gradually enlarged, and watched Harry hold the steel bar in both hands and stab the Joker's eyes. This is what Batman saw when he broke into the toy factory. Harry, along with his voice, there was also a dark batarang, which flew towards Harry's raised arm. Batman's voice was shocked and disapproving, and this rebuke was very clear in Harry's ears. The batarang then passed through Harry's arm, bringing out a string of warm blood, but his arm holding the steel bar did not waver at all. Stop. Batman finally finished the second half of the sentence. The killing intent was surging, but the sharp steel bar in Harry's hand stopped on the Joker's head, and he could no longer continue. The evil thoughts could not be suppressed, but the behavior was still controlled, from Batman. The Joker's joy froze on his face, and even the shrill laughter stopped. So boring. He slightly raised his forehead to meet the attack and lay back on the ground. The nervous Bernard finally breathed a sigh of relief, and he stood there panting. The Red Hood also relaxed a little because the Joker's hope was dashed, but then he was annoyed by his inexplicable thoughts just now. He did not move forward, but turned to the door to untie the family of four tied to the pillar and let them leave here. Blood flowed down Harry's forehead, and the wet sleeves on his arms were cut, revealing pale skin and scarlet blood. Batman finally came to Harry's side, and he pulled Harry, who was standing on the Joker and still holding the steel bar, down. The steel bar fell to the ground with a crisp sound and rolled on the ground for several circles. Harry, soaked in gasoline, lowered his head. Batman could see many wounds on his head and footprints covered in dust. The hand holding Harry's arm loosened, and Batman lifted Harry's face. Gasoline mixed with blood left marks on Harry's face. His eyes were red, and he looked angry and aggrieved. Batman opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. "I'm sorry, but..." Harry took a step forward and rested his forehead on Batman's shoulder. There was no more piercing laughter in his ears, and no more buzzing and severe pain in his brain. Things seemed to be over here, and the bomb on the countdown not far away was finally about to reach 0. The Joker's eyes fell on the countdown display, and he pulled up the corners of his mouth after seeing the 2-second countdown. Boom! The moment the countdown reached 0, the bomb suddenly exploded, and the flames swept the hot air and instantly filled the entire factory. After the explosion, Batman kicked the Joker to the door, and at the same time tore off Harry's clothes that had already started to burn, wrapped him in his cloak and rushed out. Red Hood and Bernard also moved quickly and ran out. They rushed out quickly before the explosion completely destroyed the factory. Harry's clothes on his waist were ignited at the moment of the explosion because he was covered with gasoline. Fortunately, Batman reacted in time and tore off the burning clothes at the first time, and then protected him under the fireproof cape. A second before running out, Batman even remembered to kick the Joker at the door out. The entire toy factory was completely blown up in front of them. Batman still wrapped Harry tightly in his arms. He frowned and was afraid of the thrilling situation just now. If he hadn't arrived, would Harry be burned to death here? What interrupted his thinking was the arm around his waist under the cape. Harry's skin was stinging from the flames. Although the clothes that were on fire were removed immediately, the skin on his waist was still burned. He hid in Batman's cape and felt the heat waves rolling outside the cape. No matter what time, it is safe enough to be with Batman. Harry uncontrollably wrapped his arms around Batman's waist, and all the evil thoughts in his heart were extinguished. Red Robin and Robin arrived here at this time. They had already contacted Gordon, and Gordon was on his way after arranging the follow-up issues of Arkham. "Is everything okay over there?" Dick came here immediately after seeing the empty warehouse, but halfway saw the flames rising to the sky here, and his voice rang out in the Red Robin and Robin's inner line. But the two of them had just arrived. "What's the situation?" Red Robin walked to the side of Red Hood. Except for the Joker and Harry Osborn, no one was injured. Red Hood was still looking in the direction of Batman. Even when answering Red Robin's questions, he did not take his eyes off Batman holding Harry Osborn. But he was wearing a hood, so Red Robin could not see it. "Where's Harry?" Red Hood ignored him and turned to Osborn's butler. "How old is your young master?" Red Hood asked casually. "Is he 20? Bernard was about to go to Batman to pick up his young master, but when he saw Red Hood, he patiently answered his question for his help. "Yes, he is already 20 years old." Fortunately, Red Hood calculated in his heart that even if he included the 2 years before he was resurrected, he was only 19 years old. "Your group chat." Red Hood stopped Red Robin, who was about to go to Batman. "Pull me back." The question on Red Robin's head was about to pop up, but he was still very happy, of course. But why? Wait to see the joke of that dicky bird. After saying this, Red Hood turned and left, walking towards the Joker, who was lying on the ground not far away, looking very impatient, but it was hard to tell what expression he had under the hood. A small gas tank was rolling next to the Joker, and the outer surface of the gas tank was painted with an arrogant smiley face. It seemed that this was the laughing gas he prepared for Harry Osborn, and the bomb was a real bomb. The Joker, who had a waist injury and was kicked twice in succession by Batman, could not feel the existence of his body below the waist. He tried to get up, but could not do it at all. Ha 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 ha. This time it was the Red Hood who laughed. The Joker was useless. It would be better to watch him paralyzed for the rest of his life than to kill him. Batman noticed the situation here, but the temperature here was too high, so he put Harry and his arms into the Batmobile first. Bernard followed beside him and did not say anything. Friends, you know what the title means at 12:10 at night. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 89. Harry sat in the Batmobile with his upper body naked, his pale skin covered with red marks from burns and bruises from beatings. Through the car window, He sat quietly in the passenger seat and looked at Batman standing outside. Just seeing him can help him regain his lost sanity. Staying where he can see him, he is no longer afraid of being hurt. But the Joker caught his weakness and used it against Batman. Is his love a burden to Batman? The sirens of the Gotham Police Department and the emergency calls of the Gotham Central Hospital ambulance sounded immediately. Batman walked to the Batmobile. Bernard was always beside him. He handed his coat, which he had taken off long ago, to Batman, who was about to open the car door. Seeing Bernard's actions, Batman realized Harry's current situation. He paused, took the clothes, and then opened the car door to block the hot wind. Harry was looking up at Batman. The scars on his side face had not healed yet, and his forehead was injured more. His pale skin looked even weaker against these many wounds. There were bloodshot in his eyes. His gray-blue eyes were no longer pure, but the dependence and trust contained in them were not damaged at all. Batman took a glance and saw all the bruises on Harry's body. He guessed that the Joker would not let Harry go easily, but he didn't dare to think about it on the way here. Without doing anything else, he handed Bernard's clothes to Harry. Did I cause you trouble? Harry took the clothes from Batman, and the scars on his arm that were cut by Batman were still bleeding. No, and never. Batman wanted to answer like this, but looking at the only sharp wound on Harry's body, he couldn't justify it. There was no need to throw the batarang at Harry. He should have been alert to this kind of thing. He hurt Jason and hurt Harry under the same circumstances. Batman remained silent until Harry was taken away by the ambulance. The Gotham Police Department took the Joker away, and also took away all the members of the Joker gang who participated in this incident, including those who fell in front of the Osborn family. That night, Harry was admitted to the Gotham Central Hospital. The Joker was also sent back to the Arkham Treatment Center. Although everything was planned by the Joker, this incident was extremely bad and even implicated the Osborn family. Harry Osborn was seriously injured in this incident, so the investigation of this matter has not ended. In the hospital ward, Bernard put a bunch of newly received lilies into the vase. Don't worry, Master Harry, I'm just going to the police station to cooperate with the investigation. Take the Osborn family's lawyer. Harry had a bandage on his head, and the wound on his face was also treated quite properly. I will. Forget about the flower arrangement. Harry looked at Bernard, who decorated the entire ward very warmly, and now he even wanted to put fresh flowers. I will be discharged soon. Even for one day, this bouquet of flowers will be happy because you have appreciated it. Very good. Harry, shut up, and try not to refute Bernard's words. The Joker's injury caused quite a stir in Gotham, especially in Arkham. In order to confirm the authenticity of the incident, Harley Quinn even made a scene in Arkham and escaped from prison several times. Poison Ivy couldn't stand her request every time and joined her escape plan. Therefore, Batman and Robin were very busy these nights. In addition, some Joker fans in Gotham City even launched several protests because they couldn't stand this result, but most of them were suppressed by the Gotham Police Department, and there were many bloody incidents. The successive occurrences of these events completely caused a carnival in the media, from the reports of the Joker's injury and paralysis to the love-hate relationship between Harley Quinn and him, and from the reports of the Joker's self-inflicted suffering to how influential he was. Fortunately, the victim this time was Harry Osborn, and the Gotham Police Department and all those who knew about it were ordered to keep silent about it. Of course, Harry also paid a lot for this. But for him, money can buy silence is simply the best. The Batcave received a video sent by Red Hood, which was recorded by his hood that night. The video was not complete. When the Red Hood arrived, Harry had already collapsed to the ground after being beaten by the Joker, but the part about Harry and Batman was recorded in full. Crazy Harry Osborn, and the poor family you killed. I can already imagine how painful the little bat is. Ha 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 ha. In the Batcave, Bruce frowned and sped up the video. He clearly saw how angry Harry became after the Joker said these words. Even when he was beaten, he remained rational, but after hearing these words, he began to lose control. Bruce didn't know how he should feel. He was happy that Harry was angry about this, but he was annoyed by his loss of control. The video continued to play, and it had reached the part where Harry pulled out a steel bar from the Joker before Batman arrived. His eyes were red and there was no reason in his eyes. Until Harry raised the steel bar high up, the look of being ready to go was completely unimaginable how to stop him. But the moment Batman called out his voice, Bruce could clearly see that Harry's movements became hesitant. The stinging pain from the batarang didn't stop him, but Batman stopped it. The video was still long, but Bruce knew what happened next, so he watched the screen in front of him silently, recalling the content of the video just now. It was not until the video began to replay automatically that he opened another folder. The last time this file was edited, it was about the Green Goblin's loss of control and how to control it after losing control. And the box for how to control the Green Goblin after losing control clearly stated that the method of restraint was unknown. Now Bruce deleted this sentence and changed it to Batman. Before it was fully discovered that his body's recovery speed was much faster than that of ordinary people, Bernard finally agreed to let Harry go home from the hospital. The Osborn family had been completely restored to their original state during Harry's hospitalization. Whether it was the blown-up fence or the trampled flower bed, they were all exactly the same as before. "It's a good thing you're here, Bernard." Harry was very impressed. Bernard completely blocked the Joker and his gang of crazy followers from the Osborn family, and protected everything his father left behind to the greatest extent. "This is also out of my will." Bernard's feelings for this place are the same as Harry's. He can't bear to see it destroyed. "Are you going to go on night patrol next?" Bernard thought of the injuries Harry might get outside, and it was difficult for him to say anything to support him. Harry didn't know whether he should go or not. He still remembered the questions he didn't get answers to. Did he cause trouble for Batman? After a few days of recuperation, Harry's injuries in the explosion have almost healed. Now there are only large light red marks on his waist and abdomen. I believe he will be fully recovered in a few days. The bullet scratch on the side of his face and the bump scar on his head have also recovered. This is due to his body's self-healing and the special medicine developed by the Osborn Group. Harry lay in the bathtub, and every pore of his body was relaxed in the warm water. Because he had to recuperate a few days ago, he had not taken a complete bath. Tonight, he finally took off all the gauze wrapped around his body. After the Joker incident, Harry never saw Batman again. He just read about the chaos in Gotham in the newspapers, and then watched the chaos subside. Every night when Harry was alone, he could not help feeling depressed. Batman never took the initiative to find him in these days. Harry thought that the answer to that question might not be what he wanted, so Batman did not say it directly. Thinking too much would only make him more sad, especially when he had no intention of giving up his love for Batman. Coming out of the bathroom, Harry casually wrapped the dark blue silk belt of his nightgown around his waist, holding a glass of whiskey with ice balls, and hesitantly walked to the closet. He remembered that Batman left a cape here, and he hung the cape properly in his closet. Opening the closet that he usually didn't organize, sure enough, a large black cape was hanging in the corner of the closet. But what could he do even if he was there? Should he take it back to Batman? Harry raised his head and drank the cold wine in the glass, turned around, picked up the bottle on the table, and walked to the terrace. The feelings between adults are always clear at a glance. From the moment Batman pushed him away, he should have known that his feelings were not recognized or accepted. But Harry closed his eyes and leaned silently on the backrest of the black leather sofa, holding the bottle tightly in his hand. There were not many people around the Osborn family, and it was extremely quiet at night. It was a scene that he had long been accustomed to, but Harry felt that the silence at this time made him particularly irritated. After closing his eyes for a long time, Harry finally sighed and opened his eyes, and walked back to the bedroom with the bottle in his hand. He put the whiskey on the low cabinet at the head of the bed, turned around and walked to the open wardrobe, and carefully took down the cloak hanging in the corner. "I'm really crazy," Harry said hatefully. He wore a dark blue nightgown, hugged a black cloak, lay back on the pure white bed, and then closed his eyes and covered himself with the cloak in his arms. The ceiling light in the bedroom has been turned off, and now there is only a warm yellow night light illuminating the area near the bed. Harry likes warm yellow light, which makes him feel warm. Even lying flat, this large black cape can completely cover Harry's body, but he still curled up on his side and hugged the extra half of the cape in his arms. Just a cape abandoned by Batman, it still has the magical power to soothe Harry's nerves. The irritating silence is blocked outside the cape, leaving only strong heartbeats and calmness. Batman has been dealing with Arkham's problems these days. He will not allow himself to think about Harry until all the escaped criminals are caught. The explosion that day undoubtedly hurt Harry. Although it was only a superficial injury, burns have always been difficult to recover, and there are also injuries on his body. In short, Batman has been worried for many days. Even though he knows that Harry has a strong ability to recover, he still can't help but think of the scars on his body. Maybe he doesn't want to admit it, but the fact is that he wants to see Harry. In the endless night, Batman landed lightly on the terrace outside Harry's room. The light in the bedroom was not bright, and Batman guessed that Harry had fallen asleep. He continued to walk over there until he saw the open sliding door to the terrace, then he frowned. The weather in Gotham was not good at night, and Harry should close the door before going to bed. Just come to take a look, Batman said to himself. He stepped through the terrace door with a little hesitation and walked into the bedroom. Then he looked up and froze in his place when he saw the scene in the bedroom. Under the warm light, in the middle of the pure white bed, Harry was half hugged by a black cloak. Most of his body was covered under the cloak, and his dazzling white arms were across the pure black cloak, which made Batman have the illusion that he was holding him in his arms. Just come to take a look, but why can he only take a look? Harry heard the footsteps coming towards him in a half-asleep state. He quickly became alert, and began to get nervous because the footsteps were too familiar. It was the original owner of the cloak covering him. Under the cloak, Harry's body was stiff. He didn't expect Batman to come, so what was he like now? How to explain to Batman that he didn't do anything strange? Harry opened his eyes in the dim light, and Batman had already walked to the bed. The warm light made Harry's gray-blue misty eyes more brilliant, and Batman was fascinated by the dependence in these eyes all the time. "Let me see your injury." Batman's voice was different from usual hoarseness. Harry loosened his cape stiffly and let it spread flat on the bed. He slowly moved to the bed and stepped on the carpet barefoot. He wanted to say that his injury had recovered, but perhaps he was too worried about this issue, so he said, "Have I caused you trouble?" "No." Batman looked at Harry, who was standing in front of him, very close to him. "Never." The distance between them was very close, and Harry didn't notice it at first, but Batman's hoarse and low voice seemed to ring in his ears. Is this a hint? Or is he thinking too much? Harry felt that the atmosphere seemed to be heating up. He looked at Batman's pale lips. After being pushed away once, he didn't dare to do anything casually. But the next second, he was already held by the back of his neck, and he slightly raised his head due to Batman's force. They just pressed together and kissed lightly, but the impatience instantly filled Batman's body, urging him to do something else. Why should he endure it? Batman saw the messy cape and could no longer restrain his desire. So the kiss began to intensify. He should have done so long ago. Listening to the whimper between his lips and teeth, Batman grabbed Harry's neck more forcefully. The rationality of the two seemed to dissipate in a deep kiss, but Batman was always concerned about his identity under the mask. He just kissed Harry and didn't go any further. Harry untied his robe and pulled out the dark blue laces. The robe that was no longer bound had no time to spread out, and was pulled back by Batman. "No." In a hazy state of consciousness, Harry heard Batman's hoarse voice to stop him. It was obviously a rejection, but these two words seemed very ambiguous while swallowing. As if knowing Batman's concerns, Harry pushed his chest armor to free himself from Batman's arms. The lights were dim, and Harry's lips were rosy. He held a dark blue silk lace between his slender fingers. Under Batman's gaze, he wrapped the lace around his eyes, completely blocking his vision, and finally tied a tight knot behind his head. "This way, I can't see you," Harry explained with an unsteady breath. "So, don't worry about your identity being exposed, don't have to have any worries, just do what you want to do now." The dark blue lace was wrapped around Harry's eyes, completely covering his eyes and his admiring eyes. But even with his eyes covered, his trust and dependence on Batman was still revealed from every part of his body. The moment he was laid on the cape, Harry seemed to hear the sound of the armor falling on the carpet. It was undoubtedly a risky and irrational behavior to completely entrust his senses to another person, but if this person was Batman, Harry believed that he would always take risks and not hesitate. Harry was willing to face a man whose identity, face, and age he didn't know with such an unreserved attitude, but he still had his own fears. He hid his trembling hands and buried his instinctive fear of the unknown. Then he felt the warm skin and the soothing kiss on his cheek. Because he couldn't see with his eyes, he could only feel with his hands and trace with his skin. He felt the cloak under him and the burning temperature. Harry was entangled and injured in a fuzzy consciousness. Bernard knew that Harry had been suffering from insomnia recently, so he came to Harry's door late at night with a glass of milk. He was about to knock on the door, but there was a suppressed sob in the house. The subtle sound seemed to be infinitely amplified in the completely silent space. Bernard put down his hand that was about to knock on the door, turned around and left silently with the milk. Who else could it be to come to Osborn's house in the middle of the night without going through the front door? Bernard pushed open the door of Osborn's house and walked out. After a circle, he saw a Batmobile parked in the corner. He knew it was like this. Harry's injury had not fully recovered. Batman has taken off his mask, and Bruce's blue eyes are looking at Harry on his cloak. There are traces of dark liquid on the dark blue laces, and Harry's uncontrollable tears are completely absorbed by the laces. Bruce kisses Harry's covered eyes gently. The moonlight shines in from the window and disappears from the window. The black cloak has been dyed wet in a few times. The sky gradually turns white, and the cool wind is blowing into the bedroom from the terrace door that was not closed last night. Bruce holds the sleeping Harry in his arms, but he is not sleepy at all. What happened is really unexpected. He didn't plan this. Looking at the laces still tied on Harry's eyes, Bruce rubs his forehead painfully. Rub your hands. Can you receive a lot of comments? Chapter 90. It was almost dawn, and Bruce didn't have much time to hesitate. If he wanted to confess his identity to Harry, he should have confessed before he took off his clothes last night, and stopped Harry when he covered his eyes, instead of telling him afterwards that your legs were wrapped around your best friend's waist last night. Just thinking about this scene, Bruce couldn't help but want to blame himself. Perhaps this was not only a test for him, but also for Harry. It might be even more difficult to accept. In short, it doesn't matter when to confess your identity, as long as it's not on the morning of the same day after sleeping. Gently moving the arm covered with red marks across his chest, and pulling up the quilt covering Harry, Bruce quietly and silently got off Harry's bed and put on his armor one by one. The damp black cape was thrown casually on the carpet last night, and Batman's hood fell next to the stained cape. He picked up the hood and put it on again. Turning his head to look at the sleepy Harry, Batman finally turned around and left the bedroom. The sliding door that had been open all night was finally closed before dawn. After the door slid open softly, there was no more breathing in this bedroom. Harry lay on the white bed sheet, his hands with red marks grabbed the folds on the bed sheet, and then immediately let go. After that, he did not move, as if he had not woken up yet. The silence, similar to last night but more irritating, instantly penetrated the closed sliding door and poured in. Harry felt a splitting headache. After a long time, he sat up with his sore arms supporting his body, and fumbled to get the wine that was placed on the bedside table last night. Maybe you shouldn't drink when you are not feeling well, but who cares? The unbearable burning sensation radiated from the inside out. Harry held the bottle and poured wine into his throat one by one, trying to use the slightly cool wine to suppress this dryness. But the wine he drank seemed to synthesize into fuel that fueled the fire in his body. Harry's discomfort was not only not relieved, but even intensified. Throwing the empty bottle on the carpet, Harry curled up and lay back on the bed. The morning light spilled into the bedroom, onto Harry's flushed face and onto the dark blue tie tied around his face. When Batman returned to the Batcave, it was already empty. Everyone had been very hard working these past few days, but fortunately Gotham had calmed down. He took off his mask casually, sighed, and sat on the black sofa where Harry had been lying. Having missed the best time to confess his identity, it would be awkward to confess at any time in the future. He didn't even know if Harry could accept that Bruce Wayne was under the Batman mask. But even if he had to do it all over again, he believed that he still couldn't refuse an invitation like Harry's. Let's solve the identity issue as soon as possible. Maybe Batman should take the initiative to find Harry tonight. If Harry can't accept Bruce Wayne, this is normal, but Bruce Wayne is very good at taking the initiative. Maybe Harry doesn't mind having one more suitor. At this time, Bruce had completely forgotten what he had said to Alfred, that he would not reveal his identity to Harry. Bruce, who had made up his mind to reveal his identity to Harry tonight, stood up and walked to the bathroom. After taking off his armor and tights, he could still see the red marks left by the kiss on his chest. Bruce wore a bathrobe and wrapped himself tightly. After walking back to Wayne Manor from the Batcave, he just caught up with breakfast time. Damian and Tim were both here. Bruce suddenly remembered that today was the weekend and paused for a moment, then walked over with a normal expression. It was not strange for Batman to stay out all night. Tim looked at Bruce's attempt to cover up and found it a little difficult to understand. Even if there was a 12-year-old teenager at their table, the demon kid knew no less than him. Was there any need for Bruce to hide it? Tim, who was holding a glass of milk and seemed to be drinking it, glanced at Damien and saw that Damien was looking at Bruce suspiciously. Very good, it seems that he is not the only one who does not know Bruce's emotional state. At this time, Alfred just walked into the restaurant. When he saw Bruce sitting at the dining table, he unexpectedly raised his eyebrows. "Master Bruce, I'm sorry to see you here." Bruce looked at Alfred, regret. "Because I didn't expect you to come back for breakfast," Alfred sighed regretfully. "I thought you would at least stay for breakfast." Bruce, who was not kicked out and actually ran away by himself, was silent. Damien had a gloomy face, and the words "who is so ungrateful" seemed to be about to blurt out at any time. It was not easy to take a vacation. Damien and Tim each had things to do, so they left home quickly. Bruce didn't sleep all night, and even did some very physically demanding things. He yawned and walked to his room. "When can I meet Mr. Osborn?" Alfred wanted to ask Bruce when he planned to invite Harry to Wayne Manor. Bruce also wanted to know this question now. At least wait until he knows that Batman is Bruce Wayne. What? Alfred took another look at Bruce's tight bathrobe. He didn't come back all night, and there was no progress at all? So Alfred fell silent. Bernard didn't go to wake Harry up in the morning, because he thought Harry and Batman would need their own space. In view of Batman's protection of Harry in the Joker incident, Bernard decided to let bygones be bygones. But until noon, Harry still didn't come downstairs. Bernard sighed and decided to knock on the door. "Master Harry." Bernard knocked on the door and called Harry's name. But no one answered. Bernard, who had fulfilled his duty of reminder, pushed open Harry's bedroom door without hesitation. Before he could see Harry, a strong smell of alcohol hit his nose first. Bernard frowned and walked in, only to see the messy bed and Harry curled up on the bed. Harry's upper body without the quilt was covered with red marks, and there were palm prints on his waist. That was the place where Harry's burns had not fully recovered. And, blindfolded eyes. A black cloak was thrown on the carpet, and the owner of the cloak had long disappeared. Is this how he treats Harry? Bernard couldn't see Batman's concern for his young master here, so he decided to take back his idea of letting bygones be bygones. Harry was still sleeping, and Bernard pulled up the quilt around Harry's waist, but he was helpless with the ties tied tightly around Harry's eyes. Finally, he sighed and gave up the idea of untying it, but still touched the temperature of Harry's forehead and found that it was a little hot but still within an acceptable range. Then he silently picked up the cloak and bottle on the ground and walked out of the bedroom. When closing Harry's bedroom door, Bernard suddenly thought that if the temperature of Harry's forehead was just a low fever, according to Harry's physique, this might be the result of the fever subsiding. The more he thought about it, the angrier Bernard became. He didn't know why Harry liked Batman. It was not until 3 o'clock in the afternoon that Harry woke up under Bernard's careful care. He fumbled to untie the ties on his forehead and closed his eyes uncomfortably under the strong light. Seeing Harry's look, Bernard immediately turned around and closed the curtains. "How do you feel?" In fact, he still had a headache, perhaps because of the cold wind last night, but the half bottle of wine this morning might also be the culprit. Harry thought it was no big deal, not bad. His throat was also a little sore, and he even felt a little dry when he spoke. "Bernard, why are you here?" Harry sat up against the head of the bed and pulled a quilt that had accidentally slipped down back on his body. "If it's not me, then who should it be?" Bernard took out the throat-soothing soup that he had prepared long ago and prepared to hand it to Harry. "Batman." Although it looked like he was trying to cover his ears and steal the bell by covering himself with a quilt, was it really okay to say it so bluntly? "How did you know it was?" Since he had been discovered, Harry no longer cared about the quilt that was sliding down, and reached out to take the soup prepared by Bernard. Maybe Batman is not so worthy of your love. Although he shouldn't interfere too much in Harry's love life, Bernard really couldn't help but speak out. He couldn't stand Batman now. It's just... Harry didn't want to use a one-night stand to summarize what happened last night, but Batman left without any regrets in the morning, making it difficult for him to find other relationships to define the two of them. I don't know, maybe. He even thought that he and Batman were in love with each other last night. Maybe you should go out and make more friends, Bernard thought. All of Harry's social activities were on night patrols with Batman at night. How could he fall in love with someone like this? It's always good to get to know more outstanding young people. Even if he didn't meet someone he liked, at least stay away from Batman. In Harry's two lives, the only good friends he could call Peter, Mary Jane, and Bruce were. This was enough to show that he was not good at making friends, or he did not want to make friends with impure motives. Friends are good enough, I don't care about quantity. Bernard knew that Harry's only friend now was Bruce Wayne. Then, maybe you should ask Mr. Wayne to relax. Even if he could do extreme sports with Bruce Wayne, such as skiing, diving, rock climbing, mountain climbing, even skydiving and bungee jumping around the world, Bernard would not be dissatisfied even if he invited many girls to a yacht party. I thought that what Bernard meant by relaxation was that the two of them could simply watch an opera or have a drink together, but Harry felt his physical condition a little bit and felt that it might not be suitable to go out today, another day. At least Harry was willing to go out and meet friends. Bernard felt that with a previous experience of Batman, he would be more tolerant of anyone Harry liked in the future. After all, who else besides Batman could bear to treat Harry like this? I deleted a lot yesterday, and I felt sad. But I am very happy that I didn't have any SUO. Chapter 91. You guys go back to the Batcave first. Another night patrol ended. Gotham, which had been in complete chaos for the past few days, returned to peace. They did not encounter any serious crimes all night. On the way back, Batman temporarily changed direction and asked Robin and Red Robin to go back first. What are you going to do? Robin obviously still remembered Bruce's suspicious look at breakfast date. If possible, Batman also hoped that he was going on a date to find Harry Osborn. I think as a longtime partner, we should also go see him. Red Robin had this idea a long time ago, but he really didn't have time recently. Batman felt that it was not possible. It had already taken a lot of his determination to reveal his identity to Harry alone. If he brought Robin and Red Robin, his two children, along, the scene would be too weird. Two young masters. Alfred's voice appeared in the back line in time, saving Batman, who is retreating in his heart. If you come back now, you can still eat freshly baked cookies. Red Robin seemed to hear that this was to prevent them from following Batman. But, little Osborn doesn't have to go to see him today, I'll go back first. Robin didn't care even more. As long as he didn't go on a date with a woman he didn't know, he didn't care what Batman did at night. At the time when Batman's night patrol ended, Harry had already fallen asleep. In order to prevent well-known criminals from climbing through the windows again at night, Bernard locked all the windows in Harry's room and the sliding door to the terrace before Harry went to bed. Bernard, there's no need to do this. Harry was lying on the bed and had no say in this. You need to get a good rest. If possible, he wanted to change Harry to a room without windows, but he couldn't. Harry didn't think that Batman, who left so decisively in the morning, would show up again tonight, so he didn't stop Bernard. But after Bernard left the bedroom, Harry tossed and turned and couldn't sleep. He didn't have any picture of what happened last night in his mind, but the feeling of skin-to-skin and more intimate touch kept lingering on his perception, and he couldn't get rid of it no matter what. If Batman only thought that this was the kind of relationship between them, Harry felt that it wouldn't matter if he came twice more. But after getting some, the desire to get the other part became stronger. For example, now, he wanted to stand beside Batman in another identity, not a teammate, not a follower, not a bad partner, but a more intimate partner, or a lover. Harry lifted the quilt and covered his head, trying to force himself to go to sleep quickly, but after a few minutes, he still climbed out of bed barefoot with his head down, stepped on the soft carpet to open the patio door. What if Batman came tonight? Batman came tonight. Bernard, who was not asleep, or rather, Bernard, who was deliberately squatting, saw Batman landing on the terrace outside Harry's bedroom. He was planning to appear when Batman found that he could not enter Harry's room, and then talk to Batman. Bernard, who was waiting for the scene, saw Batman put his hand on the sliding door handle of the terrace. Next, he would find that the door was locked. Bernard was ready to wait for his disbelief. Then he saw Batman open the door. Very good, Bernard himself became the one who was in disbelief. Bernard returned to his room with an expressionless face, closed the door, and lay on the bed calmly. He should not interfere in the things that young people are willing to do. Think about it in a positive way. After all, although Batman is not responsible in terms of feelings, he is a reliable person after all. Batman opened the door of Harry's room, without any sense of being uninvited, and walked in quite naturally. Compared with last night, at least the scene he saw after entering tonight was very ordinary, but under the illumination of this dim yellow light, It seemed that everything could be tinged with an ambiguous color. However, what kind of mood you see, what kind of scenery, Batman feels ambiguous, it is completely his own thoughts. Harry has fallen asleep, should I wake him up? Batman stood at the door after he walked in, without taking another step forward. In fact, he has not thought about how to reveal his identity. He likes Harry, there is no doubt about that. He likes his shining soul, his trust and dependence on him, his ability to control his split emotions for him, and even his body that still leans close to him when he is in unbearable pain. No one can refuse Harry's wholehearted attachment, Batman thought. He is just lucky to have these. He has rejected Harry once, but now he wants to regret it. The age gap is irreversible, but he doesn't need to rush to make a choice for Harry in his heart. He will reveal his identity to Harry, and then he will be accepted or rejected and hated. He believes that no matter what the result is, Batman's true identity will never be spread from Harry's mouth. He trusted Harry enough a long time ago, but he never gave himself the opportunity to get closer to Harry. The best time to plant a tree is 10 years ago, and the second best time is now. Now it's secondary, Batman thought. He can't hesitate any longer. So Batman walked towards Harry with heavier steps. Just like last night, Harry woke up instantly after hearing the familiar footsteps, but the difference was that although there was no such embarrassing scene tonight, there was a more embarrassing emotion. He opened his eyes and looked at Batman approaching, then sat up from the bed. The quilt slid down to his waist, the black nightgown was loosely opened, and the red marks on his body that had not faded were exposed in front of Batman. Batman. Looking at Batman's silent and serious look, Harry couldn't think of what he was here for, but it was not to sleep. Harry, Batman walked to Harry's bed and knelt on one knee beside him. I think I need to confess something to you. Harry now needs to look down at Batman a little bit. With such a serious attitude, Harry can't help but think about things in a bad direction. You want to tell me that you have a lover? No. Batman didn't know why he thought of this. He was ready to say it directly. I don't have a lover at the moment, but I have someone I like and want to be with. Harry has never been sure that he is loved by Batman at any moment. He just feels that Batman came here tonight to reject him and let him never get close to him again. It is impossible to describe the feeling at this time. Harry just feels a little short of breath and dry eyes. But then, Batman squatted on the ground and straightened his body a little, and held Harry's head with his right hand and kissed him. When their lips touched, Harry was still sad that he was not liked by Batman, so he was stunned and did not respond until he felt his lips and teeth were pried open, and he was taken into a passionate kiss by Batman again. As Harry panted and his eyes were blurry, Batman pulled Harry closer to him and whispered in his ear, "Will you take off my mask, Harry?" He took Harry's hand and placed it on the side of his face, patiently waiting for Harry to reveal his true identity. So the person Batman just said he liked was actually him? Harry still felt a little unreal. He stroked Batman's mask and his smooth jaw, then raised his head slightly and leaned closer to Batman. Are you sure? Absolutely sure. Harry wanted to know the identity under Batman's mask, and he had always wanted to, but when the time came, he suddenly became a little timid. He tightened and loosened his hand on Batman's mask, as if he was also experiencing the same struggle in his heart. Batman was very clear about Harry's hesitation. You won't bring me danger, and you won't be a burden to me, Harry. Believe in yourself. Harry had once removed a person's mask like this, and it was obvious that the result was not good at that time, so he closed his eyes and made up his mind to take off Batman's mask. Putting the mask on the bedside, Harry didn't open his eyes yet, and he touched Batman's face with both hands. However, Harry, who had never been trained in this area, obviously could not find any results. Bruce grabbed the hand that was groping on his face, pulled Harry's hand down and held it in his hand. Open your eyes, Harry. It sounded familiar. Harry thought so, but before he could figure out who it was, he had already subconsciously obeyed Batman's words and opened his eyes, and then saw the blue eyes that he admired when he first saw them. Bruce. Bruce watched Harry's expectation on his face turn into disbelief. I'm sorry for hiding it from you all the time. He held Harry's hand tightly, obviously a little nervous about what he was going to face next. Bruce Wayne is Batman. This was a bit too much for Harry, just like taking off Spider-Man's mask and finding out that the murderer of his father was his best friend. Taking off the mask of the object of his love and finding out that the person who rolled with last night was his best friend? Are you kidding? Harry was a little speechless. He didn't know what to say in this situation. He thought that no matter what kind of person was under Batman's mask, he could accept it calmly, but he was wrong. Obviously he had never imagined such a situation. Bruce seemed to be waiting for judgment. Harry would accept himself or refuse. Harry opened his mouth several times but could not say anything. Listen, Harry. Bruce put his forehead against Harry's forehead and successfully stopped Harry's confused thoughts. Bruce Wayne is Batman, but the time you spent with Batman, all your contact with Batman, are real and not false. Even Bruce Wayne, apart from the identity, our communication and greetings are all from the heart. I never thought of deceiving you, although concealment itself is a kind of harm. I apologize to you for this, and if you need, you can blame me for this every day from now on. If you want, Harry, be with me and be my lover. The best time to plant a tree is 10 years ago, and the second best time is now. Dead Aid. Chapter 92. Become Batman's lover? Or become Bruce Wayne's lover? With his forehead against Bruce's, Harry could clearly see the sincerity and expectation in his blue eyes. If this sentence was not said by his best friend, Harry would definitely agree without hesitation. But, since he believed that no matter who was under the Batman mask, he could accept and love him, then why not Bruce? Bruce could see Harry's struggle, which was inevitable. He tentatively moved his forehead away a little, then slowly moved his lips closer and kissed the corner of Harry's mouth. Harry did not dodge or resist, so Bruce let go of Harry's hand, clasped his right hand on the back of Harry's head again, pulled him closer to himself, and they kissed again. When he came to his senses again, Harry was already pressed on the bed, half covered by his black nightgown, which had already slipped off his shoulders. Bruce was leaning on Harry, very close to him, his lips almost touching the corner of Harry's mouth, his voice hoarse and low. Harry. Bruce was wearing black armor, and his cape was hanging from his side. Harry felt that he was completely trapped in the bed. Familiar armor and familiar face, but the two were so separated in Harry's eyes. Despite this, Harry still felt safe and wanted to get closer. He still admired Batman from the bottom of his heart, and even began to equate Bruce with Batman in his heart. After patrolling Gotham at night, Batman's armor exuded a strong chill. Even after staying in the room for a while, it was still extremely cold. Under close contact, Harry's exposed skin gradually felt a cold temperature. So Harry noticed what kind of posture he was lying on the bed, and then remembered what he did with Bruce last night with his eyes blindfolded. Harry wanted to pull his nightgown back on, but Bruce was looking at him. No one can refuse Bruce Wayne. Although Harry has known him for a long time, the idea he had when they first met has not changed until today. When those deep blue eyes look at someone eagerly, you will be willing to give everything for him. What is there to hesitate about? Harry questioned himself. He is Bruce, and also Batman. Osborn never bothers himself. Harry sighed secretly and put his arm with red marks on Bruce's neck. Whether it is Batman or Bruce Wayne, I hope you will only have one lover in the future. Bruce couldn't help laughing. His voice was very light, and then he buried his head in Harry's exposed shoulders and neck, and his lips brushed his warm skin. I promise. No one else can be as compatible with him as Harry in both body and soul. He can experience all the happiness he should experience in Harry. His tough personality is fully accepted, and even his desire for control is infinitely indulged. The purpose of coming to Harry tonight to show his identity has been achieved. He even has a boyfriend who is a dozen years younger than him. Bruce put his arm around Harry's waist and gave him a final kiss. I should go. Picking up the mask on the bed and putting it back on, Batman is ready to leave. Do you really have to go? As Harry sat up from the bed, his robe completely slipped off. Batman's hand-wearing tactical glove slid down along his well-defined back muscles, pulling the black robe back again, and touching Harry's golden brown hair. You need to rest. Harry watched Batman walk to the sliding door of the terrace in silence. I don't need it. Hearing this, Batman gritted his teeth and corrected himself in his heart. He directly had an energetic young boyfriend. So, Bruce Wayne, can you invite you to lunch tomorrow? In what capacity? My boyfriend. Harry finally lay down with his robe gathered around him. I'm looking forward to it. Batman returned to the Batcave in a very good mood. Alfred was doing the final tidying up of the Batcave, and there was a whole plate of cookies next to him, as if they were specially reserved for the last person to come back. Bruce took off his hood and walked over there consciously. Maybe Wayne Manor can be cleaned up to invite Mr. Osborn as a guest. Alfred asked this question without giving up, hoping that he would get the answer he wanted one day. I'll try to ask him tomorrow, Bruce turned around and walked to the side with a plate, his voice sounding particularly relaxed. Alfred didn't seem to hear what Bruce said clearly. "You mean?" "I just think you're right, Alfred." Bruce picked up a small dessert and put it to his mouth. "I dare not say that everything is right, at least most of it." Alfred nodded. "But which sentence are you referring to?" "About." Bruce turned his head and looked to the side. "The sentence that Harry is hard not to like." "I'm glad to hear you admit this, but..." Alfred didn't think it would be so easy for Bruce to confess with his stubborn character. "What did Mr. Osborn do to make you admit that you like him?" Bruce also began to think. He seemed to have paid too much attention to Harry from the beginning, so there were more intersections between them. Maybe Harry didn't need to do anything, he just needs to be himself. Harry himself is enough to attract Batman, and also enough to attract Bruce Wayne. But if you want to say what he did to make Batman admit it, it might be the absolute dependence he showed. Batman needs motivation to push him to accept the love of a boy 15 years younger than him, and Harry happened to show him his absolute choice for Batman at the right time, an irreplaceable and uncontrollable choice. He restrained himself from making any inducements to Harry, but he had been completely attracted without knowing it. But the result was not bad. At 10 o'clock the next morning, Bruce went downstairs in a full suit to have breakfast. "Are you going to the company with me today?" Tim was also wearing his work suit. Although he was late, he was still drinking coffee slowly. Damien didn't realize the seriousness of the matter at this time. Bruce, who was going to go on a date soon, was silent in front of Tim's slightly happy eyes. "Tim, I feel relieved to leave the company's affairs to you." The implication was to let Tim go by himself. Tim, who understood, took a deep breath and drank the whole cup of coffee. "Father, who did you date?" Damien has always been very sensitive to Bruce's love affairs. He has reminded Bruce to be careful more than once when he went on a date. There is nothing to hide from them. Bruce thought that sooner or later they would know the relationship between him and Harry, so he simply said the name of his date, Harry. But Damien didn't think much after hearing Harry's name, and Tim just thought they were just a simple meeting between friends. Why didn't he notice it when he should have? He only said Harry's name, and didn't even add the surname Osborn. At the Osborn family, Bernard raised his eyebrows when he saw Harry wearing a neat suit and even a tie clip when he went downstairs for breakfast. "I thought you would get up later." Harry didn't know that his butler saw everything last night. He was still guessing why Bernard had such an idea. "My body has recovered very well, and I don't need to rest for a long time next." "So, are you going to the company later?" Apart from this, Bernard couldn't think of the reason why Harry dressed like this. "Tomorrow, I'll go tomorrow." Harry's diligent edges were almost smoothed out by the life of recuperation. "You are dressed so formally." "I made an appointment with Bruce for lunch." "You have to leave a good impression on your boyfriend-in-love." Hearing Bruce's name, Bernard nodded with relief, thinking that his words of persuading Harry yesterday had begun to work. Although Batman still successfully sneaked into Harry's bedroom last night, he couldn't continue to interfere with Harry during the day. "This is a good start." "A good start?" Harry nodded. Although he didn't know what Bernard was talking about, it was indeed a day worth looking forward to for him. Harry's favorite strawberries were prepared for breakfast. Harry stabbed the fruit fork into the bright red strawberries and saw the juice burst out. It suddenly occurred to him that this was not the first time he had dinner with Bruce. "You're not late today." Harry buckled himself in the passenger seat of Bruce's latest Mercedes-Benz sports car. "When did I leave you with the impression that I'm often late?" Bruce glanced at Harry, who was in a good mood, while driving the car, at least to make sure that this sentence did not carry any negative emotions. "The first time I asked you out for dinner to discuss cooperation," Harry remembered that he almost walked away. "Not only were you late, you even wore no less than 3 perfumes to the date." Bruce remembered that meeting. It was at that time that he was obviously attracted to Harry, but the lateness and perfume had long been covered up by Harry. In order to distinguish yourself from the identity of Batman, sometimes you need some ridiculous appearances. Harry guessed this. He didn't think Batman would have a lot of scandals. Bruce had paid a lot in the past. Next, how are you going to cover up your identity? He already had a formal boyfriend. He couldn't continue to spend money with beautiful ladies like before, or change his female companion every time he attended a party. "Harry, are you worried about this?" Bruce looked like he didn't care at all. "What good ideas do you have?" Harry didn't want his existence to cause inconvenience to Bruce or any of Batman's identities, but he also found it difficult to accept Bruce continuing to do the same as before. "We are in love, Harry." Bruce just said this sentence without any explanation. But in fact, "We just got together." Harry didn't know what he wanted to express. Bruce parked the car in front of the hotel owned by the Wayne Group, and touched Harry's neat hair again, and was very careful not to mess up his hairstyle. After pushing the door and getting out of the car normally, Bruce turned to the passenger seat and opened the door for him before Harry got out of the car. "I can do it myself." Harry took Bruce's hand and got out of the car, and did not let go. The car door closed, and Bruce approached Harry. "Harry, if you don't mind, can I kiss you here?" "Yes." Chapter 93. You can kiss me anywhere. Harry's waist was against the car door. The next second after he finished saying this, Bruce's right hand clasped the back of his head, followed by a soft, wet kiss. Bruce Wayne was very eye-catching wherever he went. Coupled with Harry Osborn, who had been a hot topic in Gotham recently, the two of them appearing together was already a ready-made topic, not to mention that they were kissing each other in broad daylight. When Harry felt the flash of the camera hitting them, he seemed to understand what Bruce meant. He could no longer use his playboy persona to show his absurd behavior, but his relationship with himself was a good cover-up. If he could accompany him in his absurd behavior, it would be even better. Coincidentally, Harry also wanted everyone to know that Bruce was no longer a single man who could be targeted by others. Harry let go of Bruce's left hand and climbed his arms over his shoulders. At the same time, he felt his waist being tightly embraced. Bruce didn't let go of Harry and held him in his arms until he felt Harry's slight resistance due to difficulty breathing. He stroked his soft hair with his left hand, held his flexible waist with his right hand, and whispered in his ear, "Thanks for your cooperation, boyfriend." Bruce's voice was full of laughter. He loosened his hand on the back of Harry's head, and walked into the hotel with his arm around his waist. "You're welcome." Harry was still a little breathless. "It's just a little possessiveness from your boyfriend." Bruce lowered his head slightly and glanced in Harry's direction. His boyfriend's eyes were red because of the stimulation, just like every time he was emotional. Although it shouldn't be, Bruce began to regret that Harry covered his eyes the night before. "Believe me, I feel the same way." Bruce tightened his arm around Harry's waist. As the isolated heir of the Osborn Group, Harry must have more people coveting him secretly than those who are interested in him. He also wanted everyone to know that Harry Osborn belongs to Bruce Wayne. Wayne's hotel has always been crowded with guests. Bruce and Harry sat by the window under the guidance of the waiter. Although it was called a lunch party today, in fact, no one really came for the purpose of eating. Besides, the two people who had eaten breakfast at 10 a.m. were not in a hurry to eat lunch, so they just ordered steak and cream soup as a symbol. "What kind of drink would you like?" "A bottle of red wine," Harry said without hesitation. "No." Bruce rejected Harry's proposal. "Grape juice is fine." "You know, there's still some time before your 21st birthday, Harry." In order to keep his body's reaction at the best level, Bruce rarely drinks. In the past, he would drink a little when dining with female companions, but he didn't need to pretend in front of Harry. "If you don't like grape juice, there are other ones here." I like it." Harry didn't expect his boyfriend to care about this. But when it comes to the topic of 21 years old and drinking, Harry can't help but think of the last time he asked Bruce to meet at the bar. What did they talk about that time? He told Bruce that he liked Batman. The delayed embarrassment instantly filled Harry's heart, and then he became a little angry. The waiter had already left after taking the order. Harry looked at Bruce. "How does it feel to hear me say that I like Batman in front of you, Mr. Wayne?" Bruce used the action of placing the tableware to slightly hide the smile on the corner of his mouth. He didn't want his embarrassed boyfriend to be stimulated again. "I'm surprised." "Just surprised." Harry remembered that Bruce even tried to persuade him to try to like someone else. "Didn't you like me at all at that time?" "Like for me." Bruce thought about how to explain to Harry, "It doesn't necessarily mean to get it." "I don't understand." Compared to Batman, Harry is more relaxed in front of Bruce, even though he now knows that they are actually the same person. "Like you, Harry, I like you." Bruce is happy to say something about himself for Harry, "But I used to think that after being with me, you couldn't get any emotional or spiritual or even material positive feedback. In other words, you think you can't make me happy, and I can have a better choice. I'm 35 years old, Harry, and you can't even drink legally. What's more, He always has more important things to put before Harry or even family. You can be older, I don't mind. Harry will not like a person just because he is young, nor will he stop liking him just because he is older than himself. Age has never been the primary factor to be measured in a relationship. I want to know what made you change your mind. The change of mentality only took a moment, when he saw Harry lying on the bed holding his cloak, when I realized that no one can make you happier than me. You seem to be thinking about me all the time, Bruce. Harry only heard what Bruce wanted him to be like now, but I hope you can be happy more, and I will work hard for it. Harry's attitude towards feelings is much more mature and brave than Bruce thought. I'm glad I went to you that night. I'm also glad that you realize how important it is to get your love. Drinking the grape juice in the goblet, Harry was a little absent-minded. This hotel should be under the name of Wayne Group. Yes, Bruce brought Harry here because the security measures here are good, so as not to encounter any robbery while eating. Is there anything wrong? Compared to lunch, I'm more curious about the room here. Will it be more comfortable than other hotels? Harry's words were so straightforward that they were not even hints, and Bruce happened to remember that Harry said last night that he didn't need to rest. Putting down the knife and fork in his hand, Bruce wiped the corner of his mouth. Do you need me to take you there, Mr. Osborn? Please take me there. Taking the elevator to the room on the top floor of the hotel, the moment the door closed, the two of them hugged each other regardless of anything. Harry put his hands on the buttons of his suit jacket and tried to unbutton his clothes in between kisses, but his hands were quickly held by Bruce. Can I do it this time? His low voice and soft lips appeared in Harry's ears. Harry quickly realized what Bruce meant. Last time, he untied the laces of his nightgown himself, so he loosened his hands on his clothes. What about yours? Maybe Mr. Osborn is willing to do it for me. Just as Bruce thought, Harry's eyes easily turned red when he was stimulated. The more stimulated he was, the more red his eyes became. When this red was placed together with the gray blue eyes that were dependent and adoring when he looked at him, Bruce found it even more difficult to restrain himself. He kept kissing Harry's eyes, his movements were gentle and cherishing. But the other actions were the opposite of his gentle treatment. Harry raised his head unbearably and responded with difficulty. The water stains on the carpet spread all the way from the bathroom to the bed. Bruce's scarred back slid down. It was not known whether it was water drops or sweat from the heat. The supercomputer in the Batcave would constantly capture topics and news about Bruce Wayne on the internet. If it was found that it was not beneficial to them or would bring them a crisis, it would filter out the information as soon as possible. Tim, who was working overtime in the office, received a message from the supercomputer. He immediately put down his work and took out a special mobile phone to check the message. As a result, a photo of Bruce and Harry Osborn kissing at the door of the hotel suddenly appeared. What happened? Tim's hands trembled and he almost threw the phone away. When did Bruce get together with Harry Osborn behind their backs? He only read 1/3 of the information. He continued to scroll down and saw a candid photo of the two of them having lunch together. This was okay. After the shock of the kiss, it was difficult for Tim to feel a little upset when he saw them having lunch together. But there was one last photo. Tim was both curious and nervous. He turned to the end and saw Bruce holding Harry's waist and pushing open the door of the hotel room. Putting the work in his hands aside, Tim suddenly remembered Jason asking him to pull him back to the group chat last time. He must have found out about Bruce and Harry a long time ago. Tim realized this belatedly, and at the same time felt ashamed of his preconceived ideas. Wasn't their relationship a simple one of worship and being worshipped? Although he was shocked, Tim decided to satisfy Jason's desire to watch the fun. He also wanted to see it. So he forwarded the 3 photos sent by the supercomputer to the family group. In the BF group chat, Tim first transferred the 3 photos in. Then he added, Batman and his little boyfriend. Jason was the first to respond. He madly at Dick in the group and laughed at him. Ho ha ho 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 ha ho ha, Dickie, you are going to have a father younger than you. Dick, who was on duty, heard the notification tone of the family group chat. He happily opened the group chat and flipped through the chat history. Then his smile gradually disappeared. How old is little Osborn? Damien didn't want to pay attention to this group chat at first, even though he saw the photos in the group chat, but he didn't say anything, which was unusual. But Jason's words made Damien feel that he was not only mocking Dick, but also his father, so he couldn't help but say, Todd, shut up. Tim admired Dick's reaction in the group, and when he saw Damien, he thought of something else, so he at Damien, isn't there that this time? Damien didn't know what he was talking about. Which one? Tim laughed wildly and typed, "At this time, you should call Bruce on video and tell him, we need to talk." TT, Damien said lightly, "Two men won't let me have more brothers for no reason." Alfred should be the one who was most surprised. He looked at the photos 3 times. Although he knew that Bruce would not respond for the time being, he still joined in the fun in the group. "At Bruce, I hope that what I need to do next is to decorate your room to welcome the new owner, rather than help you pack your luggage and send you out." Except for Dick, no one in the group seemed to have any dissatisfaction with this. Let's not talk about what happened in the outside world for now. The 2 people on the bed in the hotel had a "who cares about the flood" attitude. Harry closed his eyes and shrank in Bruce's arms, with many more ambiguous marks on his body. "Are you going to Wayne Manor as a guest? Alfred is looking forward to seeing you." Bruce put his hand on Harry's back and rubbed it. "Alfred." Harry's voice was a little hoarse. "Alfred, my butler, is also a very important family member to me." "I remember." Harry put his arm around Bruce's waist and leaned on his very impressive chest muscles. "The cookies you brought me when you visited the patient were made by Alfred. It tasted really good." Harry remembered it clearly. "You said he liked me very much at the time. No one would dislike you." After they were really together, Bruce said this kind of words more and more easily. Harry was not so blindly confident as to believe such words. "I thought only Bernard would say that." Alfred thought so too. "Are you inviting me to your house?" Thinking of Bruce's family, Harry suddenly felt complicated. "Your family? I mean your sons. They won't have any bad opinions about you." Bruce kissed Harry's hair. If they do, that's my responsibility to solve the problem. In real life, everyone still has to consider the age difference, unless the other person is Batman!" Exclamation mark. Chapter 94. The original clothes were already wrinkled. If the 2 of them went out in that way, it would definitely be another news with a very bad headline. Harry and Bruce temporarily changed into the clothes prepared for them by the hotel. Looking out from the French window with a layer of gauze, the sky was already dark. Even on the first day of having a boyfriend, Batman still had to patrol at night. The afternoon spent in bed with Harry obviously did not make him lose the energy for the whole night patrol. "I will take you home first." Bruce put his hand on Harry's waist, hugged Harry from behind and kissed his wet hair after taking a shower. Buttoning the last button of the slim suit jacket, Harry pulled away Bruce's hand on his waist. "Have I been excluded from the night patrol team?" Of course not. Bruce knew that the matter between him and Harry was probably discovered by several children at home, and he would be asked tonight. In order to prevent Harry from being questioned, he always had to solve these small troubles first, and you need to rest. Although he was careful enough, Harry was still injured. I don't need it." Harry paused as he turned around. He didn't want to go home for recuperation for such a reason. It was absurd and nonsensical. Harry rarely resisted what Bruce said, so Bruce was somewhat helpless when he was clearly rejected by Harry. He lowered his voice. "Perhaps you would rather listen to Batman." Harry, who had his back to Bruce, heard him say this in Batman's voice, and the few resistances in his heart completely disappeared. Although Bruce and Batman are the same person, they seem to have different meanings to Harry. "Can I see Batman tonight?" Harry said expectantly. "As long as you want." Red Robin and Robin, who had changed into uniforms, were already preparing for the night patrol in the Batcave, but before that, Bruce's car entered the surveillance of the Batcave from the moment it left the hotel parking lot. Red Robin turned on the surveillance just casually, but it quickly attracted Alfred to come over. After Alfred, Robin was also quickly attracted. So the 3 of them gathered in front of the supercomputer. There was nothing to see, just a sports car driving on the road. Even though they could see Bruce driving and Harry in the passenger seat, so what? The picture was still just an ordinary car. "Drake, I didn't expect you to have such an interest." Robin stood with his arms folded, dismissing it. "What if you said this from a distance?" Tim was ready to turn off the surveillance. But in the gap between their arguments, Bruce and the others had already arrived at the door of Osborn's house. "I hope you can have a good rest." Bruce promised Harry that he would come to see him tonight, but he didn't want Harry to stay up too late waiting for him, which was a bit putting the cart before the horse. "I promise I will fall asleep the next second I lie on the bed." In fact, Harry was already very tired, and his sore muscles urgently needed to be wrapped by his soft bed. When the silver sports car stopped at the door of Osborn's house, Harry pushed the door and got out before Bruce came around. But after getting out of the car, he stopped beside the door and looked at Bruce walking towards him. There will be a... Bruce put his hand on Harry's waist, lowered his head and put his lips close to the corner of Harry's mouth. They had done more intimate things, but Harry would still be moved by any simple contact, and Bruce liked to see any reaction Harry had because of him. Bruce drove away only after watching Harry walk into the door of the Osborn family. Wow. Tim sighed dryly. Their farewell kiss was much simpler than I thought. Drake, you are too dirty. Me. Tim pointed at himself in disbelief. Then tell me what they did in the hotel room for the whole afternoon? They even changed their clothes when they came out. What they do has nothing to do with you. That's right, but the two looked at each other and looked at Alfred at the same time. Alfred, what do you think? Alfred, with an obvious smile of relief on his lips, was thinking about how to entertain Harry, who came to Wayne Manor for the first time. After hearing what Tim and Damien said, he blurted out, I think Harry will like French food. TT. Bernard did not pay attention to the news on the internet, so he had no idea what happened after Harry was picked up by Bruce Wayne. That's why he was so flustered when he saw Bruce Wayne and Harry kissing goodbye. Seeing his young master change his clothes in just one afternoon, what else did he not understand? Seeing Harry walking back, Bernard didn't know what to say. As for Harry, he didn't expect Bernard to be in the courtyard at this time. Seeing Bernard's hesitation, he obviously saw him kissing Bruce. Although he felt sorry for Bernard, he had to discuss the identity of Batman with Bruce before telling Bernard. This was not just his business. Bernard, what's wrong? Aren't you friends with Mr. Wayne? Of course, Harry fully admitted his friendship with Bruce. Before today, we were indeed friends. Before today. Bernard, Harry looked helpless. You know, no one can refuse Bruce Wayne. I don't know. He only knew that Bruce Wayne was a playboy with gossip flying all over the place. Compared with Batman, it was hard to say which of the two was more reliable. Bernard wanted to ask more, such as whether Batman knew about it, but he had something else that needed to be clarified. I only know that I can never refuse Harry Osborn. Although Harry's recent behavior was a little worrying, in Bernard's eyes, he always deserved the best. Harry and Bernard walked in side by side. No matter what happened or what Harry did, the atmosphere between the two of them seemed to be always peaceful. By the way, Bernard still couldn't help it. He pretended to be indifferent and asked casually, does Batman know about what happened between you and Mr. Wayne? If he reads the entertainment news. The photos of him and Bruce have been forwarded many times on the internet. If nothing unexpected happens, there will be news about them in tomorrow's newspapers. Very good. It seems that Batman didn't know about it in advance, and Bernard was silent. Perhaps he should be thankful that Batman is at least a decent character and won't get angry and do something irrational. Bruce has already read the chat records in the group chat. As he expected, basically no one would have any objections to his love life, but Dick seemed to be a little hit. When he returned to Wayne Manor, his butler and 2 children were already waiting for him in the Batcave. Alfred was in a good mood, and Tim and Damien looked very serious. How was your afternoon? Tim's only dissatisfaction with this matter was that he, as the first participant at the scene, did not notice it, and simply thought that there was nothing between the two people. Damien was the same. Damien, who is always very sensitive to his father's emotional life, did not notice it at all. On the contrary, Dick and Jason, who did not often come into contact with the two, discovered clues one after another. By the way, Alfred seemed to know from the beginning. It seems that this kind of thing should be related to age and emotional experience. After realizing that it was not because of his declining observation ability, Tim immediately felt relieved. Bruce did not answer Tim's question, and Tim did not really want to get an answer. After all, this kind of thing is not something that can be taken out and ridiculed casually. So are you serious or are you just temporary bedmates? It was Damien who asked this question. Whenever this happened, Bruce was shocked by Damien's directness when he spoke in private, but with a previous experience of slutty service, at least what he said today sounded much better. Bruce guessed that it might be because he had a certain degree of affection for Harry, or because Alfred was present. I have already told him my identity. You should have done so long ago. Alfred was completely relieved. He was still thinking that if Harry knew that Bruce and Batman were the same person, he would definitely be angry for a while, which was completely understandable. Now that there is someone who fully tolerates Batman and Bruce Wayne, Alfred thinks it is not bad for his master to be single until he is 35. So you are serious? Damian is still struggling with this question, as if he must get a definite answer. Bruce sighed secretly. If you must listen to me, then, yes, I am serious. Your vision in choosing women is already bad enough. I hope that changing gender will open your eyes. Damian ended with this sentence, obviously intending to stop. He just wants to know if he doesn't have to be on guard against having more newborn brothers. Tim could see Damian's thoughts completely. After all, he didn't say anything all afternoon, and he definitely didn't object. Drake, as the next heir of the Wayne family, my concerns are reasonable. The Batcave seemed to be noisier than ever before, and Bruce felt a headache, but before he could relax, Alfred started his daily question again. Have you invited Harry to be your guest? He has agreed. What about the time? Alfred thought that it would be best to arrange it on the weekend when Dick could come back, and maybe take this opportunity to invite Master Jason to come back with him. But even if the time is not right, it's enough that Harry can come, and there will be plenty of time for gatherings in the future. Any time. Harry didn't know what Bruce experienced after returning home, just like Bruce didn't know what test he had gone through. After returning home, Harry, who took a bath inside and out, fell asleep immediately after lying on his bed. The door to the terrace was open, and the wind with a slight fishy and salty smell of seawater blew in, sticking his wet hair to his cheek. Gotham, which had just been suppressed, was relatively quiet. Although there were still hidden transactions and crimes that were difficult to see, it was much better than when the Joker support activities were rampant. In short, it was particularly peaceful tonight. When the night patrol was about to end, Batman said goodbye to Robin and Red Robin, and asked Alfred to keep an eye on them, and then he went in another direction to fulfill his promise with Harry. It was so difficult to write, and I was always worried that I would write Batman too greasy. Chapter 95. When Batman saw Harry's open patio door again, he even had a thought of closing the door for Harry every day. However, even if he thought so, his focus was on every day, not closing the door. Batman skipped the step of opening the door and walked directly into Harry's bedroom. Perhaps because of physical fatigue, or perhaps because he lost his vigilance against Batman after close contact and establishing a relationship, Harry, who used to wake up when he heard Batman's footsteps, was still sleeping soundly when he walked to his bedside tonight. Batman did not wake Harry up immediately. He took off his gloves and used his fingertips to brush away the hair that was stuck to Harry's face. Even though the distance between them was close enough, Batman still couldn't believe it and was fortunate. He had too much time to refuse his attention to Harry. From accepting his feelings to now, in just 2 days, their progress was so fast that it was unimaginable. It was as if Harry was ready to accept everything about him, as if he had been standing by his side waiting for a response. The bad thing was that Batman knew these assumptions were real. If he knew that the lonely young man standing in the middle of the funeral venue when he first met him would become one of the most important people in his life, he should at least stand closer to him at that time. Until now, he still remembered the words, "If I had met you earlier," that Harry said when he was drunk and helpless. Batman. Harry finally woke up when Batman's fingertips brushed his eyelashes. "Sorry, I'm late." Whether it was tonight or earlier, if he could have met Harry earlier, at least he wouldn't have to grow up alone and face so much malice and harm by himself. Harry shook his head, his hair scattered on the pure white pillow, just right. No matter what time or what the situation, Batman can come to him just right. One regrets his lateness, and the other sighs for the other's timeliness. "Would you like to lie down with me for a while?" Harry lifted half of the quilt, revealing his dark blue nightgown. Batman's armor is not easy to put on and take off, but there's nothing to hesitate. The tough but not so heavy armor fell on the carpet one by one. He took a shower before leaving for the night patrol. Although he ran all night, it was not enough for Batman to sweat. So considering that there was no change of clothes for him here, he had to skip the shower. This time, Harry watched Batman take off his armor with his own eyes, instead of waiting passively with nervousness and fear. Harry's body temperature was high enough when he woke up, but when his back was leaning against Batman's chest muscles through a thin robe, he suddenly realized that he could barely cool down. Night patrols are exhausting, and after a tiring afternoon, Batman held Harry in his arms, his nose pressed into his hair, and soon fell asleep. Harry listened to the slow and steady breathing behind him and slowly relaxed his body. The bedroom soon became quiet, and Harry closed his eyes again in Batman's arms, listening to his reassuring breathing. It was not until dawn that Batman woke up vigilantly. He didn't know when his hand had touched Harry's robe and was placed on Harry's chest. Harry's wounds had healed well, leaving no scars, so his skin was as smooth as before. Batman froze when he noticed that Harry's originally relaxed body muscles suddenly tightened. He accidentally tightened his hand slightly. "I didn't mean it." He spoke hoarsely in Harry's ear, and at the same time, he didn't pull his hand away. He grabbed Batman's hand through his robe. "You should go now." At this moment, Batman suddenly had a subtle feeling of being cheated on, which was really novel and powerless. "Maybe you should move in with me." They could even go out together on night patrols, sleep in each other's arms every night, stay in bed together, eat breakfast and every meal together, and celebrate every holiday together. "I can't leave Bernard alone." Harry suddenly remembered Batman's identity at this time. He turned around and hugged Batman's waist. "Can I tell Bernard about your identity?" Batman was impressed by Harry's butler. His loyalty and protection to Harry were unquestionable, but this did not make Batman trust him directly, especially under the premise that he had done a lot of things for Harry and stepped on the bottom line. "You can think about it first." Harry fully understood his concerns, "or it's okay to do a little observation." "A little observation? My communicator is lost?" "The communicator with monitoring and positioning." Harry, you don't have to give in to me on anything. It gives me a sense of security from Batman." As soon as he finished speaking, Harry was pressed on the bed and kissed by Batman, but he soon stopped in regret and rested his forehead on the pillow next to Harry. "Please consider my proposal." Harry suppressed his smile. "I will." Bernard didn't sleep well. Normally, if Harry didn't go on night patrol, he should be able to put aside his worries and have a good rest, but too many things have happened recently. Bernard woke up very early and planned to water the garden, but as soon as he went out, he habitually looked in the direction of Harry's room and immediately saw Batman walking out of Harry's bedroom. He even adjusted his armor while walking. I don't know why, but Bernard subconsciously retreated back to the door. At the same time, he saw Harry, wearing a wrinkled nightgown, walking out behind Batman. Batman's hand was very naturally placed on Harry's waist. Harry raised his head slightly without resistance and kissed Batman. Bernard felt that his nerves were being trampled on repeatedly. Harry still maintained this twisted physical relationship with Batman, and even entangled with Bruce Wayne at the same time. Even though he couldn't say that he understood Harry 100%, but he didn't think that their serious and considerate young master had such a frivolous character. Who is the problem? Bruce Wayne? Batman? The plan to water the flowers was forced to be interrupted. Fortunately, the flowers and plants did not need to be irrigated every day. Bernard shook his head and prepared breakfast for Harry, and took the newspapers delivered today. In any case, Harry said yesterday that he would go to the company today. At least breakfast should be prepared. Putting the newspapers in the dining room, Bernard walked into the kitchen. When Harry changed his clothes and went downstairs, Bernard had already prepared breakfast and was sorting the newspapers. The daily newspaper sorting can also be used to read the current affairs news. Although there is nothing special to pay attention to, it is not bad to kill time. But today, internal digestion among Gotham's rich men, Bruce Wayne and Harry Osborn, true love or just a show? Is the cooperation between the Osborn Group and the Wayne Group related to their romance? These titles, together with the photos of Harry and Bruce Wayne kissing in the street and walking into the hotel room together, successfully reminded Bernard of Harry's goodbye kiss with Batman this morning, Bruce Wayne yesterday afternoon and Batman last night. Harry's heart is simply attached to Batman. It is impossible for him to suddenly be with Bruce Wayne. But the facts are in front of him, and Bernard can only get a less reliable guess after thinking about what can prompt Harry to do this. Harry sat at the dining table and fiddled with the communicator in his hand, which was left to him by Batman before leaving this morning. What do you think of Batman? What can Bernard think? A bastard who slept with his own young master. He glanced at the thing that Harry placed next to him that seemed to be a signal receiver, and deliberately said, "Sex. Violence." What? Harry was drinking coffee, and he coughed directly after hearing the words. Quickly putting the coffee cup back on the table, Harry coughed again and grabbed the napkin to wipe the coffee liquid that he coughed out. Bruce Wayne, who was sitting at the Wayne family dining table with a glass of milk, also repeated the above operation. He had a communicator on his left ear that received voice messages, and it was connected to Harry. So why did Batman leave such an impression? Bruce never thought that one day he would be labeled like this. Bruce, Is there anything wrong with the milk? Alfred looked at Bruce disapprovingly, and then turned his attention to the newspaper in his hand, the one with the title Internal Digestion. It seems that Bernard and Alfred have different attitudes towards these newspapers. Harry wanted Batman to agree to reveal his identity to Bernard, but Batman wanted this decision to be more cautious, so both sides took a step back and let Harry test Bernard's opinion of Batman, and then they decided whether to say it or not. Harry was quite confident about this point. Not to mention that Batman had saved him many times. Even before Harry returned to Gotham, Bernard already thought that Batman was an indispensable hero for Gotham. Although Bernard didn't say it directly, Harry could tell from the tone when he mentioned Batman. But the result of the test. Bernard. Harry thought that it might be because Bernard saw him looking a little weak that time. I was not abused. In fact, even if it was really what Bernard saw, Batman could only be regarded as irresponsible at best, and was still a long way from violence. But seeing you lying in front of me so weak, what else can I think? Even if this sentence was intentional and exaggerated, it was indeed Bernard's true thoughts. Bruce listened and gradually stopped his actions. He pursed his lips and began to reflect on whether he had really gone too far. Even if he wanted to leave, he should have confirmed Harry's physical condition in advance. Those who marched for the Joker and were suppressed by the Gotham Police Department a few days ago have been released. Because there were too many people, they seemed to have formed even crazier ideas when they were detained and guarded. The kind-hearted merchants outside Gotham provided them with a steady supply of weapons. Each of them painted their faces with pale paint and added a touch of upturned scarlet to the corners of their mouths. Regardless of height, weight, sex, age or gender, they all wore purple tops. The abandoned theater and crime alley seemed to have become a good place for them to have a carnival. Tonight, we will choose the real Joker. Ho ha ho ha ho ho ha ho ha. Hundreds of people laughed crazily together. None of them could compare to the real Joker, but they seemed to be extremely tall in the crowd. The real Joker would not gather, he would only incite others to gather. Since he could not move, someone would naturally pay tribute to Gotham on his behalf. Batman's reputation was damaged. Ho ha ho ho. The next chapter will be written at noon tomorrow. I'm going to find some videos of the Joker to give myself some sanity before writing. The main text is estimated to be completed in about 100 chapters. The extra chapters are tentatively scheduled to be 1. No Return of the Hero. 2. Peter's Reverse Transmigration. 3. The Amazing 2, Green Goblin. I don't know if the friend who said he wanted to watch this is still here. Friends, is there anything else you want to see? If I have inspiration, I will try to write it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 96. Maybe it was not the right choice to come to work today. Harry was surrounded by the media squatting at the door of his own company. He was not blocked by the media when the shareholders of Osborn Group were suspected of illegal human experiments. He was not blocked by the media when he was kidnapped by the Joker and rescued and was inexplicably called Gotham's conscience. He was even perfectly invisible in the Joker's paralysis incident that caused chaos in Gotham last time. But today, he was blocked at the door of his own company because of kissing Bruce. It's no big deal, just a new understanding that Bruce is the most enduring topic maker in Gotham. Mr. Osborn, are you and Mr. Wayne in a relationship now? Mr. Osborn, did you take the initiative to pursue Bruce Wayne? After all, before this, there were only rumors of homosexuality. There are rumors that there is a fierce struggle within the Osborn Group. Mr. Osborn, do you want to use this to get Bruce Wayne's support so that the company can gain a firm foothold? Such normal and abnormal questions were asked by them all at once, surrounding Harry in 360 degrees. If you want to let the topic ferment, if you don't know how to answer better, keeping silent is the best way. The security guards of Osborn Group finally squeezed into the crowd, cleared the way for their boss who was wearing sunglasses and expressionless, and then surrounded him to walk into the company. The next second after entering the office, Harry immediately took off his glasses and threw them on the desk, and turned around twice in his chair. Bruce and I are of course in a relationship. I took the initiative to pursue him, but there is no interest between us. Harry leaned back on the back of the chair with his head raised. There was a red mark on the edge of the collar of his shirt. It was left by Bruce yesterday afternoon, but no one here could see it. Felicia was used to the boss's work attitude of working for 3 days and drying the net for 30 days. After Harry entered the office, she immediately moved a stack of urgent documents to Harry. She had thought that if the boss didn't come today, she would take these to Osborn's house tomorrow for him to sign, and by the way, count them as a business trip subsidy for herself. Fortunately, he finally came. Mr. Osborn. Felicia held the documents and called Harry outside the door without knocking. Harry put his legs on the ground, turned the chair back, and put away the sunglasses that were casually thrown on the desk. Come in. It's nice to see you in the company today. These need to be processed today. Felicia put the documents in front of Harry. Leave it to me. Harry's voice still had the joy that he hadn't had time to adjust. It seems that you are in a good mood. Felicia rarely said a few words that were not related to work. Can you go to the docking with Wayne Group by yourself in the future? I didn't expect you to be a gossiper, Felicia. I believe you, Felicia. There was also a group of reporters squatting at the door of Wayne Group, but they probably knew that they couldn't wait to see Bruce Wayne, so when they saw Tim, they rushed up. Mr. Drake, what do you think of your adoptive father's new relationship? What about your brother? Why did Mr. Wayne suddenly change his sexual orientation? It is said that it is because of Mr. Osborn's fanatical pursuit. Have you heard about this? Tim is sure that as long as he says something like "I wish them the best now," tomorrow's news will definitely be the parent-child relationship of the Wayne family is suspected to be tested due to the exposure of Bruce Wayne's relationship. In short, Tim just smiled and said, "Hey, this is Bruce's private matter, you should ask him." After walking into the office safely, Tim, who thought he had gotten rid of this problem, soon received a call from Dick. He must be fidgeting with a newspaper with Bruce's gossip. Tim answered the phone quickly. "Hi, Dick, how have you been lately?" "Except for the last 2 days, I've been doing pretty well." Dick's mood was more stable than Tim imagined. "So what's going on with Bruce and Harry Osborn?" "B has already told Harry his identity." Tim shrugged on the phone. "I can only tell you that he's not acting on impulse." True love. Dick couldn't believe it. If you were Bruce, you might fall faster. Since learning that the two of them were together, Tim had completely figured out the wonderful atmosphere between Harry and Bruce before, and was not at all confused about their relationship. Anyway, no one in the family has any objections, and Alfred is already preparing for Harry's visit in advance. "What about my opinion?" Dick didn't remember anyone asking him. "Would you object?" Tim didn't think so. No. Even though his adoptive father's boyfriend was 5 years younger than him, he would try to accept it, and he didn't have to really call him dad. Exclamation mark. Time always flies when you work hard, but after finally making it to the afternoon before getting off work, Harry hadn't even left the company when the screen on the nearby shopping mall began to broadcast that a group of criminals were stabbing people on the street, and the Gotham Police Department reminded the general public not to stay outside. It was still early, and I didn't know if Batman would go. If it was just an ordinary criminal, the Gotham Police Department would be enough to deal with it. Harry put the communicator in his pocket, but he still chose to call Bruce on his mobile phone. Harry. When the phone rang, Bruce was investigating the knife attack in the Batcave. After the last time the Joker kidnapped Harry, he habitually thought of the possibility that someone was using chaos to divert attention and cover up the real purpose. Bruce. Harry made this call. The criminals on the street only accounted for half of the reason. He wanted to hear his boyfriend's voice for the other half, that incident on the street. The Gotham Police Department is already handling it. Bruce's voice did not sound low when he was not wearing a mask. Instead, it was gentle and clear. However, this might be limited to Harry. "I am investigating if there is anyone behind the scenes. If you want to go out, be careful." Bruce certainly knew that Harry would not be easily injured in a small-scale fight, but he still couldn't take it lightly. "So, tonight." Hearing Harry's ambiguous hint, Bruce quickly thought of the fact that he was evaluated as sexually violent by his butler, but he quickly realized that Harry was not referring to these. "I'll look forward to seeing you on the night patrol tonight, Harry." "Me too." In short, it can now be guaranteed that Harry will not be questioned by any of his family members. In addition, when he was checked this morning, Harry's body recovered well, so there is no problem in resuming his night patrol now. The night has just fallen, and the golden afterglow of the sun is still lingering on the sea in the distance. A group of criminals on the streets of Gotham were quickly dealt with and taken away by the police. Batman had no chance to appear at all. This was good, if Batman had not discovered that there were some fanatical supporters of the Joker in the last parade. Batman, who realized something was wrong, immediately turned on the surveillance of the Joker's ward in the Arkham Sanatorium and found that the Joker was grinning and staring at the surveillance camera. The moment Batman saw it, he began to laugh wildly. What did he do? He turned on all the surveillance in Arkham and all the surveillance on the road leading to Arkham. He saw many cars heading to the Arkham Sanatorium. The Joker must not be rescued. Shall we go? Red Robin was ready. Robin stood behind Batman, holding the knife at his waist. Alfred, notify the Green Goblin. After saying this, Batman immediately walked towards the Batmobile. Got it, I'll go directly to Arkham. Harry, who received the communication, was driving towards the clock tower. All his equipment was in the clock tower. Please be safe. Alfred warned Harry with the same words as Bruce. I will. Thank you, Penny. In order to prevent Bernard from worrying, Harry had told Bernard before he left that he would continue to participate in Batman's night patrol tonight, and he simply did not go home after get off work. Fortunately, he caught up with this emergency operation. Harry came to the clock tower base through the secret passage. He was worried that he could only use the previous mask. Unexpectedly, after entering, he saw the new mask neatly placed on his glider at first sight. I will prepare a new one for you. Harry suddenly remembered what Batman said. He had forgotten it himself, but Batman still remembered it. This was a different kind of care from when he kissed his eyes gently. Harry changed his clothes almost excitedly, and instantly increased the speed of the glider to the fastest speed and rushed out of the clock tower. The clumsy imitators of the Joker, all with pale faces, rushed into the Joker's recuperation area with various advanced weapons. The guards who were restricted by weapons were almost suppressed to the point that they could not show up, but there was a gap in their own abilities. Even if the weapons on the other side were more advanced, they still couldn't rush in immediately. But the guards in the sanatorium were not as many as those in Arkham Asylum. With the added number of people, these imitators still rushed in with laughter, and no one cared about those who fell on the road with distorted faces. The Joker had heard the commotion outside, gunshots, screams, and laughter. These words almost came with the smell of blood. He lay on the bed, completely unconscious below the waist, but he didn't seem to care about it. The Joker cut his palm with a dagger hidden in his sleeve, and then used the index finger of one hand to paint a bright red line for himself with the blood in his palm. The corners of his mouth drawn with blood stretched to his ears, which looked very weird on his pale and dry face. The Joker laughed. Until a man in a purple suit, with green hair and paint all over his face kicked open the door of his ward. The Joker almost vomited. Look who's here, trying to replace the Joker's inferior product. You are no longer the Joker you used to be. The leading man pointed his gun at the Joker. You can never stand up again, and you can never bring some changes to Gotham. You think you can? The Joker's tone was full of curiosity and sarcasm. Whoever kills you here today will be the next Joker. The ward was almost crowded with these people in purple shirts. Their scarlet mouth corners were weirdly curled up. Each of them pointed a gun at the Joker on the bed, with a pilgrimage-like piety and madness on their faces. The Joker seemed to be delighted by such a scene. You are so incompetent, not interesting at all, and have no jokes. You just want to replace the Joker by killing him. Listen to me. The Joker restrained his smile and wrote badness on his face. I have hidden enough laughing gas in the sewers of Gotham to cover the entire city. Whoever can get it first and turn Gotham into a happy city can become the next Joker. Although none of the people who came today are qualified to be the Joker, but a large enough amount of laughing gas will surely give birth to another self among the thousands of citizens of Gotham. While these people hesitated with their guns raised, the Joker had already wiped his neck with a dagger in his sleeve. An exaggerated smile was frozen on his hideous face, and he blended into the darkness of Gotham with ridicule and expectation. If what I wrote is awkward, I want to know and I don't want to know. I have seen many versions of the Joker, and in the end I mixed up a hodgepodge. Chapter 97. Alfred in the Batcave saw everything that happened in the Joker's ward. He told Batman about the Joker's suspected suicide and the fact that he had placed a large number of laughing gas bombs in the Gotham sewers. Those who pretended to be the Joker could not be let go, but the laughing gas in the sewers could not be ignored. The Joker was not a man of his word, and they needed to be vigilant about too many things. It happened that the Green Goblin had caught up with them on a glider at this time, and the four of them could just split into two groups. Robin, Red Robin, go find the Joker's laughing gas bombs. Red Robin immediately turned around. Robin glanced at the Green Goblin flying over, and then went down expressionlessly when the Batmobile stopped. Harry, who had just arrived, listened to Penny's brief introduction of the situation. Seeing Robin and Red Robin leave, he immediately sped up and flew to the Arkham Sanatorium. The Batmobile fell tightly behind. After the Joker killed himself, the people in his ward who were holding guns and hesitating seemed to have pressed the still button. They thought that the Joker would die on his bed, and they were excited about their imagination, but the reality was that even if the Joker could not move, none of them could kill him. The person who brings laughter to Gotham, someone murmured, the next Joker. From now on, they are opponents. After the first person who fired a gun appeared, the whole ward seemed to have become a burning barrel of explosives. They immediately turned from a loose alliance into an absolute enemy. For a while, the ward was filled with gunshots and sparks. The flying bullets intertwined internet in the air, and more than a dozen people fell in the process. But more people took advantage of the chaos to leave from the door. They tried every means to escape from the muzzles of their companions, and then went out to hurt more people. When Harry arrived, many people had already driven away from all directions. He looked at these running vehicles from the sky and had a headache for a while. Batman, shall we split up and catch them? There was only one straight road in front of Arkham, but most of these people had already driven away from this road, and some even robbed the prisoner transport vehicle of Arkham. Harry decided to go all out and threw a few pumpkin bombs at the parking lot of Arkham, blowing up the remaining vehicles. You are responsible for the left side. Batman gloomy, steering the Batmobile to turn right at the intersection. He had not encountered any oncoming vehicles on the way here, and these people should have deliberately avoided the main road. Understood. Harry sorted out all the bombs with acceptable power, and threw a bomb when he saw the man in purple clothes driving away in the sky. It was inevitable that someone would fight back on the way. Some of them took an anti-aircraft machine gun and fired at the Green Goblin in the sky. At the same time that the tail of Harry's hang glider was almost hit, the person who fired the gun was knocked to the ground by the powerful recoil of the anti-aircraft machine gun. It was really funny to see a person dressed as a clown holding a machine gun being knocked to the ground, especially when the other party fell on his butt and couldn't get up for a long time. It would be a waste to throw a bomb just to knock out such a person. Although Harry didn't need this bomb, he still chose to dive down and knock him out with a punch when he turned over and tried to crawl to the side. The anti-aircraft machine gun was very useful. Harry originally wanted to use it to shoot at the fleeing vehicles on the ground from the air, but in order to prevent accidentally killing someone, he jumped off the glider and stepped on the gun with one foot. The broken parts were embedded in the concrete ground. Harry dragged the fainted person to the side of the road and flew back into the air on the glider. Batman also achieved remarkable results. Ordinary private cars could not resist the impact of the Batmobile at all, and their speed was far less than that of the Batmobile. After ensuring that those who drove away were completely caught up and knocked down, Batman contacted the Green Goblin. How many people did you catch? Harry roughly estimated, about 15. The surveillance showed that there were at least 100 people coming here, but now, Batman looked at the 17 or 18 people he had captured, plus the dozen people on Harry's side, and there was still more than half left. They have killed each other in the Joker's ward? Alfred seemed to know what Batman was thinking. Gordon had been informed of the situation here. Those who fled were knocked out or blown up mercilessly. They couldn't run away for a while. Batman left them where they were and walked towards the Joker's ward. Wait for me outside. Seeing Harry trying to follow, Batman stopped him. So Harry stopped on the glider. The guards suffered limited casualties. When they found that they could not resist the opponent's weapons, they had asked their superiors to allow them to take refuge, but they needed to fully cooperate when the Gotham Police Department sent people arrived. Batman stepped on the pool of blood that spread throughout the corridor in black combat boots. Every 3 or 5 steps, a corpse wearing a purple top appeared with a hideous face. The further he walked in, the stronger the smell of blood. Until he saw a room that was oozing blood, he knew that it was the Joker's ward. The Joker's ward was completely soaked in blood. He was lying on the corpses, lying in all directions with a hideous smile on his face. Even though he died first, he still contributed to the hellish scene. Batman stood on the tragic painting of blood and flesh. Even though he was expressionless, his compassion was still visible. Before these people painted their faces with pale paint, they were just ordinary Gotham citizens who might pass by him on the road. Everyone has to pay the price for their choices, but they didn't even have time to do more, and they were punished 100 times more cruelly than their actions. And the Joker, Batman, stood in front of the bed, pressed his fingers on the Joker's carotid artery, and finally confirmed his death after confirming that there was no pulse and even his body had begun to cool. Looking at the weird smile on the Joker's face, Batman seemed to hear him laughing in his ear. Ho 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 ho, little bat, I told you we are the same kind. Batman tried to ignore the auditory hallucinations in his ears, but he still inadvertently increased his breathing. Batman. Harry's voice came from the inside line, sounding a little worried. The Joker's laughter in Batman's ear also stopped abruptly when Harry's voice sounded. You and I will never be the same kind. Batman took a last look at the Joker and turned to leave the ward. I'm here. Harry had not disconnected the signal with Batman since he connected with him. He unconsciously paid attention to Batman's movements, the sound of his voice, his breathing, the slight friction of his armor when he moved. So when Batman's breathing suddenly became heavier, he almost noticed it immediately, and was even ready to rush in to see what was going on, but after getting Batman's response, he immediately felt relieved. Batman's bloody footprints quickly became lighter as he walked further away. Are you okay? Feeling that her boyfriend was a little depressed, Harry flew to him on a glider. Maybe he was not calm enough just now, but after seeing Harry floating in front of him close to the ground, Batman's limbs, which were slightly stiff due to anger, gradually warmed up. Don't worry. The care from family and lovers is different, but they also have the power to dispel the cold. If nothing unexpected happens, all those who disguised as the Joker have been stopped, either dead or injured. If the Joker hadn't lied, his laughing gas bombs would obviously not be set off by anyone, and they would still have time to find and destroy them. But the Joker's words were usually not credible. After Gordon took over the Joker's fainted fanatic followers and the bloody crime scene, Batman and the Green Goblin immediately left here and rushed to the center of Gotham. If the Joker wanted to cover Gotham with laughing gas, the city center would obviously be a good place. We've already looked there, but nothing. Red Robin and Robin had already searched a large area from the sewers in the city center, but they had not found any trace of the laughing gas bombs. Just as Batman was feeling the wind direction in Gotham and thinking about where the laughing gas bombs would be placed, the Joker's face suddenly appeared on the huge screen wall in the city center. He was sitting in a clean ward with a crazy laugh on his face. The crowd that was originally on the street in the city center immediately began to riot. They screamed, but they had no idea where to escape to safely. Surprise! The Joker's face was filled with joy as if he had succeeded in his prank. Let me guess, little bat, you haven't found my bomb yet. Batman almost thought that the Joker's corpse was just his own illusion, but that was impossible. What a disappointment. The Joker on the screen shook his head. None of those idiots actually escaped. Ha 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 ha. Fortunately the bomb is timed, and our game will never be interrupted because of the mistakes of those idiots. Hearing this, Batman had only the thought that it was indeed so. He felt a little heavy. The Joker's video was played at this time, and there was a high probability that the bomb was about to explode. This is the Joker's gift to Gotham. The Joker said this, and his eyes were actually filled with tears. I hope Gotham will become a city full of laughter, and everyone will be as happy as me. Ho ha ho ho ha ho ha. 5. The Joker began to count down. 4. Get out of here. The patrolman received the notice and began to drive away the pedestrians on the street. Go back to your home. 3. The Joker's smile widened. Batman, Robin and Red Robin had already put on the gas masks in their universal belts. 2. He was so excited that his eyes were bloodshot. Harry had already hurriedly taken out his cell phone from his pocket and called Bernard. Fortunately, the butler had always answered Harry's calls quickly after Harry was kidnapped for the first time. Harry. 1. Ho ha ho ho ha ho ha. The screen flickered and disappeared, but the clown's crazy laughter lasted for many seconds. Bernard, put on a gas mask. Safety gear almost filled every corner of the Osborn family. After Harry finished speaking, Bernard had already taken one out from the side and put it on his face. Be safe, Harry. Thick white fog erupted from the northwest of Gotham, which was the direction of Gotham University. This fog was quickly blown away by the night sea breeze, and soon spread from the outskirts of Gotham to the city. Ho ha ho ho ha ho ha. Laughter has begun to come from all directions, and madness seems to be spreading throughout the city. The extra collection is valid until it is finished. Friends with ideas can send it to me in the comment section. Chapter 98. At first, it was just uncontrollable laughter, followed by the paralysis of public facilities. If they are not restrained, they will usher in the collapse of the system and the subsequent destruction. Serial car accidents occurred on almost all roads in Gotham. Street lights were knocked crooked, and the glass of store windows was knocked all over the ground. The car that rear-ended the car stopped where it was, and the driver laughed in the cab. Emergency broadcast: the Joker has installed a large number of laughing gas bombs in the sewers of Gotham University. Now these bombs are being detonated continuously, and laughing gas has begun to spread throughout Gotham. The blonde announcer was solemnly warning everyone in the sealed live broadcast room to stay at home and close the doors and windows. For the sake of caution, do not drink untreated tap water at will. Her delicate face instantly showed a hideous smile, and the entire news broadcast seemed to be drowned in wild laughter in a second, but no one was responsible for cutting it off. All this happened in front of Batman in a very short time. They watched as the thick laughing gas spread to every corner of Gotham as if it could penetrate everywhere, and watched the long-standing order collapse in an instant. Harry had never seen such a scene before. It was like a precursor to the end of the world in the movie. What should we do now? Harry flew next to Batman on the rooftop, staring blankly at the chaos on the ground. Batman was looking in the direction of Gotham University, where thick laughing gas was still blowing towards the entire Gotham. We must first solve the source of the laughing gas emission. Batman's voice was filled with suppressed anger. He had protected the city for many years, and today he watched it being tortured by the dead Joker. There are too many people, Red Robin said, feeling heavier than ever before. If we make an antidote now, many people will die before they can be treated. Whether it was cardiac arrest or suffocation, they couldn't wait that long. No matter what, they had to act first. At this time, Harry received a call from Felicia on his phone, which he had been holding to call Bernard. Looking at the name of the assistant jumping on the phone, Harry was very confused. Felicia never contacted him when it was not necessary, and it was not working hours. Maybe she was in danger. Harry didn't have time to think more. He answered the phone. Mr. Osborn, I'm glad you can still answer the phone normally. Felicia was panting on the other end of the phone. She held her breath and rushed from the office filled with laughing gas into the relatively safe underground sealed research room. In view of the salary increase, she worked overtime to finish the work that Harry had handled today. She didn't expect to encounter such a thing. The Osborn Group has done research on the Joker's laughing gas. Mr. Norman stored a large amount of detoxification gas in a sealed warehouse under the company. You should have seen the list of experiments on fear gas and laughing gas. Harry originally wanted to ask her what happened, but Felicia started talking the moment the phone was connected. Hearing this, Harry remembered all the group projects piled in front of him when he first took over the Osborn Group. One of them was relief and cure of fear gas and laughing gas. But that sealed warehouse is Mr. Norman's personal warehouse. The door lock will automatically perform genetic testing, and only Osborn's biological information can open it. Felicia felt that the underground laboratory she was staying in could not last too long, but she still had to lead the way for Harry. Gotham needs your help. I will wait for you on the negative first floor of Osborn Group. Please come quickly. Felicia, you helped a lot. Harry was glad that he had the phone in his hand, and at the same time he made up his mind to go back and learn about all the research and completed projects of Osborn Group after this time. Maybe he could provide some help next time. The voice of the phone was not private, and Batman, Robin and Red Robin beside him heard Felicia's words. Robin, come with me to Gotham University to solve the source of the emission of laughing gas. Batman adjusted the plan instantly. Red Robin, go back to the Batcave and prepare artificial rainfall with Penny to disperse the laughing gas. Solve the source and the emission together, and then it will be easier to treat. He looked at Harry. Green Goblin, release the antidote gas immediately after the rain stops. After Batman made the arrangements, he immediately took Robin to the direction of Gotham University. As the first link of the mission, the two of them had no time to waste. After the rain stops, I will send you a signal through the communicator, Red Robin said to Harry, and immediately rushed to the Batcave. Although Harry was the last, he still had to prepare early. Harry, riding on a hang glider, drove with speed to the limit, breaking through the thick fog and the mixed laughing gas, and flew directly to the Osborn Group from midair. With his arms crossed in front of his forehead, Harry rushed directly through the French window of his office on the top floor. From the departure to the arrival, it took Harry less than 2 minutes. The city center was originally very close to the Osborn Group. While Batman and his team were dealing with the source of the laughing gas, he still had time to change his clothes and find Felicia. In the lounge attached to the office, there were clothes that Harry usually used. He quickly took off all his equipment and changed into his regular clothes, leaving only the dark green gas mask on his face. However, a strange-shaped mask alone was not enough to remind people of the Green Goblin, so Harry was quite relieved. Wearing a mask, Harry ignored the mess in the office. He took the elevator directly to the underground floor of the company and called Felicia on the way. After the call was connected, Harry only heard Felicia's terrified cry, "Felicia!" The numbers on the elevator display screen decreased one by one, from 2 digits to 1 digit. Harry was anxious and wanted to open the elevator door and jump directly. He kept calling Felicia's name on the phone, but Felicia seemed to be running. Someone was chasing her. Who could it be at this time? Harry didn't know where his father's personal warehouse was. There were many warehouses in the underground of the Osborn Group for storing items, and they were not necessarily on the underground floor. If Felicia was in trouble, it would be difficult for him to find her alone. Felicia held her breath and tried to escape. The call was even connected accidentally, but the man wearing a strange mask on his head, a silver gray suit, and following Felicia leisurely and urgently, anyone from Gotham must know him. Scarecrow. How could he be here? Felicia didn't even need to smell his fear gas, just seeing his appearance was enough to scare her. Now the entire underground floor was filled with laughter, and Felicia couldn't run far while holding her breath. Harry listened to the running sound coming from the phone and looked at the floor display without blinking until 1 turned into -1. The moment the elevator door opened, he immediately ran out of the elevator. "Felicia, I'm here, where are you?" Harry didn't hang up the phone, but he shouted, hoping that Felicia, who was also on the -1 floor, could hear it. Felicia heard Harry's voice. There was only a turn between them, so she subconsciously ran in the direction where her boss's voice came from. She had been holding her breath for more than 2 minutes. Now her vision was black and her eyes were bloodshot. The only thing holding on was the thought of leading Harry. The Scarecrow who was slowly chasing after Felicia also heard Harry's voice. His original target was Harry. When the laughing gas filled the city, he knew that Harry Osborn would definitely come here. See, it was as expected. When Felicia's footsteps appeared outside a corner, Harry heard them immediately and ran to Felicia's position at the same time. When he saw Felicia, her face was already blue and purple due to lack of oxygen. She couldn't get into trouble. Harry took a deep breath and took off the gas mask on his face, buckled it on Felicia's face, and pulled her into a utility room with an unlocked door before she regained consciousness. Harry held his breath. He was really afraid that he would lose control immediately after inhaling the laughing gas. "Oh, Mr. Osborn," Felicia gasped, finally relieved from the blackness in front of her eyes. "Scarecrow, he's here." Damn it, Harry suddenly felt that things were getting tricky. Scarecrow must be looking for him. Now they only have one gas mask, and Felicia is the most important key. She needs to lead the way, and he only needs to provide some blood to open the door. This is a last resort, and Scarecrow can't do anything to him. "Felicia, listen." Harry could already vaguely feel the difficulty of holding his breath. He put the base of his palm against his mouth and bit down hard. Bright red blood gushed out instantly. He took Felicia's hand and dripped the blood on her hand, and stuffed the communicator into her hand. "Go open the door of the private warehouse, and when the signal is sent in the communicator, diffuse all the antidote gases of the laughing gas. Can you?" Harry looked into Felicia's eyes. "Can you do it?" Felicia could only feel the warm blood in her palm now. She nodded in panic, but her mind was still very clear. "Mr. Norman's warehouse facilities are very complete. As long as the switch is turned on, the detoxification gases will instantly be discharged from the top floor through the pipes in the Osborn Group building. Their mass is slightly greater than that of the air, and they will slowly sink during the diffusion process. There is no problem covering the entire Gotham." "Very good, I will lure away the Scarecrow, and you take the opportunity to leave here." Harry was still able to think distractedly at this time, worthy of being Felicia. "Lock the warehouse door immediately after entering, and don't come out no matter what happens outside. In this way, even if he loses control, at least he won't hurt her by mistake." Felicia warmed the gradually cooling blood in her hand to prevent it from clotting. She looked at Harry and nodded. Time was running out, so Harry opened the door and finally told Felicia, "Remember, you can only take action after the communicator sends a signal. Before that, no matter what happens, you can't open it in advance." "Felicia, this is very important." Felicia stood up from the table next to her and threw off her high heels. "I understand, Mr. Osborn. I hope I can continue to work for you. If you don't do as I say, I will deduct double your salary." Harry closed the door immediately after saying this. He had to find the Scarecrow before he reached his breath-holding limit, but his heartbeat had already started to speed up. Felicia leaned against the door panel and put the communicator that Harry repeatedly told her was very important in her coat pocket, with mixed feelings. She knew in her heart that this was the best choice at the moment, but the irresponsible boss she had been complaining about in her heart suddenly appeared in such a dedicated image, which really made her feel reliable. Felicia thought that even if her salary was cut in half in the future, she could still continue to work for Harry Osborn for another 20 years. Chapter 99. Batman and Robin quickly arrived at Gotham University, which was almost buried by the thick laughing gas. Almost all the sewer leaks were gushing white mist, and it was difficult to judge which entrance was closer to the source of the laughing gas by the surface. So they opened a leak at random and jumped in. The laughing gas broke through their cloaks and surged around them. Under the filter of the gas mask, they almost had difficulty breathing. The air here had been squeezed to contain very little oxygen. Fortunately, the huge amount of laughing gas was very conspicuous. They quickly found the target location in the direction of the air flow. The laughing gas bomb only played a driving role. There were more air pressure tanks storing laughing gas here. Countless air pressure tanks were placed in rows throughout the sewer. When the laughing gas bomb exploded, the pressure valves of the air pressure tanks were released at the same time. Now they just had to lock the valve again. The sound of the air gushing was too loud. Batman and Robin could no longer communicate with words, but surrounded by the thick laughing gas, it was difficult for them to see each other's movements, but it was obvious what to do in this situation. The two of them began to close the valves one after the other. When Harry and Felicia handed over the task, the Scarecrow had already arrived nearby. He didn't even hide his footsteps, and walked openly in this silent space. After hearing the Scarecrow's footsteps, Harry paused slightly, then pretended to run in another direction in a panic. He couldn't guarantee that he could kill the Scarecrow before being poisoned by the fear gas. To be on the safe side, he should lead him to another direction before taking action. His footsteps were different from Felicia's, and the Scarecrow could easily distinguish them. So Harry really heard the sound of the Scarecrow following him. Harry was not familiar with the layout of the underground floor of his company. He walked to a corridor with no exit, but it didn't matter, he would kill the Scarecrow here. He turned around and leaned against the wall, supporting his already weak body, looking at the corner of the corridor with a black vision. He had just talked too much with Felicia, and in just 2 minutes, he was already a little exhausted. A sound of footsteps approaching slowly. Harry's thinking was slow, until the figure wearing a strange hood appeared. He realized that the Scarecrow had caught up. "Harry Osborn, long time no see." He held the fear gas he made in his hand. "I knew I could stop you here." The Scarecrow seemed very proud of his foresight. "That old guy Norman put my work and the Joker's boring laughing gas together for research. He must have prepared enough antidotes here. I think you will need it at this time. Where is your gas mask?" Without a gas mask, Harry Osborn obviously couldn't get here safely from outside. The Scarecrow looked at Harry's obvious inability to stand and guessed. "Did you give it to the lady with long golden hair?" "I'm still thinking about how to get you to take off your gas mask so that you can experience my latest fear gas and provide me with more materials." The Scarecrow shook his head, seeming a little dissatisfied with Harry's disregard. "Now I just have to wait until you can't stand it anymore. What will happen if you inhale laughing gas and fear gas at the same time?" Although he looked down on the simple, crude and unskilled laughing gas, the effect of the two mixed together was still worth looking forward to. The Scarecrow was a little excited. He didn't wait for Harry to breathe. Even if he inhaled, the first breath of air should be his own fear gas, not the clown's laughing gas. He approached Harry while releasing the fear gas. Harry's heartbeat was getting faster and faster. Large patches of white and black appeared in front of his eyes at the same time. He was already a little confused and couldn't think. Fortunately, he remembered to attack the Scarecrow when he approached him. With a turbid yellow gas, The Scarecrow approached Harry step by step. Finally, he appeared within the range that Harry could attack by raising his legs. Instinctively, Harry used all his strength to kick the Scarecrow. The defenseless Scarecrow was kicked directly to the wall outside the entire corridor in astonishment. The blood from the back of his head was seeping through the strange mask. And Harry, after kicking hard, finally couldn't help but open his mouth to breathe. The gas mixed with laughing gas and a large amount of fear gas poured into Harry's lungs that were about to dry up. Ho-ha-ho-ha, ho-ha-ho-ha-ho-ha, ha-ha. A slow laugh with the characteristics of the Green Goblin came out of Harry's mouth. He was still breathing heavily, but now it seemed more like rapid gasps. The Scarecrow fell to the ground with blood coming out of the back of his head. Harry walked towards it through the turbid air. He could see a family of 4 lying in front of him, their bodies bleeding, their eyes looking in his direction. Ho-ha-ho-ha-ho-ha-ho-ha. Batman saw it, the crazy Harry Osborn and the poor family he killed. Look up, Harry, and see how painful Batman is. Ho-ha-ho-ha-ho-ha-ho-ha. The effect of the fear gas has taken effect. What is Harry afraid of? Ho-ha-ho-ha, ho-ha-ho-ha, ho-ha-ho-ha. Harry laughed uncontrollably. He looked down at his bleeding hands. In reality, it was dripping with his own blood, and in the illusion, it was dripping with other people's blood. His body wanted to destroy, and his spirit was sad. Under the influence of laughing gas, the Green Goblin completely controlled Harry's body. He walked towards the unconscious Scarecrow lying on the ground without stopping. The alternation of illusion and reality made him dizzy, and the little remaining rationality was completely unable to resist the desire for destruction brought about by the laughing gas. Look up, Harry, you brought Batman's disappointment, pain, and self-blame. Ho-ha-ho-ha-ho-ha. Tears welled up in Harry's left eye. Ho-ha-ho-ha, ha-ho-ha-ho-ha. He laughed under the influence of the laughing gas, and at the same time, under the influence of the fear gas, the Joker laughed in his mind. Harry stood in front of the Scarecrow, holding his collar with his left hand and holding him against the wall. His bleeding right hand clenched into a fist, and the bulging blue veins could be seen when the muscles were tense. His body was out of control, and the only living thing at the scene was a way to vent. His eyes were terrified and painful, and the corners of his laughing mouth were twisted and terrifying. Harry finally raised his head and punched the Scarecrow's covered head. I am disappointed. He saw Batman's back as he left. The fist he swung deviated from the root and landed on the wall next to the Scarecrow's hood. The broken stones that were knocked down by force were embedded in his knuckles. Ho-ha-ho-ha, ha-ho-ha-ho-ha. He laughed loudly and cried because of fear. Felicia left the utility room immediately after waiting for Harry to leave for a minute and ran straight to Norman's private warehouse. It was in the corner of the entire basement, but it should not be far from where Harry and Scarecrow were now. She could still vaguely hear Scarecrow's voice, and her boss had been caught up by the crazy criminal. But Felicia didn't care about these. In an abandoned laboratory, she pushed open the huge dusty shelf, revealing the high-tech door behind it. The biomedical technology of the Osborn Group is quite outstanding, especially Norman, who applied this technology to the technological lock. After Felicia dripped Harry's blood in her hand into a small hole with blue light, the whole door opened automatically in just 3 seconds. Behind the door was a space taller than the entire laboratory. A giant compressed gas tank stood in a warehouse with 3 floors above and below. Felicia locked the door, climbed up and down barefoot to turn on the power of all the operating mechanisms, and stood in front of the main switch after everything was ready. Because of the cold sweat from nervousness, her hair was wet. She unconsciously listened to the movement outside, hoping that her boss would make some sound to let her know that he was okay, but she didn't have any hope for it. But unexpectedly, she really heard Harry Osborn's voice. He was laughing. Felicia's hand on the switch was trembling. You can only act after the communicator sends a signal. Before that, no matter what happens, you can't open it in advance. Listening to her boss's painful laughter, her hands tightened again and again, but in the end she didn't press the switch, but took out the communicator and took a deep breath and waited. Red Hood. In the Batcave, Red Robin, who had just returned, saw Jason sitting inside with a hood on. Don't get me wrong, I just came to see what you are going to do. Red Robin glanced at Alfred, who was preparing for artificial rainfall next to him, guessing that Alfred should have told Jason their plan in full, so he was not in a hurry to sit here. The preparations for artificial rainfall are quite simple. Alfred is fully prepared. There are clouds covering Gotham at any time. The Batplane is already full of dry ice. Now only one person needs to fly the plane out to spread it. If you want to save more effort, you can just remotely control the Batplane to spread it yourself. However, in order to confirm the results, Red Robin still boarded the plane. After receiving the signal from Batman that it can act, the black plane hovering over Gotham began to spread dry ice. After careful calculation, Red Robin carefully controlled the amount of precipitation to the extent that the rain would stop immediately after the laughing gas was suppressed. Seeing that the white laughing gas covering Gotham was swallowed up bit by bit and the rain gradually subsided, Red Robin immediately opened the Green Goblin's communication channel. Green Goblin, it's time to start. Hearing Harry's laughter getting more and more crazy and it seemed that he was having difficulty breathing, Felicia was scared and she almost couldn't control herself from pressing the switch. But rationality is her absolute advantage. Since Osborn said to wait for the signal, there must be a reason for him. Felicia, who had been paying attention to the communicator, finally saw it flash, and then a young voice came from it. Green Goblin, it's time to start. Green Goblin? The new vigilante who seems to have emerged in Gotham recently? Harry Osborn? His idol boss? As Felicia pressed the main switch, these thoughts repeatedly flashed through her mind. The valve of the giant compressed gas tank was opened, and a large amount of gas rushed out through the pipes in the building, and then gushed out from several vents in different directions on the top floor of the Osborn Group. The detoxification gas of nitrous oxide began to spread from the building of the Osborn Group to all directions of Gotham, from the inside to the outside, from high to low. It's already turned on. Felicia thought she should tell her companions about her boss's situation, so she made a sound to indicate that she was not Harry Osborn. Red Robin heard Felicia's voice. He was stunned. Where is the owner of this communicator? He gave me the gas mask and went to lure Scarecrow away. Felicia finally completed the boss's task. She sat on the ground exhausted. I don't know his current situation. He is laughing and seems to be in pain. Please, help him. Where? Another low voice came from the communication. Harry was poisoned by fear gas 3 times in total. The first time, he had no scruples, but was afraid of insulting the Osborn family name. The second time, he had someone he liked and was afraid of death. The third time, he had love and was afraid of being abandoned. He had to do his own reading comprehension. The villain against Harry has always been Scarecrow, and he also has this consideration. Chapter 100. As the detoxification gas spread throughout the city, the pedestrians who were laughing wildly on the street stopped one by one. Most of them fainted due to lack of oxygen, and some cried in the street because they were rescued. Some police officers in the Gotham Police Department who were not infected with the laughing gas because they put on gas masks in time have received orders from the chief to go to the city to check if there are still people hiding in corners that the detoxification gas cannot reach. Although the detoxification gas that spread from the roof of the Osborn Group to Gotham continued to spread to the surrounding areas, it had been 10 minutes since it sank to its own underground floor. The Scarecrow was thrown to the ground, and the ground next to him was dented by Harry's fist, and oxidized black blood fell all over the ground. The effect of the laughing gas gradually faded, and the aggressiveness caused by the laughter gradually disappeared, and the effect of the fear gas was fully exerted. Harry's right hand had become a bloody mess, and his knuckles were twisted and bleeding as he huddled in the corner of the corridor. The pain in his body was completely covered by the mental pain caused by the fear gas. He could still see the family of 4 lying in front of him covered in blood. He could even remember the temperature of his fingers piercing through their flesh. The Joker was still chattering in his ear. Batman's pain was caused by your own hands. Stop talking. Harry completely ignored the wound on his hand and covered his ears with both hands. Red Robin was flying a helicopter from the center of Gotham City to the suburbs. When he learned about Harry's situation, he was almost at the location of Gotham University. If the target is clear, the plane will be much faster than the Batmobile. Batman stood on the rooftop of the school building and climbed onto the plane by grabbing the rope ladder when Red Robin passed by. Robin, he sat in the co-pilot of the Batmobile indignantly, and Alfred remotely controlled the Batmobile to take him back. Why does he always insist on being stubborn in such a place? Robin was very puzzled. Why did Harry Osborn remember to ask me not to drive when he was in such a dangerous situation? I don't like him enough. What else could it be? Jason interrupted their conversation. Alfred didn't think so. This is what Batman should have, rationality, but in most cases it may be regarded as inhumane. Sooner or later, he will be abandoned by a boyfriend who is half his age. I'm waiting for that day. In the Batcave without Batman, Jason and Alfred get along happily. Red Hood. Robin's behavior is only suitable for his age at this time. Only he can say bad things about Batman. No one can abandon Batman. Don't compare your own failed relationship experience to your father. What failed relationship experience, with Talia al Ghul? How can this kid know everything? Jason, shut up, but there is no relationship between him and Al Ghul. Red Robin accelerated a plane to fly towards Osborn Group. They quickly landed on the roof of Osborn Group. When landing, they almost crashed because of the abnormal air pressure caused by the detoxification gas gushing out from the top floor. Fortunately, the pilot himself was very reliable. The chaotic airflow on the roof blew up the capes of Batman and Red Robin. Batman jumped down from the top floor in the white airflow, and Red Robin followed closely behind. Obviously, there was no time for them to wait in the elevator at this time. They jumped down from the roof, walked into the Osborn Group building from the main entrance, rushed into the security passage and ran directly to the basement. The communicator was not on Harry, so Batman had no way to determine his location through it. He could only look for him everywhere on the basement of the Osborn Group. Red Robin and him split up. Found it. Just as Red Robin was about to go deeper, Batman's hoarse voice came from the communicator. He found Harry's location along the blood that dripped on the ground accidentally. The blood was left by Harry after he bit his hand. Batman looked at the blood-stained scene in front of him. He walked past the body of the Scarecrow that was obviously still breathing, and his eyes swept across the ground next to the Scarecrow's body that was dented by the hammer. He approached Harry, who was huddled in the corner and covering his ears. At the same time, he noticed that there was a smashed mobile phone on the ground. When he really walked to Harry's side, he found that Harry was completely unconscious. His face, hair, and clothes were all covered with his own blood. The bones of his right hand, which was tightly covering his ear, had been deformed, and even bone spurs pierced through the flesh. Batman tried to move Harry's hand from his ear, but he couldn't do it successfully despite his restraint. If he was just Harry Osborn, and didn't choose to become the Green Goblin because he yearned for Batman, he wouldn't have to suffer these injuries and the pain in the past. It wasn't until he saw the cold sweat on Harry's forehead and his frowning brows in a coma that Batman realized that he hadn't injected Harry with the antidote for the fear gas. He silently tore open the sleeve of Harry's left arm, pulled his uninjured left hand from his ear with a little force, then took out the antidote from his universal belt and stabbed it into Harry's green blood vessels. On the inside of Harry's arm, where the skin was particularly delicate, there were red marks left by him yesterday afternoon. Harry. Batman called Harry's name in a low voice, but he found that Harry not only didn't relax, but even became more nervous. What is Harry afraid of? How is the situation? Red Robin's voice came from the communicator. He was originally going to Batman to check on Harry Osborn, but suddenly remembered that the lady who turned on the switch to release the antidote gas was still in the warehouse without knowing anything, so he found her according to the location of the communicator. Now he was looking at the overturned huge shelf in the abandoned laboratory and marveled at the lady's strength. Hearing Red Robin's voice, Batman finally frowned and held Harry in his arms and stood up. I'll leave this to you. Scarecrow is injured and unconscious. He had to take Harry back to the Batcave for treatment first, but Scarecrow couldn't just be left here. Don't worry. Batman carried Harry back to the rooftop and carefully fixed him in his seat. In a short period of time, Scarecrow's fear gas didn't seem to have been updated too much, and the last antidote could still work well. Harry's frown had gradually relaxed, and Batman, who noticed this, also relaxed his tense spirit a little. On the way back to the Batcave, Batman was still recalling the scene just now. The Scarecrow lying on the ground was obviously knocked unconscious by Harry's throwing him against the wall. There were also bloodstains on the wall from the Scarecrow. Harry, who was affected by the laughing gas, completely lost his mind and only had the instinct to attack. He had seen Harry like this, had seen him completely unable to control his behavior, had seen him completely irrational and only had aggressiveness. He even expected the Scarecrow to die there on the way there. But Harry. Batman still remembered the dented ground next to the Scarecrow. Before Harry completely killed the Scarecrow, he changed the point of attack. But he couldn't control his aggressiveness, so he attacked again and again. So why was he able to change the trajectory of his punches again and again? Harry's soul was not shining as it used to be. Batman repented for his previous wrong judgment. He silently controlled the helicopter with the corners of his mouth turned down. His lover has always had a golden soul, which makes him proud and extremely sad. On Red Robin's side, he contacted Felicia in the closed warehouse through Harry's communicator. "You can open the door now. Everything is fine outside." Hearing the voice coming from the communicator, Felicia recognized that it was the person who asked her to turn on the switch just now. The voice was very young and very recognizable, so she operated the switch from the inside and reopened the door. While opening the door, she did not forget to care about her boss. "How is Mr. Osborn?" "He has been taken away for treatment." The tall and heavy door opened inward, and Felicia saw Red Robin standing outside at a glance. Very good. He was now completely sure that his boss was the vigilante Green Goblin who bought hamburgers in the middle of the night. If he didn't come to work every day because of this, Felicia sighed secretly. As long as the double salary was still there, she could continue to work. Red Robin rarely encountered such a person who was indifferent after seeing her. "Oh, thank you for everything you did tonight." Felicia took off the gas mask on her face. She could fully guess how troublesome it would be to solve this matter. "At least half of the results are due to you, Mom, and you are the one who should be thanked the most." Felicia. "Okay, Felicia," Red Robin quickly changed his words, "if you don't mind, I've called the police. Gordon will bring people to take Scarecrow away later, and you." Felicia didn't know much about the vigilantes in Gotham, but she definitely knew a lot, and the most important thing she knew was their mysticism. "I will stay here to deal with. I mean, tell the police what happened here." Red Robin breathed a sigh of relief. He was a little worried about Harry. It would be great if he could return to the Batcave as soon as possible. Then, can you keep Harry's identity a secret for him? This is also for his safety. He still remembered that when he contacted Harry, the name he mentioned was Green Goblin, but he didn't think that the person on the other end of the communicator would be someone other than Harry at that time. Regarding this, Felicia saw Red Robin looking at her. "Mr. Osborn and I came to the company to release the detoxification gas, but the Scarecrow chased us. In order for Gotham to escape danger smoothly, Mr. Osborn chose to lead the Scarecrow away without hesitation, providing me with the opportunity to open the mechanism. Now he has been taken away for treatment. Apart from that, I don't know what the Green Goblin is. The Gotham Police Department will not pay me double salary just because I know who the Green Goblin is." Felicia added expressionlessly. Even though he was barefoot, his hair was wet with sweat, and he looked embarrassed, it still did not prevent Red Robin from thinking that Harry Osborn had a good assistant. When the laughing gas in Gotham surged, Bernard began to worry about Harry. Until there was no more thick laughing gas spreading from the direction of Gotham University, he knew that Harry and his team's operation was going smoothly. Artificial rainfall successfully suppressed the remaining laughing gas in the air, and Bernard's worried heart was relieved again. Then, after the rapid rain stopped, he saw milky white gas coming from the direction of the Osborn Group building, which should be the laughing gas detoxification gas that Master Norman had studied. After watching the surveillance video, the chaos and madness of the entire Gotham calmed down under the gas, and Bernard was completely relieved. He took off the gas mask on his face, stayed in the hall, and turned on the golden night light that Harry liked to wait for him to come home. Bernard flipped through the books that Norman used to like to read, waiting for Harry to come back, or if he didn't come back, there would be a call from someone staying overnight. So the golden night light was on all night, until the sky was dawn, and he still didn't wait for Harry. None of the calls he made to Harry out of worry were answered. No matter how many times he called, the phone prompt tone was "The number you dialed cannot be connected." Where is Harry? Bernard, who hadn't closed his eyes all night, had dark blue eyes, his lips were pale, and his hair was messy. Did something happen to Harry? Bernard didn't even take the tie hanging next to the chair, and didn't care about the wrinkled clothes. The moment he realized that he couldn't wait for Harry, he rushed out of the hall. Batman, Bruce Wayne, he must know where Harry is. There was speculation when Bernard talked about sex violence before. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.